Does that help? Okay.
Test. Welcome to Alumni Field at beautiful Western University. We're here for the Team Ontario Redblack weekend. 3 exciting games filling all day. I'm joined by the godfather of local amateur football, Ron Forwarda. Ron, I would say beautiful day for football, but the rain is about to approach. We got 3 great games today, U18, U16, and up first, the U14 Redblack game. U14 is an important level of football in Ontario. It's kind of the level that me and you have a lot of experience with. You've been around this level quite often. What are your thoughts on the U14 level?
U14 in football is where you start to see the separation happening with some of these kids. So you start to see, hate to say it, but the cream kind of rising to the top. This is an age level that these are the names that you need to put in your memory banks for 4 to 5 years down the road. These are the kids that are going to be winning your city championships, your provincial championships, and going on to universities throughout Ontario, Canada, and possibly the States. It is a really good telltale of where football has started and where it is now. 10 years ago, we never had this type of thing at this age level. Not only do we have it, we have great representation from most of the clubs across the province. So to see the development of these kids is always a great thing for me to see. And the speed of the game has changed so drastically. That's one of the things that I think we're going to see today as well.
Absolutely. We have representation from across the province. I'm looking at the roster: Ottawa, Toronto, London, Scarborough, Cambridge, Shedden, Woodbridge, Guelph, Arthur, Oshawa, all across the province. Coach LaGrosse has got his guys ready to play. We should have kickoff shortly. We will have a modified game today. No kickoff and kick return, but other than that, we're going to see some great football played across. What can we expect today in a one-game, kind of a short weekend action run?
Well, in these situations, you have to remember the defense is always going to be ahead of the offense, okay? As an offense, it takes time to gel. It takes time to get timing down, everyone to know the responsibility. Not that it doesn't on defense as well, but on defense, if you're a DN and you have this responsibility, that carries from team to team to team. Where your receiver language and your call patterns might be different on offense, it's a short-term It's a short time period to learn a brand new language for a lot of these kids. So understanding what's the verbiage sounds like. Some of these kids have grew up with number calls. Some of them have color calls. So it's changing how they do things. Defensively, it's usually a lot more straightforward. You have this, go do that.
Absolutely. It looks like we're just moments away from starting. Team Red will start on offense, and they will scrimmage from the 35, as we mentioned. There's no kickoff or kick return today. Just one of those things that's put in place to ensure safety and make sure both teams have ample opportunity to get some offense rolling. And we're moments away from starting the U14 Team Ontario Redblack game, the first of 3 games today from Western University Alumni Field. Rain has let up a little bit. It's a little bit overcast, but hopefully the rain holds off. We get some good football action today. And Team Red breaks the huddle. They will start on offense first from the left hash. 2 receivers each side. There's a fullback set of the boundary, that popular fullback formation that you'll see quite often this weekend, I imagine. Snap, shotgun, quarterback back to pass. He's got a receiver at the sidelines wide open. Caught, completed with a lot of room in front of him. Big game for the Team Red to start. Great completion from the quarterback to number 13.
Andrew Clausen is the receiver there. They've got him listed down as a quarterback. But a big play by the receiver out wide. Just, again, this is where we talk about where you get to see a couple big plays, maybe blown coverage, didn't quite understand what we were doing defensively. But a big play down the field there, gain of about 40 yards on the first play. That's a heck of a start for Team Red.
It looks like the quarterback was number 15, Jarius Lapie. I would bet a guess that those 2 guys have switched numbers because you got a receiver throwing to a quarterback. Maybe some hijinks in the number department already.
Yeah.
Team Red breaks the huddle. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. There's an offside defensive lineman crossed early, and we're going to have the first penalty of the day. Is that something we can expect to see a little bit as that early game jitters? This might be the first game that some of these guys have played since last fall.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to see, a little bit of that. Again, trying to anticipate. This is an all-star game. These kids are trying to make another level down the road here. So you're always trying to stand out, and you're always trying to push, and the key is not to try to push yourself too far. You want to stand out. You want to do what you can, but you don't want to press. You don't want to feel like you're pressing it. You want it just to come naturally, and it takes a couple reps to get these kids to feel natural.
Toss play to the left. Team Red running back runs over. He's met with contact. Big tackle there. That was a good solid run for a gain of about 3 yards. A nice tackle from the Team Black linebacker.
Yeah, really nice tackle there. I believe that was number 33 from Cornwall, Colin Markle. Was the linebacker. Does a really good job. It's just a simple toss sweep to the left there. Good job squaring up. I would have liked him to got down maybe on the tackle a little bit lower, maybe bend his knees a little bit more and engage that tackle. But solid tackle, gain of about 2 yards after contact.
We got a 2nd and 2 yards here for Team Red. 2 receivers to each side, fullback to the bottom of the screen, jet sweep motion, handoff to the running back in the backfield. He's met with contact. The backfield will be lost, and Team Red will have their first decision of the day. 3rd and about 3 to go. What do you think here, Ron? Do we kick the field goal and let the kickers introduce themselves to the Ontario?
I think you're going to play 4 downs on this one, though, at the U14 level, so I think that's going to be part of it. Throwing down for a big loss, that time they're looking for a puller coming across, and this is where we said, offense takes a little bit of time to gel. Just a split second late getting across on that pull allowed the defensive end to come through pretty much unblocked and threw him down for a loss of about 3 or 4 yards on that. So now we're looking at a 3rd and about 6 here.
And you're absolutely right that this game will be 4 downs. I should have known. I'm still a little tired from those big stairs at Western. Walk up the press box. But we got a 3rd and about 6 here for Team Red. Back to pass. Quarterback looks to the bottom of the screen. Trying to hook up with that receiver from earlier. Completed and breaks a tackle. Big gain, though. We got a little bit of a connection here in the bottom of the screen between the quarterback and number 13.
Yeah, again, that's number 15 was the quarterback for Team Red, which is for us listed as Janice Lapel, the receiver, but that's the quarterback out there. And so you're right. I think there's some number switching happening there, but a good gain of about 12 yards. Just running the simple out pattern. Matt, you've coached with me long enough.
Your favorite route in football is the simple out pattern.
Stop it. Run it until they stop it.
Ron, I've known you for a long time, and I know you're not a complicated fellow when it comes to out patterns.
Nope.
You like to keep it simple. Shotgun snap. Play action pass. Quarterback rolls out. He's got a receiver wide open. Hits him in the flats with space in front. Nice block from the receiver there, and he breaks inside the 5. And we got a touchdown for Team Red. Great play design, great throw, but a great downfield block to really spring it, Ron.
There was 2 really, really good blocks. I know we got the replay on this. We're going to walk you through it here. Here you go. We just got a simple, just a little leak pattern there. Look at the two blocks here. One right there and right here at the end. Look at that great block by number 1, the receiver. Downfield, that is the difference. If you can teach your receivers to block downfield, it is a difference, and that is a perfect example of a 7-yard gain and a 20-yard gain for a touchdown.
What I thought was really great about that block was that it was done with the correct technique that they're teaching, the hands-out technique, as opposed to the old days when they would try to, run their body through the defender. They did it with that safe contact in mind, which is something that Football Ontario is really adamant about, is making sure all the players are using that safe contact technique. And we saw it our first time on the field today. Field goal or PAT is good, and we got a 7-0 lead for Team Red. And we'll take a quick break and introduce you to a couple of our sponsors. Team Linked provides the best in-market technology solutions for sports leagues, associations, clubs, and teams. The top-rated Team Linked app proudly powers over 1 million parents, coaches, and players across the world. Plus, their products are offered with no fees, so you can invest more time and money into your programs. Team Link's goal is to empower sports organizers. You're watching today on London Football TV. Please hit that subscribe button and make sure you join us for all 3 games today. We got 2 more games to go, but right now, if you're just tuning in, we are showing you the U14 Redblack game where Team Red started on offense and drove down the field, capping it off with a great 20-yard touchdown pass and run. Now Team Black will make their debut on offense, scrimmaging from the 35. There's no kickoffs or kick returns in today's game, so teams will start on offense from the 35. Team Black breaks the huddle, and they will line up. Looks a little bit of confusion getting lined up, but 3 receivers to the top of the screen for Team Black to start. Fullback to the top of the screen, quarterback in the pistol. He calls the signal, snap, toss to the right. He's got some room there. Let's see if he can get the speed going. He's around the edge. Great pursuit for the defense. Good solid gain and contact, and we got a nice run to start it off, Ron.
Yeah, a really good run. Just a simple toss play to the right-hand side. You're just getting leverage out there. They understand they've got 3 receivers out here, so you got 3 lead blockers. Everybody's manned up. Now it's just my fast guy getting to the edge. I thought 54 there was going to get them, but not quite there. A little bit better of an angle, and he would have stopped them. But a good gain of about 9 yards on the toss play there, Matt.
Toss play is a popular play at all levels of football. It's a great way to really test that strength of your defense early and kind of see who is going to pursue today and how does your speed match up. Team Black breaks the huddle. 2 receivers each side of the screen. We got a fullback down into the boundary, the short side. Quarterback in the pistol. Looks like both teams will be in the pistol today. Quarterback calls out the signals. Motion from the receivers. Snap. Fake toss play. Bootleg back to the top of the screen by the quarterback. He's going to break contain. Oh, he's caught up. And there, we'll have a quick whistle. Looks like the referees are going to really try to protect the quarterback today, which is a smart thing to do. And we'll have a nice sack there. Looked like he was about to capture the edge, and then the hand out of nowhere from that defensive lineman and really secures the tackle, Ron.
Yeah, and again, it was the same linebacker coming across here as last time. And I think it's number 54, which they have him down as a defensive lineman. Offensive lineman. I don't think that's him. All right, probably helps if I'm on the right roster. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, linebacker from Kingston, Cash Cameron was the gentleman who made the play on that. Threw him down for a loss of 4, but I think that's what you're going to see is basically if you're within the grasp, they don't want these quarterbacks injured here.
Yeah.
That's the last thing anybody wants to see is an injury on a game like today.
A lot of these players are going to go back and start their summer seasons in a week or 2, and they'll be the stars of their summer teams. And just like the players we're calling our first game of the year, a big run here from Team Black to break it open. He is in the open. He is gone. Nobody's going to catch him, and Team Black is going to respond quickly. 7-6, long touchdown run from Team Black, Ron.
Yeah, number 24, I believe it is. Connor Helm is the running back. It's just an inside zone play. There you go. Make one man miss, and you're off to the races. This kid's got great speed. Look at that. Pulls away. That's a fantastic run by the back. Good vision. He virtually came through untouched.
For a game that we thought defense would prevail, we've seen 2 strong offenses so far, Ron. A nice passing attack from Team Red, and Team Black responds with a strong ground game to really equalize. We got a PAT pending, and let's check out the results of this PAT. Good snap, good operations. Kick is up, and it is good. We got a 7-7 ball game with 6 minutes left in the first quarter, Ron.
I'm surprised that they're rushing on the PATs, to be honest with you. It's usually, let's just try to see what the kids' ranges are like and everything else. And I know in one of the other games, because of the lack of kickers that are trying out for it, they've got if you kick a field goal, it's going to be 3 points, but no extra points. I think there's only like one guy trying out for the position.
Absolutely.
So it's neither here nor there. But again, some really solid offensive plays. What I talked about possibly being an issue would be the line play, and we saw some great line play there early.
A lot of these players, like we said, will go back and play for their summer teams and try to chase the championship. And speaking of championship, Barron Championship Rings is the official championship ring of Football Ontario. Please visit barronring.com to start your ring journey today. Team Red on offense, we got a little bit of a fumble in the backfield, and quarterback will be tackled for a big loss. It'll be 2nd and 15. Go here wrong with Team Red back on offense for their second drive of the game.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about not quite being on the same page earlier. You could definitely see everyone wasn't quite on the same page, a little bit of indecision, and you get a big loss on the play. Loss of about 5, blew it down pretty quick. But again, Team Black's defensive line was in the backfield in a heartbeat on that play.
Quarterback takes the snap. He's back to pass. Got a receiver on a hitch route open. And he'll get back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 10 here. If you're not familiar with Team Ontario football and how this Red-Black weekend and how it works and what it's all about, these players have attended identification camps all across the province throughout the winter months, drilling and showing their skills and testing, combine-style testing all across the province. And the coaching staff selected the top 90 players of this age group. They bring them into London for a weekend camp. They practiced all day yesterday, had meetings, film review, that type of stuff, all the things you would see at the university level and levels as players move up. And then they'll play in the scrimmage today, and then those players will go back to their summer league teams and likely be the stars of their summer league teams at the Bantam level throughout the summer. And you'll be able to see these guys all across the province as well. There's some great amateur players, like we mentioned, from all across Ontario, from Ottawa all the way down to Windsor and everywhere in between. So it looks like we are playing 3 downs, and Team Red will punt. So our first mistake of the year, Ron. Certainly not our last.
No, there'll be plenty more.
Team Black returns the punt. They break. A lot of open space here. He's making moves. This guy has got some moves. Number 10, Elise Fennel. What a return there. And it looks like we are playing 3 downs, so we'll see. It could change as we go, Ron, but great punt there. A lot of hang time and a great return. And so we saw our first taste of special teams action today, Ron.
Okay, so the number sheets are definitely that we have on here are not matching up what we have down there. And I'll use this as an example. On the play before, number 1, the receiver for Team Red caught the pass. I've been around long enough to know that the purple helmet is not coming out of Burlington. That looked like a Toronto or a Scarborough Thunder type of helmet. Or it could have been, no, it wasn't the yellow. Huronia is the yellow. But so some of the numbers are not matching up. So we do apologize if we're calling the wrong kid.
We'll do our absolute best today, but at the end of the day, we're all watching some great football. Nice counter run action from the Team Black. A lot of broken tackles here from the running back, and we've got a nice solid run on first down after receiving that punt around midfield. Team Black will face the second and short. They're calling it a first down just over the sticks. First down for Team Black. We got a 7-7 ball game here with just under 4 minutes left in the first quarter at Western University Field, Alumni Stadium in lovely London, Ontario for Team Ontario Red-Black weekend. 3 games today. The U14 game to be followed by the U16. And then at 2 o'clock, we got the U18 game, which is, I would say, maybe the main event, not to diminish what we're seeing today, but that'll be the stars of the Ontario football circuit. Team Black breaks the huddle, 2 receivers to the top of the screen. Fullback to the top of the screen. Got a defensive lineman early motion, but he's back in time. Snap, play action. Quarterback's got a receiver down the middle of the field. Ball is tipped. He throws it short. No gain there on first down, so we'll face a 2nd and 10, Ron.
Okay, Cooper Lund, number 5. We're going to go with that one because that position matches up with the gentleman. Again, I think they was trying to go deeper with that pass, and I believe that's Chase Becker in at quarterback for the Team Black. I recognize the helmet there. Again, a little check down. I think he was trying to go a little bit deeper with it, and it got tipped. You're right. Or he decided to just hit the check down last second there. Either way, check down. You got about 2 yards on that. On a simple flat, you had someone else going on the post, which is, I think, what his original idea was.
Chase Becker out of the London Junior Mustangs program. London well represented today as our host team. And we'll see a bunch of Junior Mustangs throughout the course of the day, I imagine. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen for Team Black. Becker calls the cadence, takes the snap. Got a lot of motion there, no flags. Quarterback is sacked for a big loss. Looks like the referees are being a little bit liberal on those offsides, making sure that they can get a game in today with the defensive lineman, like you mentioned. Pretty excited to start. A lot of these guys playing their first game since last year.
It definitely got off a good heartbeat early on that one.
The referees are also out here, and they're probably doing their first games for a lot of those guys as well. So one nice thing about the refs is I think they really identify what the game is about today, and the purpose of today is about competition and letting the players represent themselves. So they're probably going to kind of amend their maybe criteria for a penalty in some situations to make sure that we get a good productive game here, because you don't want to have flags all through the day. So kudos to the referees for really identifying and understanding what today's purpose is. We got a nice punt from Team Black. It's going to bounce around the 30. It's fielded around the 20. It's back behind the returner. He wasn't able to catch it clean. He's going to fumble it and bobble it. He's going to be tackled on the 5-yard line. A little bit of a mistake there from the returner. First game action of the year, Ron. Are we just seeing a little bit of nerves and a little bit of rust?
A little bit of nerves, a little bit of rush. You got to remember, about 5 minutes before we came on air, it poured. It poured for a good 5 minutes there. The ball might be slick. The field might be a little bit slick. Combination of a lot of different things. You want to get that ball in the air. I've always used the analogy, if you catch the ball in the air, it's 15 yards. Doesn't matter if you move or not. The ball hits the ground, it's going to cost you 15 yards on your return. And that's a good example because that ball hit about the 20-yard line, and now here we are on the 5.
Absolutely. Team Red starts in the shadows of their goalpost. Ball's on the 5-yard line. First down, fullbacks in motion. 2 receivers each side. Quarterback sends his receivers in motion. We got a jet sweep motion. Quarterback hands the ball off to the right side of the screen. He's tackled for a loss. We're going to face a second and let's call it 13 from the 1-yard line, Ron.
Second and 13 from the 1, and it's just you're trying to get some little bit of a power going with that slot coming across as well. You want to fake the jet. You see the crosser coming across, but again, really good job by the Cambridge Lion prospect out there on the defensive tackle or the defensive end position. Really did a good job of breaking down, cutting down the outside, and good tackle overall. Ball's on the 1. What do you call here, Coach?
I think I'd probably
maybe run power,
open it up, and let these teams throw the ball a little bit. We got a nice pass play breaking out here.
Receiver
Receiver down the sidelines again. Another situation where we get that short side receiver wide open. Those guys have hooked up a couple times today. Looks like they have some good chemistry in this early in this Redblack U14 game. Another completion. And we got a first down for Team Red, Ron.
Yeah, really good job. And this is just a wheel pattern coming out here. It's a little down, out, and up. You can see it coming across there at the top of the screen, runs it down and out, and then there's the up. Nobody followed him, so really good job of understanding where that was and taking a shot. And I'm not sure who that player was. That's the 3rd time he's made a big play. Those two have a connection going on.
Absolutely. We got a huge completion again. So first down from the 28-yard line for Team Red. 2-by-2 formation. Motion from the fullback across the formation. Quarterback takes the snap. He's going to fake the handoff. He's going to bootleg out to the right. He's got a receiver open in the flats on the crossing route. Completed. 4-yard gain. We'll call it 2nd and 6. They've run that bootleg a couple times today, Ron. What's the point of running a bootleg?
What you're trying to do is you're trying to get eyes on the quarterback. You're trying to get eyes on the running back and see if the defense is going to maintain their lane discipline. You want to if you're the defensive end, you want to maintain outside leverage, and you don't want to get sucked too far inside. If they start sucking in too far, quarterback's going to pull that out, and he can go for a run.
Absolutely. We've got a quarter break here, and as we have a quarter break, we'll introduce you to Purple Shift. If you're looking for a powerful tool to help take your athletic career to the next level without breaking the bank, then look no further than Purple Shift. Their completely free app uses innovative video technology to verify athletic data, allowing coaches and scouts to find the perfect athlete based on their athleticism, sports highlights, or both. But that's not all. Purple Shift is also designed to help you along your athletic journey with resources, training tips, and motivation to help you reach your full potential. There are no hidden fees or subscriptions, and the platform is accessible to athletes of all backgrounds and skill levels. Join the Purple Shift community today and start making your athletic dreams a reality. The app is easy to use, and our team is dedicated to providing the best possible experience for their users. Don't let financial barriers stand in the way of your success. With Purple Shift, you have everything you need to achieve greatness. Download the app now and get started on your journey to athletic excellence. And while you're at it, click subscribe on our channel today so you can make sure to watch all 3 of our Team Ontario Red Black games today, tomorrow, forever. They're online. Second quarter action here. We got a 7-7 ball game. Team Red on offense after that huge completion. Quarterback back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He's got a lot of space and run. He's going to tuck and run, which is something I love to see. First down and more. Great stiff arm. We're going to get a penalty there probably for some contact to the helmet. But before the penalty, we had a great run from the quarterback there. We'll let the referees mark it off. What'd you see there in the penalty, Ron?
I think because you can't have contact to the helmet area. So right here, the quarterback, and right there into the helmet, they're going to call that illegal contact to the face, and that's going to go back 15 yards. That's exactly what they're calling there, but it's going to be after yards gained. So they're going to give them the spot where it ended up. They're going to move it back 15 yards. So this ball is going to end up being about the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 here for Team Red.
Is that penalty based on player safety, Ron?
Yes, it's exactly why. And actually, they're only marking it off as a 10-yard penalty, Matt. My apologies. So maybe they had a hold downfield. Maybe that's what they were calling.
Could have been. Might have missed something there.
But again, the whole contact to the head thing, that's been one of the big focuses over the last decade, is to take the head out of the tackle process and to keep players safe. And it's always been a big issue in the sport. Sorry, go ahead, call this one.
Pass right there down the sidelines, incomplete. Second down, Ron, continue.
So it's always been a point of emphasis, but it's really, really been exemplified over the past few years. And now there's programs in place at the grassroots level teaching the coaches how this is done properly. And you're starting to see that transition through on all the levels. The higher levels you get, you still tend to get that kid that's in there is a little bit of a leaner. You try to correct it. These kids here, and especially the next age level, they've never been taught to tackle with their heads. So that's, for these kids, it's much more natural.
Absolutely. Just pass play here from Team Red. Quarterback scrambling again. He's sacked. Big sack there. The ball is live, and they're going to blow it dead. That's a great pass rush there from the Team Black defensive end on our Team Red, and it looks like they'll send the punt team out. I just finished my safe contact renewal course this weekend, Ron. As a guy that's coached football for, a couple of years, and yourself, you've been coached for a long time. We've seen a lot of changes in the game the last 5 to 10 years. You mentioned earlier, the safety is now number one focus at all levels for coaches and players as well. Do you feel like this has been a positive influence on football? Is it really something that's kind of taken the game to another level, all the emphasis on player safety and safe tackling?
One of the big things that we've seen out of the emphasis of safe tackling is, like I said, the information and the access to the information for coaches at all levels. So, 25 years ago when I first got into it, we were teaching kids, tackle with your face. You want to put your face in the middle of their chest and bear down. That is not how it's done now anymore at all. And that's a much safer way to do it. The other thing, but again, the information with it being online in the digital world and stuff, you don't have to go to these clinics 3, 4, 5 hours away and sit in a room. You can literally pull it up on a random Tuesday night, do your safe contact, get that training in. The information is there. It's much more convenient. It's a much more accessible program with the information age that we're in, but also the information being out there more.
We had a punt play there and no yards penalty called, so Team Red Black will start on offense from the Team Red 40 going in. You're right, Ron, though. I think Football Ontario, as our provincial sports governing body, does a great job of providing resources to the coaches and players, specifically the coaches, for all the safe contact training, making sure that all the coaches are receiving the most up-to-date training and information. There's resources available if people need to, verify information on how those clinics should work and what the drills are and that type of stuff. And training has really been one of the paramount things that Football Ontario has done. And I know the last couple of years since Mr. Giesler's taken over as the lead at that, he's really put a focus on making sure the coaches are getting what they need, because at the end of the day, the coaches are ones that are going to mold kind of the future of football. We got some great coaches here today with Coach LaGrosse and his staff leading this U14 team at the Red Black weekend, Ron. And Team Black's on offense. We got second down and 5 yards to go. I'll call it call it 10. My angles were off. 2nd and 10. Team Black, 7-7 game. Explosive offense to start. We've slowed down a little bit. Both teams getting into a little bit more of kind of feeling each other out as we get into the second quarter. 9 minutes and change remaining for halftime. 3 receivers at the top of the screen. Black takes the handoff, hands the ball off. We got a broken tackle there. Be about a 4-yard game. We'll face a 3rd down and 6. What do you think here, Ron? 3rd down and 6. You make the decision.
I'm gonna punt it, in the weather and everything else. But it's an all-star game. You want to run offense. I think they're gonna probably call the play. In a regular game here, I'm playing the field position game and I'm punting it. In a situation like this, I want to see what my kids can do.
Absolutely. We'll call it 3rd and 7 here. Team Black looks like they're going to keep the offense out and really go for it and try to convert. Let's see what they pass or run here, Ron.
I think it's a pass. Look for that little out pattern, that little swing, maybe that slice coming to the fullback, coming out on a flat. See if a kid can break a tackle here.
2 receivers to each side of the screen. Looks like cover 3 from the red offense or red defense. Pass up the seam. It'll be knocked down, and Team Black will take over on offense.
Team Red takes over.
Team Red takes over on offense.
There we go. Okay.
Team Red takes over on offense. Here we go.
Okay. So a lot of these plays, to another point, a lot of these plays are similar. Well, because they're running the same playbook. It's one offensive coordinator and it's one head coach. So they've got a system in place that they're running. So what you're seeing is kids from the same program running different, it may look slightly different or it may look exactly the same. Well, why is that kid running it a little bit better? Well, these are still tryouts, so that's where you're seeing a similar play design from each team. And you're going to see that in all 3 of these games today.
Team Red on offense now. 7-7 ball game at the U14 Redblack weekend in London, Ontario. We're at Western University Alumni Stadium, home of the Mustangs. Team Red on offense with 3 receivers to the top of the screen. 1st down, just shy of the 40-yard line. Snap, toss play to the top of the screen. He's got room to run. Blockers in front, track down, but not before a gain of 5. Another toss play from Team Red, Ron. We've seen that play. It'll probably be the most popular run play so far of the game.
I think here that was Mr. Marshall, the running back out of Whitby. Number seems to match up, so we're going to go with that. Good gain of about 5 yards on that. Again, simple toss play to the wide side of the field. 3 blockers out there. Try to get an edge. I always like running the ball wide to the wide side of the field. It gives the running back more of an opportunity to maybe pick an angle, pick a lane, and try to get upfield.
Pass play from Team Red, throwing that tunnel screen. That corner came down fast to fill, and it'll be a loss of yards. And Team Red will face a 3rd and long. Looks like they're sending out some substitutions. Could be the punt team. When you're throwing that kind of a quick screen pass, what's your thought process behind that, Ron?
What you're trying to do is you're trying to make a man miss. So you're trying to get a block out there. Usually what we've done is we've tried to peel off. So 2nd receiver inside on that picks the corner, and all you're trying to do is get a chip and give the ball to your athlete in space and let him make a play.
Snap to the punter. Punt rushes on, but the punt is off. It's going to be a high punt, and it's going to fall in a bunch of bodies. Referees will blow it dead for safety, which is probably the right call there. And we'll take a quick break and introduce you to Class Lead. Get ready to take your sports memorabilia collection to the next level by getting your own personalized football sports cards and posters with Class Lead. With over 144 unique design combinations to choose from, all athletes can customize their Class Lead virtual and printed sports cards, add their own digital autograph signature, and share it with their social media followers to memorize their best captured football moments. As a proud sponsor of Football Ontario, Class Lead is excited to offer all attendees an exclusive 40% discount on all premium Class Lead virtual and printed sports cards and poster designs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer and join one of the fastest growing platforms for youth football athletes. You can join for free, and it only takes a few minutes to sign up. Visit classleet.com, that's CLASSLETE.com, to explore the wide range of top quality designs to help your athletes stand out. Use code Football Ontario 40 for 40% off all products and membership packages. Ron, I might be getting myself some sports cards today to add to my social media accounts. Back on offense, Team Black. 7-7 ball game. Under 6 minutes to play here.
So a little bit of a misplay on that. This is a really good job of the running back, number 24 for Team Black. Just understanding he had a little bit of a hole there, and that's Connor Hamill. We've called his name a couple times already. You're trying to get that slice action coming across to pull that defender away and try to hit it inside. But he bounced it to the outside because the slice wasn't quite there. The jet action wasn't there yet. He does a really good job of getting about 15 yards on that on just pure effort on his own.
All this talk of slice and chips, you're making me hungry, Ron. What's a slice action?
Slice actions when you're coming against the grain and then you're trying to block on an edge. Oh,
right there. It looks like we had the fullback number 5 on some slice action, trying to get open underneath the defensive backs, but the quarterback overthrows him, and it'll be second down here for Team Black.
Cooper Lunn, I believe, is the fullback on there, and what you're trying to do is you want to come out as an extra blocker. So you're coming across and you're trying to slice or come across on that and try to get an extra blocker. But the danger out of that is you can leak that fullback out for that under route and just hit it into the flats here. It's a it's a hard pass concept to defend, especially when you throw that fullback out there as a blocker so many times. Then all of a sudden you slips through and it looks like he just missed a block. And I can remember a play this past summer, Matt, that we were together, and our fullback slipped out, caught the pass, and big game, and it was a big play in that game as well.
Absolutely.
See a timeout in there.
Cooper Lund, that running back, fullback from Fraserville, Ontario, 5'11", 152 pounds. He's a big fella already. And while we have this quick timeout, let's talk a little bit about Momentum Fundraising. Football Ontario is proud to announce our returning fundraising partner in Momentum Fundraising. Momentum Fundraising is powered by the new and innovative Money Dolly app. Money Dolly is a fundraising app used by thousands of organizations in North America, through which tens of millions of dollars have been raised. Momentum Fundraising will make you more money in less time. We are looking forward to working with and helping all of the football programs in Ontario. We have raised over $250,000 in the football community in Ontario in the last 12 months. That's a lot of money. So Momentum Fundraising, check it out if you're looking to do some fundraising for your football programs. I'm sure they also do fundraising for other sports as well. We're here at Western University for the Redblack weekend watching the U14 game. Hit subscribe on your YouTube channel right now so you can make sure you check out this game again tomorrow or the next day. The U16 and the U18 games to follow. Team Black on offense throws that screen out there and it's dropped. Looks like the receiver just didn't secure it before that contact arrived. Ron.
Yeah, that time he heard the footsteps, and the most important thing you can do as a receiver is catch the ball, and there you can see he knew he was going to get hit, and you just tried to pull out and tried to make a move a little bit early. Got to secure that pass before anything. Again, Chase Becker, I believe, is the quarterback here for the Team Black, the product out of the Junior Mustangs. And again, timing with the receivers, knowing who they are and what their strengths are, that takes a little bit of time. So after a really, really quick start to this game, we've kind of seen what we thought would happen settling in as the defense is kind of taking over.
Toss play to the bottom of the screen for Team Black. Break some tackles and more. And I got good news for you, Ron. The sun is coming out, which bodes well for the next games on the market for us, on the docket for us. The U16 and the U18 game. We had a fumble at the end of the play, and it looks like Team Red will take over on offense. Our first turnover of the day, Ron.
Well, it's unfortunate because it was I don't know if that was quite a fumble or not. Anyway, Hamill's got the ball. He's got a great job outside here. Yeah, he did. He fumbled the ball, and it was the corner, I believe it was 24 for Red, was the one that was actually popped it out. And, they got him listed as a running back, and that wasn't that gentleman either. So, again, some numbering issues happening with some of these kids. We do apologize about it. But a really solid run at what would have been a first down on a 3rd and long. So that's his second or third time that gentleman's gone for a little bit of a scamper. Really good job. Just got to secure that ball and actually, I would say, carry it in the other arm. Always try to carry the ball, the arm away from the sideline or to the sideline.
Fumble in the backfield from Team Red, and the quarterback will jump on it smartly. It'll be second down and long. A little bit of a miscommunication there in the exchange, and we're starting to see a little bit of the nerves maybe showing up as guys kind of the adrenaline wears off, and we've seen a little bit more of the I would say not mistakes, but a little bit more of the miscues the last couple minutes after a very explosive first drive for each team, where both teams were able to drive down the field and secure points. Ron.
Yeah, I think you also got a different quarterback in there right now as well. So different. Maybe it's his first couple reps for this gentleman. Not 100% sure, but it kind of looks that way to me. Look like you got a different kid out there. I think it's Andrew Clausen out of Gloucester.
3 receivers to the top screen. Team Red back to pass. Got a receiver down the sidelines. He's looking to throw that double move route. He's behind the defensive back, but it's tipped in the air, underthrown, and
picked off.
Hot potato. And we got an interception there from Team Black. He looked like the receiver had a step. The ball just not able to get there, possibly caught up in the slight breeze here. Then a little bit of a tip drill and a great defensive play from the defensive back, who didn't give up and was able to find himself in the action. The ball fell into his hands. Great turnover there from Team Black, and we've had back-to-back turnovers now after an explosive first quarter, Ron.
Yeah, Ford, the defensive back out of Toronto, listed as 5'2", 110 pounds, one of the smallest players on the defense there. Good speed on that young man. Really did a good job. But what I really liked out of that, he made the initial tip, but stayed with it. He kept his eyes on it, followed the ball, tracked it, did a good job. That's a really, really good interception from the young man. As again, I think we see a different quarterback in here for Team Black as well.
That's exactly how I made it up the stairs today, Ron. I got real tired halfway through, but I stuck with it. And I was we got another interception there. Back-to-back turnovers, 2 straight interceptions. It looks like the offenses are really trying to open it up and take some shots downfield in the closing moments of the first half, and the defensive backs are saying, hey, we're here to show what we can do too. 2 interceptions in a row, Ron.
Yeah, it's really good job. This ball was just a little bit underthrown. He got hit at the end. I don't think he was able to step into it all the way. It's good to see the quarterback up after getting that hit and coming off the field under his own power. But again, good rush coming interior from the defensive line, and he was able to get in there just as he was throwing. But again, about 5-6 yards short. Good job, the defensive back staying with it and picking it off.
One thing I appreciate about the coaching staff today is they're not just kind of setting themselves up to try to win this game, running the ball 20, 25 times. They're trying to get everybody a chance to show what they can do. So they're throwing the ball to multiple receivers, spreading it out, multiple formations, a lot of substitutions, making sure that all the young men down here today get a chance to really shine, and everybody gets their chance to make a play on screen. So kudos to the coaching staff for volunteering their time to be out here and lead this group of athletes. We got a second down and long here for Team Red. 2:15 left in the first half, 7-7 ball game. U14 Redblack weekend, live from Western Alumni Field on Western University in London, Ontario. At noon, we'll have the U16 game, and then at 2 o'clock, the U18 will show up and play. And we got 3 great games to show you today. Make sure you hit that subscribe button on the London Football TV YouTube channel so you can follow along tomorrow and the next day, re-show the game or rewatch the games, come back and see these games whenever you want. A couple years from now, you might be watching one of these guys play in the pros and you'll say, hey, I want to go back and watch that guy play in that U14 game from 2023 in London and kind of see what he's like when he was a young fella. Now he's in the CFL or the NFL. We got a big completion there from the Team Red. First down, chains are moving. Team Red back on the Team Black side of the field for the first time in a while, and looks like Team Red's really starting to come alive with about a minute and a half left in the first half, Ron.
Yeah, Ryer Billings is the H-back on this, and all this is a simple out pattern. He releases on the short side. He looks like he's going to block and does that little out pattern that he's done a couple times. Does a really good job of squaring his shoulders and getting upfield. That's a big kid at this age level as well.
Quarterback booting out. He's going to be attacked from behind. Gets the pass off. Jesse's about to get sacked. Great completion. First down. Chains are moving. Minute 15 left. Team Red is really opening it up, looking to get one more on the board before halftime, Ron. Great pass concept there.
Yeah, again, really good concept. Good job of staying with it, delivering the ball. It's a tough thing to do, rolling to your left as a right-handed quarterback and throwing the ball downfield, especially when there's a rusher coming in your face. You know you're going to get popped on this, and he still does a good job of getting it downfield to his receiver. Good job. Great job by the quarterback of sticking in there and delivering a clutch throw.
Great pass there. It's a concept that we run as well in our time together, Ron. That bootleg play action pass that we've seen so often so far. Timeout of the field as the coaching staffs get set. We got first down from the 30-yard line with 1:15 left in the 7-7 ball game. U14, Redblack weekend, Team Ontario, showcasing some of the top under 14 football players in the province. We got players from all across Ontario, from Ottawa all the way down to Windsor and every stop in between. Snap is over the quarterback's head. We got a bit of a jailbreak in the backfield. The running back will recover it. There's a flag on the play. Could be possibly interference on a loose ball.
That's exactly what it is there.
Not a call you see quite often, but walk us through that for those of us that don't see that call often.
Okay, so when the ball is on the ground, you cannot interfere with someone else picking it up. In other words, you can't push somebody from behind. You can't, grab them. You got to go for the ball. It's the ball that is live. It's not the player. So it is retained. They lose the yards, okay?
Yep.
But the ball is retained because he had a clear recovery available to him, and because of the interference, they weren't able to. So they negate the turnover. The ball stays with the offensive team. Sticks move back. First down.
Screen pass to the bottom of the screen dropped. Second and long here. 1:07 left in the first half. 7-7 ball game. We're starting to see this Team Red offense that was so explosive a couple plays ago really starting to stall. If you're the coaching staff of this team, you go into halftime, you've seen an explosive first 7 minutes of the ball game. After that, both offenses, starting to struggle. Maybe more of a case of both defenses really starting to get a feel for the game.
Yeah.
What kind of things can you do in the second half to make sure that the offenses are just as productive as the defenses?
Well, and again, you're running a base offense that you've basically put in over the last month or so, a couple times here and there. You've got to stick with what got you there. The problem is the defenses also know what you're doing because they've been practicing against it. So they recognize things. That's why the defenses tend to make plays in all-star games such as this. But, maybe you want to, instead of on first down trying to hit that fullback, change up what you normally would call and try to hit something different, catch the other team's defense maybe off guard a little.
I don't disagree. I think sometimes people think, the offense is struggling. I think sometimes in those situations, it's actually a case of the defense is really playing well. You're getting good offensive football, but the defense is just really playing good football. I think that's the case so far. As we're really seeing the defense the last, quarter and a half really come alive and getting some great pressure from the defensive linemen who are trying to show hey, we're here too. We showed up ready to play as well. So we got a pass play on third down. Incomplete, and that'll be a turnover. Team Black will take over on offense with 53 seconds left. Just shy of their 40-yard line. Just over the 40. We call it the 42. So Team Black, first down from their 42 with 53 seconds left. Do we have enough time here to see a drive, Ron?
Well, you need a play or two. There was one thing I was just going to point out, though. The one thing that is unique to this type of game, as the players are coming on and off the field, okay, regardless if they're wearing a black jersey or a red jersey, they're encouraging each other. So these is eventually going to become one team. And this will travel to, I believe it's the East, and it does the East Challenge Cup out on I believe it's in the East Coast in Halifax. I'm not 100% sure where it's located. But the camaraderie and the support that these guys are showing to each other, that's what you want.
We had a pass play there that was almost intercepted, and had it been, it would have been a sure touchdown. There was nobody in front of that defensive back, but dropped, so we'll face second long. One thing I noticed today is the beautiful uniforms of both teams, the contrasting red and black. It's really sharp out there, and we got to thank Area 51 for supplying those uniforms. Area 51 welcomes all Red Black participants. Area 51 is Canada's fastest growing football supply company and the official football and apparel supplier for Football Ontario. So Area 51, great job today on the uniforms. We've got a 2nd and 10 here for Team Black. 49.8 seconds left in the first half of the U14 Red Black game. Two receivers each side of the quarterback. He turns, throws a quick screen. He's got some space there, breaks a tackle. He's still alive. And he's going to be tackled just short. It'll be about 3rd and 2 here, and a tough decision to be made. You're just shy of midfield, Ron, but you're getting your first offensive success in a while. Do you continue the momentum and see if you can convert this for a first down, or do you punt it away and play it safe, Ron?
No, I think you go for it. I think you go for it here. You know, this is again, in a normal game situation, I'm calling it different than I would be calling this. I want to see what my guys can do in this situation. The New England Patriots are famous for preparation. Know the situation, know the down, know the distance, know the situation. Prepare for it. This is a great example of let's prepare for something a couple months down the road. Let's see how we do. What's our play call going to look like? And let's go get a first down here.
And if you're familiar with me and Ron calling football games together, you'll know that whenever Ron makes a prediction, you're inevitably going to see the exact opposite. Every football team in the world has a conspiracy against Ron. So as Ron predicts to go for it, we got a fake punt there, possibly a punter decision, but he's got lots of space. So Ron, you're right. We'll give you credit there. Even though you said the offenses should go for it, they immediately sent out the punt team. Fake punt there in the first down. So Ron, we get half a point for effort. But yeah,
they call a timeout even.
Great play there from the punter, and Team Black will stay on offense. But yeah, Ron, your predictions
they're terrible.
Terrible. I feel like everyone just listens to you and does the opposite. It's like the biggest conspiracy in the world.
Oh, man.
Is Bigfoot alive?
I'm more of a lockdown.
Is there really an Area 51? Will teams do whatever opposite of Ron's predictions just to make Ron sound silly?
Look, I just look at it like this. They call the timeout. Why do you call timeout? To put your punt team out there. It doesn't make sense to me, and I'll stick with it. But hey,
like a broken watch, you'll be right sometime today. Pass play, short screen to the bottom of the screen. Looks like the Black offense is really trying to get the ball to a specific player or attack a certain alignment. We got a long gain. Could be 2nd and short. The clock will stop out of bounds. 21 seconds left. Team Black is moving after that fake punt. They've just crossed the 40-yard line. They'll face a 2nd and, let's call it 1-yard line. 21 seconds remaining in the half. 7-7 ball game. Team Black looking to get some points here to go into halftime leading. Offensively, they're really starting to connect. They've started to really attack that short side quick screen to the wide receiver where they have the receiver step off the line and try to throw it to him quickly and basically just get the ball in his hands and let him be athletic and try to make people miss. We'll see what they do here. 2nd and 1. 20. Clock is ticking. Oh, looks like the clock should have been out there. Possibly a little bit of timeout. Thought he was out of bounds. The clock would have stopped. But we got a timeout from the Team Black here. 11.2 seconds left.
He was clearly out of bounds.
Everybody's learning. It's the first game for everybody. Clock crew as well. Referees, us. Ron's already made his first error of the week of the season. Many more to come.
Oh, absolutely.
If you love what you hear from Ron, you can check him out this season on all London Beefeaters home games. He'll be the main play-by-play guy. And I'm sure there'll be many more predictions that are incorrect during that season as well. Stay tuned today. He'll make a couple more.
So, okay, let's take some of the heat off me for a change. Now there's 10 seconds left. We're obviously going for it. I think the run game is pretty much out of it at this time. You're going to go for a pass. But with 21 seconds, Matt, do you still have the run capability in that mix? Or are you basically saying, no, we want to try to get as close as we can. We're going to take a couple shots down the field.
I'm not sure the timeout situation because we're a little bit confused up here on some of the protocols. But if you have a timeout left, you still have that chance to run the ball once. I think in my position, you're trying to get yourself in a spot to make a long field goal to really get some points before half. We got a long double move off that fake screen. So they fake the screen and try to throw it to the slot receiver who had been blocking most of the game on that play. He fakes blocks and tries to slip behind the defensive backs, but the defensive back is ready. Looks like a Cambridge player there with his Cambridge Lions gold and red helmet. Makes the play, so good positioning from the Cambridge free safety there. And we'll face a 3rd and 1 here with 5 seconds left. I think this situation, you probably have to throw something quick and then send your field goal team out there, or you're going to take a shot at the end zone, try to get your best guy matched up, and see if you can get a lucky one before halftime. With 5.9 seconds, I don't know if you're going to have time for more than one play and then kick a field goal. The clock will obviously stop with no time left, as is the Canadian rule in customs. You can see walking down the track, looks like the U16 team players, possibly the U18 players, showing up at the stadium preparing for their game, which will be later today. So we got the U16 game to follow this, and then at 2 o'clock, the U18 game. Team Red is going to throw the ball. Looks like it's tipped at the line of scrimmage, and it's knocked down with 1.5 seconds left. So one more chance to see Team Black take a shot at the end zone. The quarterback took a big hit there. We had mentioned the ball was tipped as it was coming out of his hand, which is what led to that short throw. Hopefully not a serious injury here, but we'll have one final play, although the clock is showing 0.
Oh, that's it.
And the refs are going to call it halftime, likely due to the injury. So great first half. We saw some explosive action to start, followed by a little bit of strong defense in the second quarter of the game. Ron, what can you expect to see in the second half?
I think you're going to see a lot of the same things. Like they're familiar with each other. The offenses, you've pretty much seen what the offenses are going to do. Defense is maybe going to start, I hate the word cheat, but they're going to start recognizing a few of the play calls a little bit more, maybe jump on these things. You're looking for a broken tackle or a big run. I think that's going to be the difference in this game. Really impressed with a lot of the players on both sides of the field, offensively and defensively for both the red team and the black team. Overall, really, really well played all-star game for a couple days practice.
Absolutely. So we got about a 15-minute halftime here. We're about to take a quick break and go try to find something to eat, but for these players, they'll be eating healthy, introducing Healthy Eats, a healthy meal prep company dedicated to providing delicious, nutritious meals that fuel optimal performance. Our team of chefs and nutrition coaches work together to craft meals that are not only tasty, but also catered to meet the specific dietary needs of each individual. We believe that proper nutrition is the foundation of peak performance and mental performance, and our meals are designed with that in mind. At Healthy Eats, we source only the highest quality ingredients, prioritizing organic, non-GMO, and locally sourced seasoned products. Our meals are free of preservatives, additives, and artificial flavors, ensuring that our customers receive the full nutritional benefit of each ingredient. Our menu features a variety of options that focus on high protein and balanced nutrition to properly fuel yourself. We understand that busy schedules can make it challenging to maintain a healthy diet, which is why we offer convenient delivery options. Our meals are delivered fresh, never frozen, so our customers can enjoy them at their peak quality. Whether you're an athlete, busy professional, or simply looking to make healthier choices, Healthy Eats is here to support your journey towards optimal health and performance. Use ON Football 10 for 10% off any order. That's ON Football 10 for 10% off any order from Healthy Eats. That's been the first half of action for the U14 Redblack. 7-7 ball game. Team Black will start on offense. The clock is running. Teams will start from the 35. Little bit of miscommunication in the backfield there, and looks like the receivers were early or the center was late. But regardless, we'll see if the referees assess this as a penalty or let each team kind of have a mulligan, just like my golf game, eh, Ron? Couple mulligans to start the round.
It looks like it's a mulligan.
Smart coach. That's smart
Well,
officiating
it's kind of
right
like
there.
the first round of the year. First
yeah.
game of the year, you got to get that yips out of you.
Handing the ball up to the left. Big run there. Solid gain of 5. Call it 4. 2nd and 6 here for Team Black. Looking to get the offense going. Starting the second half off with some good solid running game.
Yeah, this kid's had himself a really good day. He's ran the ball hard. He's a bigger back. And has really, really done a good job of finishing, especially on the short side of the field. He's made a couple bounce plays where he's taking it up the sidelines. I think this kid's got a real future in this sport.
2nd and 7 here. 2-by-2 formation. Quarterback starts the motion, takes a snap, turns, pitches to the right. Running back's going to get around the edge. He's got some space there, and it's going to be very tight depending on the spot. Possibly a first down. Could be a 3rd and short. We'll see where the referees assess it, but we got some moving chains, which signals to me first down, Team Black, Ron.
Yeah, again, good job. It's the finish right here at the end. This is what gave it to him. That little bit of a finish, that little bit of a lean, gave it to him by about a full yard on that. But again, second time we've seen him, really good run, good finish. I want to see him finish a little bit lower, maybe drop the pad level a little bit more, and kind of run through that last little hit a little bit more. But not much to critique there. Really, really good job done by the young man.
So we got a first down here for Team Black. 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter. 7-7 ball game. U14. Redblack weekend from Western's Alumni Stadium. Quarterback sends his running back in motion. Quick screen to the top of the screen. Caught on the run. Slips a tackle. Slips another. Big first down. We've seen that play thrown off to the first half. And that's probably the most successful one we've seen in a while, Ron.
Well, that time he was throw it downfield a little bit more. I think it was supposed to be down the line more of that tunnel. But this was about 3 or 4 yards, which I think maybe messed up the timing. But again, can't argue with success. Good job, good finish on there from the receiver. And I believe it's Chase Becker, the quarterback for the Junior Mustangs, that completed that pass. A little bit tighter on that ball, Chase, and get it to the receiver a little bit more.
You're watching live on London Football TV today, the U14 Redblack game, one of 3 Redblack games to be shown from Western's Alumni Field. Make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already, so you can be sure to return here and watch these games for many years to come. Some of these guys will be professional football players in the future, and you want to be able to come back and say, hey, I watched that guy when he was 13 years old playing in the Redblack weekend in London, Ontario. Completed on that play-action pass to the fullback who came across formation. Big, solid gain there. 2nd and 4 for Team Black, and Team Black is offensively starting to get something cooking, Ron.
Well, those would be the 3 or 4 plays that you've seen now. Those would be the big plays that they've run on offense for Team Black. They've had the most success with those 4. So the 4th one is that fullback out there. Maybe look for a shot downfield and see if you can't finish off this drive with some points. Again, both teams scored coming out of the first quarter. Maybe we're going to see a score coming out of the third quarter after an adjustment or 2.
Team Black, 2nd and 4 here. Turns, hands the ball off to the running back. He's patiently looking for space. He's going to push through the pile, and it looks like he'll be very close. They ran that little jet sweep motion. Haven't seen him hand off the jet sweep yet. At some point, do you think they might want to hand that ball off to the jet sweeper and let him run to the edge?
Yeah, if you're going to run the jet motion off of that, you got to give the jet just to keep it honest. And they are marking him short by about a half yard. It was hard to tell because he kind of stopped running on that last one a little bit too.
3rd and an inch here. Do we see quarterback sneak or a run play to the running back?
Well, considering he's in pistol, I'm going to say it's going to be some type of run.
2 receivers to each side of the quarterback. Sends his receivers in motion. Turns, hands the ball to the running back. He's got a first down and more over the 40 to the 38-yard line. Just a good, honest run up the middle for a first down in Team Black. 2nd first down of the series. Really got something going here now, Ron.
Yeah, really good job. That's a 2nd first down set. So, again, good chunks of yards. staying consistent, maybe mixing the pass, maybe on first down here, keep the defense honest. Good rush from the defense, though. Good play from the linebacker. It was number 55, I believe it was, coming across and cleaning that up. So really, overall, well-executed drive by Team Black. Team Red is making a few adjustments along the way, but some really good finishes on their end, too.
Team Black's come out in the second half and really been committed to the run game so far, and they have had their most success since the early first quarter drive. Turns, hands the ball off again. Quarterback keeps it on the bootleg, turns, throws the fullback in the flats, through his hands, and incomplete, second down and 10, but a great play design after handing the ball off a couple times. They fake it, have the quarterback carry the bootleg out, and just not able to secure the pass run.
Yeah, and again, they've run this fullback out a little bit a couple times today, and it's a really good play design. But the one thing I want to see them do on that is now the defense is starting to react up to that fullback, maybe throw that shot, try to keep them honest a little bit. That's how you're going to create a play or a score in a game like this, where both teams basically know what the other one's going to be doing. Change up what your read is and try to hit something else on the same play design.
Absolutely. Quarterback turns, quick screen down the bottom of to the field to the short side. He's caught it for a gain of 7, and it'll be third and 2 there for Team Black. Going back to that short side tunnel screen or the alley screen, and we got an injured player down the field. Looks like he's just a little bit shaken up, back up, and he'll stay in the game. Third down and call it a long 3.
Yeah, 3
for
or
Team
4
Black
yards here.
And we got another decision to be made here, Ron. What do you think? Do they go for it or do they punt?
I'm going to say go, so I'm going to be 1.5 for 2 today.
So you should have said they punt it. Then they would have gone for it. But we got a offensive formation here from Team Black, 2-by-2. Quarterback turns, hands the ball off to the running back. He's going to cut back against the grain. He's got a lot of space there. First down and more. A lot of good blocking downfield from the receiver.
Yeah,
and another big run for Team Black, punctuated by another great downfield block from the wide side receiver. And Team Black's on the board. Called 13-7 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter, Ron.
Really good time-consuming drive as well. Took 7 minutes of clock off there, Matt. So a really good job. I'd really like to finish this kid here when he gets momentum. See, he does a really good job of finishing that run. He just needs a little bit lower runner on this, but really solid. Hesitates there, breaks one tackle, then he's off to the races. And again, great job downfield blocking, making it an easy decision for the running back. Good drive, really, really good drive. And Team Black has come out and scored for their second time today.
Great touchdown run from Connor Hamlin out of Dunvegan, Ontario. Just shows you that football players can come from anywhere, not just the big cities. Dunvegan, a city I've never heard of, but I'll tell you what, they produce great running backs.
Yeah, this kid, he's had himself a day. I don't know if they do MVP or stuff like that in this game. He's really, for me, he's been one of the stars for Team Black. He's had a couple big runs, and I believe both of their touchdowns today.
Ron, I'd say you're the early favorite for MVP of the broadcast booth.
No, that's Adam.
But I'm on your heels.
That's Adam.
Adam, definitely.
Hands down.
Our producer, Adam Melrose, over on running the camera. He's running the computer. He's doing it all. He's a master of everything. We got a first down for Team Red. No kickoffs in this modified Redblack U14 game. So Team Red will start on offense from the 35-yard line, trailing 14-7 with just under 5 minutes left in the third quarter of U14 Redblack weekend, live from London, Ontario. You're watching live on London Football TV. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, so you can come back and watch this game again in a couple years when a lot of these guys are gone on to bigger and better things. Professional football, university. Pass play from Team Red to start the drive, completed in the flats. Thrown down for about a gain of 6. A nice solid completion, a nice little safe out route that you love to see. And Team Red's trying to respond to that Team Black drive with a drive of their own, Ron.
As much as I love to see that out pattern, I also like to see the post off of it, or maybe a corner route, something just to stretch the defense, get their eyes in a different spot. But again, good chunk play to start. Second and 3 after the gain of about 7. Let's see if we can continue this. Maybe hit a slice. Maybe look for that fullback slice coming across.
Handed off to the running back off the jet sweep fake. He's tackled with not a lot of room to spare, and it'll be a third down and about, let's call it a long third down and 2 yards for the red team. Decision to be made here. I can hear somebody yelling punt team out, so it looks like they'll kick the ball away and live to play another day. You don't want to give Team Black a short field after that great drive they had to start the third quarter. So they'll kick the ball away, and Team Black will take over, depending on the return, on their side of the 50-yard line.
Yeah, and again, this is, if we're asking for predictions, I was going to say punt. So I would have been 2.5 or 3 out. I would have had a winning record at this point today.
Crawling back into it, Ron. Crawling back into it.
Making up for all the errors I made last year.
Referees allowing the red team to make sure they got 12 players on the field with such a short camp weekend. Special teams is going to be the area that, they might need a little bit of time for. A lot of punt rush there, but the punt is off. It's going to hang in the air and bounce. Black's going to pick it up on the bounce, and he's got some space up the sidelines to go, but some great coverage, and Team Red is able to swarm. And it'll be Team Black's ball just shy of their 50-yard line with about 2:58 remaining in the third quarter. 14-7 they lead in the Red-Black U14 weekend. You're watching live on London Football Television. Make sure you click subscribe and check out all these games in the future. There's a bunch of other amateur games as well you'll be able to see. Go back and watch some of the OSFL championship games from last summer if you're an amateur football nut like me and Ron are. And check out all the young guys in London that'll be the stars of tomorrow playing this weekend. We got a U16 game following this, and then at 2 o'clock, the U18 game live on London Football TV. We'll be here for all three. Team Black in the U14 game is on offense, leading 14-7. Clock ticks under 3 minutes. Turns, hands off to the left side. Tackle for no gain there. Great defensive play from the defensive lineman. Looks like number 99, big 99 in red. Nashon Sims with the tackle. And it'll be second and long here, Ron. What do you think in an all-star game setting on a second and long? What's your thought process?
Well, from what we've seen them do, I think you're going to look for maybe that out to the fullback or a tunnel screen. That seems to be the plays that they like. New quarterback, new running back in there as well. So, again, trying to get reps for all the kids, try to get a proper evaluation on all these players is what you're doing.
Looks like a little bit of miscommunication on the route. Quarterback was expecting the short out. The receiver was running the fly route, so it will be third down here now for Team Black. Decision to be made. Looks like they'll send out the punt team. Probably the right decision here. Playing a little bit of field position after an explosive start of the second half. So both teams were explosive to start the game, each scoring a touchdown on their first drive. Team Black came out in the second half with another sustained drive and punched a touchdown in to take the 14-7 lead. And in the last couple minutes, both teams have traded punts here. So Black will punt the ball away to Team Red.
Good punt.
Great kick. Caught in the air clean. Got a lot of space in front to work the return. He's out around the edge. He's got some space. We could have something cooking here. And the Team Black coverage team will tackle him just past the 50-yard line. A really solid return there for Team Red. And they'll start the offense. They'll start offense on the 50-yard line. Great return there, Ron.
I'm going to give a shout-out to, the punter, because I'll say it once a broadcast, kickers are people too. Punters are people. Not quite the same as a field goal kicker, but they are people. Cooper Lund, who's also a running back, was the punter on that one. That was a great punt.
Great
That was a good 40-yard punt. That's a difficult kick.
A lot of these guys play in this game, they'll play running back or defensive back receiver, but they'll also serve as the specialist for the team, maybe the kicker, the snapper, the holder. And some of these guys are really, in time, will start to develop that aspect of their game, and that'll be their kind of ticket to the next level is through their special teams play, kicker, punter, long snapper. It's one of the undermarketed but really important parts of the game of football, especially in Canada with the 3 downs and all the different kicking rules, is you got to have great kickers and punters and specialist snappers at the level, Ron.
Yeah, I kind of make a joke about it, but seriously, in the Canadian game, if you don't have a kicker on your team, it is such a huge disadvantage, field position-wise, in the ability to score points, whether it be rouge, whether it be field goals, extra points. Everything is based, a lot of it is based on the kicking game and playing the field position game. And if you've got a great punter or a great field goal kicker, Matt, you've got a guy up in London here for the Beefeaters that's pretty solid. That at Citywide last year we saw him hit a 45-yard field goal into the wind, and it's like that's different. You don't see that every day.
It's definitely an important part of the game, and when you have a great one like we had in London, it really helps you, and it kind of changes the way you approach different situations in games because you know you're always in that field goal range, or you're always able to punt yourself out of a problem. We had a great all-Canadian punter this year with the London Beefeaters, the junior team that I coach. Today we're here for U14 Redblack weekend, and hopefully some of these guys in the future will come and be London Beefeaters for me. If you're interested, I'm going to do a real quick shameless plug here on. If you're interested, send me an Instagram DM at Coach Matt Snyder, and I'd love to hear from you. If you're a guy looking to go the junior football route in the future, and I'll be doing a couple more of these as the day goes on because, hey, always be recruiting, right? Isn't that movie? Always be recruiting. But we got a great game here. High snap over the quarterback of the Reds' head, and it'll be recovered here. So third down, Team Red goes for it just over the center field line, and the snap is over the head, and Team Black will take over with a great opportunity to really secure control of this game if they can get a drive going.
They should have gave him their mulligan that half and allowed him to play that third down, but
I think maybe there's no mulligans on the fairway. T-box only. That's the rule. Mulligans in the T-box only, no mulligans on the fairway. So Team Black leading 14-7 with 9.5 seconds left in the third quarter. Takes over on the 44-yard line of the Team Red going in, looking to jump out to a two-score game. This will be the last play of the third quarter. And it looks like we got a timeout on the field here for Team Black. As the last play of the third quarter, just about to be underway, they call a timeout, want to make sure they get everything kind of set up and ready to go. Possibly an administrative timeout, just to make sure that there's enough players in the field with different guys coming from all different programs. The referees are being very, cooperative and making sure that both teams are able to get aligned and have everybody they need as you get later in the game as substitutions happen. They want to make sure both teams have 12 players. We're not playing a game that really matters in terms of the standings. It's more of a showcase to make sure that those players have an opportunity to really show the best version of themselves in the field. Incomplete pass there on first down run.
yeah, and again that tunnel screen that they've run. They really got to get somebody to go after that first man, though, in that block. Concept-wise, I like it. And I like it in the 2x2 set, but I'd really peel off my inside receiver on that to go after the first block and force the hero to come over and try to make a play. But it also gives you a chance for the fullback to get out as an extra blocker, too. So you're trying to create a mismatch for the numbers. You want to get a plus advantage for your offense over the defense, and it's a way of doing it without really moving the pieces around too drastically.
Absolutely. Both teams with such a short camp, they don't have a full complement of plays to go to, so a lot of this is going to come down to getting the ball to specific guys and guys making a play off some basic play concepts that they've been practicing over the last, 24 hours. They've had a weekend camp starting yesterday morning. Both teams have practiced a couple times yesterday, had some meetings and some film evaluations, and then woke up this morning, had a good breakfast, and jumped on the field to play in this U14 Red-Black weekend. It's 14-7. Team Black leads. Start of the fourth quarter. 2nd and 10 from the 45-yard line. Quarterback back to pass. He's got a running back out of the backfield. The ball's tipped, and it'll be 3rd and 10 here. Choice to be made for Team Black, but I would imagine you see them punt it away based on the distance to go, Ron. Both teams have really started to, defensively step it up and really slow the offenses down after a great start the first quarter and then a great start for Team Black to start the second half. So we're 14-7 game. The weather's been cooperative so far. The sun it's hidden behind the clouds, but we haven't seen any rain yet, and I don't want to jinx us, but hopefully it holds off. But we got a Team Black punt team out here looking to kick the ball, and Team Red will start the drive backed up, pending the return, Ron. Kick is up in the air. It's a short one. It's going to bounce short of the returners. They're going to catch it on the run. Under control. Great attempted tackle there. We got a late no yards penalty. Looked like Team Red had a chance to catch that ball in the bounce, just not able to return it. And we got to remember, that's not a round ball out there. It's an oblong shape, and it's going to take some fancy bounces. So tough bounce for the returner. We'll get a 5-yard, no yards penalty on the play, and Team Red will start on the 35-yard line, trailing 14-7 with 11 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter here in U14. Redblack, Team Ontario Redblack weekend from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football Television. Make sure you hit subscribe. Come back tomorrow, rewatch this game, break it down. Think, what could I have done if I was the coach? What would I have done different? But make sure you hit that subscribe button so you're able to watch this game for as many times as you want. See some of the great football players of tomorrow playing today. Bootleg action, quarterback's on the move, hits his running back in stride. He's got a first down and more. Great tackle in the open field there, but I like that play design. We've seen that play a couple times. I think the fact that they called in a first down might have been the key to really getting that running back open, because we haven't seen a receiver open that much in quite a while, Ron.
So there's your fullback slice. So that's the exact what we're talking about. Is he starts it out on the left, slices all the way across to the right like he's going to block, and does a slip underneath there. Nobody tracks, and it's so hard to track all the way across that formation. Billings does a good job of catching the ball, getting square, and driving upfield for a good gain of about 12, 15 yards on that.
Back to pass is Team Red. Got a receiver down the middle of the field, wide open behind everybody. Caught! Great throw and catch. Huge chunk. We haven't seen a big gain like that since the Team Black touchdown run, and Team Red might have woken up and really started to get their offense going after a little bit of a slumber throughout the second and third quarter. Team Red got something on the go now here, Ron.
Good job. Really good job downfield, coming back to the ball. It was number 12, Sawyer Scratchard, the wide receiver out of Gloucester. And again, a lot of Gloucester kids, a lot of that Ottawa area type of kids up in here. So great to see them make this trip down here. And you mentioned one thing, Matt. These guys have, like, formation-wise and practices, they've had one camp together. This is pretty impressive to get the amount of plays off that they have.
Absolutely. Quarterback back to pass. Got a receiver on the out pattern. Caught. Goes back to his favorite target. And now they've started to really connect there. We got another first down for Team Red, who's having a lot of sustained success through the air here. My first game, just like their first game of the year. But Team Red's got another first down. They're inside the 30 to the 25. First down with 9 minutes to play, trailing 14-7 to Black in the Red-Black weekend at U14 football action live from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football Television. You know what I'm going to say. Click that subscribe button right before this play. And we got a first down here, Team Red. Quarterback back, takes a snap, fakes the handoff. He's running out the left side. He's got a receiver on the move, caught it, breaks a tackle, another first down. Team Red is having success throwing the ball. There's a flag on the play. I miss what the flag's for, but could be added yards on, and if so, it'll put Red in a position where they are knocking on the door to tie this game.
Billings does a good job again. The flag was thrown beforehand. I don't know if it's a pick or what it is. The flag was already down on the ground before the completion, so I'm not really sure.
Could have been a no receiver on the end of the line penalty or something like that, some kind of administrative penalty.
Yeah, it could have been something, or 13 men maybe?
Signaled offside offense.
So they signaled offside.
Oh, offside on one of the receivers,
wow.
And that'll take him back. Unfortunate penalty there for Team Red, who is really looking to get something going here. They'll face a 1st and 15.
This quarterback for Team Red, number 15 here, he's had himself a really, really good, solid day as well. He's made some great throws downfield. He's looked calm under pressure, delivered the ball very, very smoothly. So he's had himself a good day. There's a number of kids on both sides of the ball who have had really good days today and made themselves look outstanding.
Another big pass play down the sidelines. Receiver behind the defensive back. Caught. Touchdown, Red. 14-13 game. Team Red basically come out slinging the ball on that drive and throws a touchdown pass down the sideline. They really attacked the perimeter of the field on the whole series, throwing the ball. Some big chunk plays, and we got ourselves a ball game here with 8:22 left in the fourth quarter of Team Ontario's U14 Red-Black weekend, Ron.
Yeah, and again, it's just you're just getting behind the defensive back. Nice high ball, and again, throwing it to the wide side of the field, puts enough air under it. This kid's throwing the ball really, really well into the end zone for the easy touchdown.
I noticed on the coaching staff that the quarterback coach for the Red-Black U14s is Xavier Xavier I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I know him. I know the player quite well because I did try to recruit him to come to London, but ultimately he chose to go to Mount Allison University. He's going to be playing for the Mounties this year, but a great young quarterback up in the Cornwall area. We had a chance to see him last summer in the OSFL championship game. He was slinging quarterback for the Cornwall Wildcats. He's a big, tall thrower, and he's out here, giving back to the game, getting his coaching teeth. Is that the saying? I don't even know if that's the right saying, but he's getting his coaching experience in for the U14s, and he's really showing those quarterbacks some good stuff because we had a great passing drive there for Team Red, and they're a PAT away from tying this game. U14 action, Ron.
You can start to see the concept of it's like, okay, let me call a couple plays. The guy who's the quarterback who wants to throw the ball, we're going to throw the ball here, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, versus, somebody who's much more run-oriented is like, oh, here's our run plays. We're going to run this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this.
And the PAT is good. We got a tie game here, but you can start to see, both teams running very similar playbooks, similar formations, similar plays, but in the last couple drives, Team Red has really started to throw the ball with some success, whereas Team Blacks, leaned a little bit more in the ground game. So two different approaches to the same kind of a playbook and style of offense. 14-14 with 8:22 left, and Team Black will take over from the 35-yard line on offense as there's no kickoffs in this modified U14 game here. So Team Black will start on offense with a tie game. They jumped out to an early lead in the second half, and then Team Red just responded and tied it up with a big pass completion there, Ron.
Both the touchdowns for Team Red have been passed. Both the touchdowns for Team Black have been on the ground. So you can kind of see the identities of both the teams out there where their strengths lie. Offensive line for Team Black has looked really, really good at times. So has Team Red. But they're different. It's different how you attack it. These guys have been much more run-oriented, Team Black has, as opposed to Red, which has tried to hit those big plays on the edges.
I'm looking down on the sidelines of the Red Black. I see a Cora Colts helmet. Cora Colts, a great football program from up in the Sault Ste. Marie area. And they're a proud football tradition. They got a player down here, drove all the way down from the Sault to take part in this game, so good on them. That's a big drive, but a drive you'll gladly make to be a part of this Red-Black weekend down in Ontario, or London, Ontario, at Western University Field for the Ontario U14 Red-Black game. 7:30 left in the fourth quarter. We got a tie game, 14-14. Team Red on defense just punched in a big touchdown through the air to tie it up, and now Black looking to respond and regain the lead with a 2nd and 4 on the 41-yard line. Quarterback's getting his players aligned. We got 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen here. Defensive lineman moving around to get aligned as well. Quarterback turns, tosses the ball to the top of the screen here. The running back's outside the edge. He's got a lot of space there. A lot of space down the sidelines, and we'll have a big gain there. First down and more for the Team Black. And we'll move the chains there, Ron. It looks like they lined up in 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen and then ran the toss play back away, Ron. What's the thought process behind that?
Again, it's a numbers game. You're trying to create numbers, so less tacklers over there. It's going to create more space, even though it's to a shorter side of the field. But you've got all the defense, and you can see it just before the snap. The people were the defensive line are even moving around, so they weren't quite settled. They weren't quite set. Team Black ran the ball, which they've done all day with success. And there you go. Now you've got a 2x2 set here, Matt, with the fullbacks. It's almost a 3x2 to the short side of the field.
First down and 10 to go, just shy or just over the midfield line here at Western's Alumni Stadium. Team Black takes a snap, quarterback back to pass. He's got receivers down the sidelines. He turns, throws the ball. Receiver comes back, it's just underthrown. He had a receiver wide open on that little comeback route, but just underthrown there with a little bit of pressure in his face. The quarterback looks like he took a hit just as he released the ball, but he'll bounce back up and get back in the huddle to play the next play. 2nd and 10 here, Ron.
Yeah, again, it was the pressure. He's going to get hit here, and he just can't quite follow through. And there's that again, rolling to the left, right-handed quarterback throwing the ball. It's a tough thing to do when you're running not your natural way, to flip your hips, get your shoulders square, and deliver the ball with any zip. Especially at this age, they haven't quite developed that hip flip to get their shoulders all the way square across.
One of the hardest things to coordinate in such a short time is the pass protection of the offensive line with such a lot of moving parts. You know, you'll see defenses in games like this limit the amount of blitzers they send to really give the offensive line a chance because they don't have a ton of time together to really work on the nuances of pass protection, Ron.
Yeah.
But so far, we've seen a very competitive game from both sides. 14-14 with 5:47 left in the fourth quarter here. We're at the U14 Redblack game live from London, Ontario. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube so you can come back tomorrow and watch this game again. You're going to see a lot of stars today in the next couple hours at the U16 game to follow. And then at 2 o'clock, the U18 game. Some of the football stars of tomorrow, and I can think back to some of the great players in the last couple weeks that have really made a name for themselves across different levels of football, professional, in both the NFL and the CFL, that have come through this product and been a part of this Team Ontario experience over the last couple of years. Obviously, Chase and Sydney, some guys from London as well. Spencer Nichols, I know, who was just drafted to the Argonauts, played for Team Ontario as well.
Robert Panabaker.
I believe Panabaker played for the Red Black as well, and he was drafted by Hamilton. And then that's just players from London. There's so many players as well from across other cities that have come through this program, the Team Ontario provincial level, the high performance level football program, and are now about to make a name for themselves in both the NFL and the CFL. So good on them. And a lot of these players will return after this weekend back to their summer football league programs and become the main contributors for those places. And then they'll head back in the fall to their high schools. A lot of these guys will start in high school in the fall and eventually become the stars of the high school football circuit as well. So football is alive and well in Ontario across all the cities. And there's a lot of proud programs across the entire province that are doing some great things. As the quarterback keeps a bootleg on second and a long way to go after the loss, he's going to be tackled for minimal gain, and it looks like Team Black will send out the punt team as the clock ticks under 5 minutes here in a tie game. Team Red will have a chance to get something going in the last half of the fourth quarter as they return this punt. We've seen some big punts so far from Team Black, and we'll see if it holds true with another big kick run. But third and a long way to go. What are you thinking if you're Team Red once you get the ball back here?
Well, you've had success passing the ball. I think you got to go back to what's got you to the dance, so to speak. Let's try to get a couple big plays in there. Let's stretch the ball down. But again, this is a trial. This is an evaluation for these kids. It's not necessarily about winning or losing this game or scoring a point. You're trying to create opportunities and see how they're going to do in those situations. And that's what you're trying to create. So now you've got, okay, let's go in with the situation of we need to close out the game. We need to get a score, but we need to choose some clock. So, we want to take about 3 minutes of clock time off. If we take more off, even better. But at the end of it, we want to at least walk out with a field goal on this. So you have to look at the overall picture thinking, okay, well, I want to get to the 20 minimum. So that's kind of my field goal range. We're at the 40 now, so you need like 40 yards. That's how you got to think about it. And you've got about 4 minutes left now as the clock's running. You need to get about 10 yards a minute, so you've got to get in there to have that opportunity.
That's a lot of math for this early in the morning for me, Ron.
I know.
Fumble on the play on the quarterback bootleg, and Team Red will recover, but they will lose a good chunk of yardage there. Looks like they were trying to set up that bootleg pass concept that they've had some good success with, but the defensive end wasn't fooled there. And Team Red will be facing a second and a long way to go, backed up in there inside their 35-yard line.
Yeah, really good pressure there. Nathan Ryobi from Woodbridge brought the pressure. Not sure if that was him or if, again, it's just a numbering thing. He's wearing a Junior Mustang helmet, so I want to say it's a London player, but it doesn't quite match up. Regardless, really good job of getting into the backfield. See if this gentleman can make a play here.
I feel like a lot of these guys kind of traded numbers, the last couple hours. Some of those guys, they got a lot of sentimental value with their numbers. For me, I'm just looking for a T-shirt that fits, so as long as there's 3 X's on it, that's all I care about. Put any number on my chest, but I just got to make sure. You don't give me a medium. That's not going to work for me. But we got a third down here for Team Red. Looks like they'll send out the punt team, and Team Black will get the ball back with about 2:55 left with a chance to really punctuate the game and see if they can get some points here to take the lead with just under 3 minutes left. We're at U14, Team Ontario Red-Black weekend, the first of 3 games that you're going to see today on London Football TV. And if you hit subscribe, you'll be able to watch these games anytime you want. You can come back at 12 o'clock for the U16 game and then at 2 o'clock for the U18. That's kind of the heavyweight battle, the main event, because you see a lot of those players are going to be at the university level in the next, 24 to 36 months. Fumble on the play. We got a loose ball. Big pile up. We're not sure who's going to come up with it. But it looked like early they're going to say Black recovered. So Black, that could have been a risky, tough one if the Red had recovered that ball and been able to flip the field. But Team Black will take over here. And I think at this point in the game, we got a lot of guys that are, spent the last 24 hours as friends working together, but there's got to be some competitive juices flowing where these guys want to win this game.
Yeah.
With 3 minutes left, 2:30 left in the game. Team Black saying, hey, you're our friends, we respect you, but we want to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's same type of math, Matt. Okay, so you need 40, 45 yards to get in the field goal range, 2.5 minutes. You just can't run the ball. You've got to get some chunks. You got to get some big chunk plays in there. So maybe look for that tunnel screen. Maybe look for that sweep. Maybe look for that fullback, that sleek pass. You've had success running these plays on both sides of the ball. You need to get chunks. So you've got to get some yards fairly quick.
Pass play. Ball's in the air, caught, huge chunk, got a big first down over the 50-yard line to the 45.
MVPs of the game.
All right, so with 3 minutes left, we got the MVPs for the game on offense. It'll be Team Red, number 13, Sawyer Scatchard, the quarterback. He had a great game, a couple big throws.
Yeah.
And on defense from Team Red, big number 99, Nashawn Sims. We've seen him make some great pressures today, so congratulations to our 2 MVPs. And with 2:12 left, in a tie game, 14-14, the ball's just shy of the 45-yard line. Maybe somebody else will have a chance to say, hey, I had a great game today too with a big play to win the game. Tie game, close game. It's been an exciting game, some huge plays, some great defense, good special teams play. A little bit of early movement there, but the referees say, hey, not enough to really throw a flag. Nobody really affected. Run play. Gain of 3, clock will tick down. Team Black's looking like they're ready to play for a field goal here. Running into the wind, though. At this point in the game, you still have options to run the ball, though, right, Ron?
Yeah, exactly. Because now you're under 3 minutes. You're at 2:05 left. Clock's going to stop on the first downs. So you've got to think 20 yards. But right now, you've got to get the 8. That's the most important thing. And I think at this point, you're definitely 3 down territory. So you don't have to get 8 yards, but you need to get about 5 or 6 here to make it a third and manageable.
So 2nd and 8 here for Team Black. Just shy of their 40-yard line. We'll call it the 43. Quarterback turns, throws a quick screen to the top of the screen. Receiver's got some space. He is out in the open, and now he's wrapped up, and it'll be a third and about 3-yard line. It looked like he had a crease there, but the Red defense was fast to swarm, and now Team Black will have a choice to make with 1:38 left in the game. Do you go for it? I think in this situation, it's a pretty obvious decision that you're going to leave your offense out there, right, Ron?
Yeah, you have to. Now you're playing for the win. I know it's a tryout base, but again, competitive juices are flowing and everything else. We want to win. Can you close? This is, again, situations that we're trying to put different kids in. Situational football, understanding the situation, executing it under those pressure situations. You need a receiver to move up. Far side receiver.
Might be the play of the game here. 3rd and 2. Turns, hands the ball off. Outside to the left. A lot of space there. He's going to break open. He might go. And we got a touchdown, Team Black. Back again. Number 24. Connor Hamlin. Out of Dunvegan. That's his 3rd touchdown of the game. And Team Black will take a 20-14 lead with 1:12 left. Pending the PAT. Hamlin has had quite a game so far. The 5'10", 150-pound running back out of Dunvegan, Ontario. I don't know where that is, so if you're in the chats right now, let us know where Dunvegan is so we can make sure we celebrate this young fella. But great game so far from Hamlin on his 3rd touchdown of the game to put Red up 20-14 with 1:12 left. Wow, what a run there, Ron.
Yeah, this kid has really had himself a game. When he gets time to square his shoulders and accelerate, he is being faster than every linebacker and DB on the field today, hands down. And he has done a great job of finishing runs. I think coaching point wise, got to learn to run with your pads a little bit lower to finish some of those runs and into traffic. But he's had himself a game, and we were waiting for someone to make a play. You know, all three of them on the ground here today by Team Black. So, Team Red, you've got a $1:30 left. Can you respond?
Team Red on offense, down 21-14 with 1:12 left, starting the drive on the 35-yard line. They got to move fast and efficiently here to tie this up. Looks like there's a little bit of miscommunication. We need a receiver on the line of scrimmage. And there he jumps up. Team Red will likely come out passing here. Quarterback takes a snap back to pass. Got a receiver streaking underneath. Up the middle of the field, wide open. Caught behind the defense. Big chunk. That's what they needed to get this drive started. We're going to have an exciting finish regardless here, Ron. First down for Red and more. Over the 50 to the 45. Great pass concept there, Ron.
Great concept in there. And again, something different, looking at a different guy than what we have looked at. So they've thrown the deep pass, but not to that slot receiver. It's been to the outside guy. So again, he's delivered a couple really good passes in this game. So you start to see the strengths of both of these key teams, what they're like to do. And this is much more of a pass-friendly portion of the Team Ontario aspect of it. This kid here has delivered some great passes.
Bootleg, quarterback on the move. He's got the running back in the flats, wide open, lot of space. Blockers in front of him. Big chunk, a 20-yard gain. Team Red is throwing the ball here, and they are not going to go down without a fight. We got a first down on the 25-yard line with 43 seconds left, trailing Team Black by 7 points. Ron, what are we seeing here?
Fullback under, slice action coming across. Billings does a good job of escaping, sneaking through behind the rush so they don't pick him up. Really good job. I love the finish here at the very end. Got to get a little bit lower. Finish a little bit lower. But again, Billings has had himself a great day, the Junior Mustang product. And I'm not doing this because I'm a homer. I just happen to know the helmet. I happen to know the kid. So really proud of him.
But also because you're a homer.
No.
Do they go for shots here to try to tie the game? They got a receiver breaking up
double
the out.
move.
Caught. Completed. First down, another one for Team Red. The quarterback is really slinging. They're going to call a timeout here to stop the clock. Team Red's quarterback is dealing right now. And we got a first down inside the 15 with 36 seconds left. This is going to come down to the end. Team Red has a chance to tie it up. I'm not sure what the overtime rules are, but regardless, we're going to see an exciting finish to the U14 Redblack weekend live from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football Television. We got a quick break in the action. Let's introduce you to Team Linked. Team Link provides the best in market technology solutions for sports leagues, associations, clubs, and teams. The top-rated Team Link that proudly powers over 1 million parents, coaches, and players across the world. Plus, their products are offered with no fees, so you can invest more time and money into your growing programs. Team Link's goal is to empower sports organizers. Ron, walk us through that last play.
So what you had a double move concept. He's threatening the post, and then he hits the out on a long release on that. But it's right here where he starts to stem it inside. You see how the DB flipped his hips. Then you got him. You hit the out. Great pass. Great completion. Now you're in striking range. Now you're 36 seconds left. And by the way, as for overtime rules, I don't think there would be any overtime.
No overtime.
in
So
this
these
game.
teams will leave it on the field. So we'll see if the Team Red can score a touchdown and then possibly go for two in the win. First down and 10 to go from the 12-yard line, trailing 21-14. Red back to pass. Quarterback on the move. He's got a lot of pressure, but he's got a receiver breaking open to the corner of the end zone. Thrown out of bounds. He had the right guy, just not early enough, and it'll be a second down and 10 to go from the 12-yard line, Ron.
Yeah, and again, they're trying to get this a slot receiver pushing downfield, just trying to get that corner out. He's got to throw that a little bit earlier. He did put it in a spot where only his receiver is going to catch it. Just happened to be 3 yards out of bounds on that particular play.
Great concept. They had the right idea in mind, just not enough real estate out there. Looks like they're trying to attack the right side of the field, likely to give the quarterback a chance to roll to his arm strength, but three receivers to the bottom of the screen now for Team Red. One receiver to the top of the screen, isolated alone. 3 DBs match. Quarterback back to pass. He's looking to throw. Pressure in his face. He's scrambling. He's got a lot of space for him. He's going to tuck and run. Great decision here. Big move inside the 5. And it'll be third down and about 4 to go from the 5-yard line with 21.4 seconds remaining in the game. Team Red has a chance to pick up a first down, which will put them just inside the shadows of the goalpost here. But this is the play of the game. 3rd and 3 to go, trailing by 7 points, just outside the 5-yard line. Team Red desperately needs to either score to give themselves a chance to tie or possibly win. But also they can pick up a first down and give themselves a couple more shots at it. We'll call a timeout on the field, and while we do, Baron Rings is the championship ring provider of Football Ontario. Please visit baronrings.com to start your ring journey today. Also, Purple Shift. If you're looking for a powerful tool to help you take your athletic career to the next level without breaking the bank, and I know we all are, then look no further than Purple Shift. Their completely free app uses innovative video technology to verify athletic data, allowing coaches and scouts to find the perfect athlete based on their athleticism. Sports highlights are both. Join the Purple Shift community today and start making your athletic dreams a reality. The app is easy to use, and our team is dedicated to providing the best possible experience for their users. Don't let financial barriers stand in the way of your success. With Purple Shift, you have everything you need to achieve greatness. Download the app today and start your athletic journey. 3rd and 3 to go from the 5-yard line. Play the game. Red back to pass. Quarterback turns, throws. Oh, just out of the hands of a receiver, and it looks like Team Black will secure the victory today. Great effort there. Great play design. Just not able to get it done, Ron.
I'm going to say something else. Great coverage downfield by the defensive back.
Great coverage downfield. And I think maybe that's the story of the game, is the strong play of the defense after a very exciting first couple drives where we thought, yeah, this is going to be a barn burner. Both defenses really stepped up and were able to secure the victory for the Team Black, but Team Red's defense also, with 16.5 seconds, I think it's left. I think it's safe to say that Team Black's going to walk out of here with a victory pending any kind of, miscues here. But what a great day overall, Ron?
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game. Hard fought by both teams. And again, one of the things that we were talking about was the camaraderie that's starting to develop with these kids. These kids are going to go to their programs. Some of the seasons start next week for some of these young men. So you're going to have competitive football across the province starting next weekend. So good luck to all these kids moving forward, and to whoever and everyone who makes the Red-Black game, who makes the Team Ontario for this team. But again, it's great to see teams, both colors, standing together. The kids are working hard together.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. And it's recovered.
Uh-oh. What did we just say, Ron? Team Black.
That's not a safety. That's a touchdown.
Uh-oh.
That's a touchdown.
We got ourselves a ball game. Team Black backed up in the shadows of their own goal line, trying to run out the clock. Runs a toss play that is caught in the backfield. And Team Red is able to recover a fumble for a touchdown.
No, touchdown. Yeah, there you go.
Now we got a 21-20 ball game with 11 seconds left. And Team Red has to make a choice. Do you go for 2 in the win, or do you kick the PAT to tie it? And we're a couple seconds away from finding out. I can see the coach down the sideline signaling for 2, and it looks like Team Red is going to try to go for the win right now. A one-play winner-take-all scenario. What a better is there a better way to end the game than this, Ron?
This is fantastic. You needed your defense to step up and make a play. They did. You have an opportunity now to win a game. It's been this close all day. Ideally, someone has to win or lose the game. Ideally, a tie would have been great. But they are going for 2, and I like it. Again, we talked a lot in the second half. I kind of at nauseum for people. Situational football. Situation. Hey, we have a chance of winning the game. Let's go for 2. Let's see how our guys do in that situation. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if you try to hit the fullback, number 21, Billings, out of the backfield, either on that slice or on the out, or look for number 13 downfield to make the play. Those are kind of my guesses.
In this situation, I imagine they're probably going to think, what's a play that we've executed well today, and really go with it. But regardless, it's 21-20. Red just recovered a fumble to put themselves in position. Now they're going to go for 2 in the win. Quarterback turns. He's looking to throw. Pressure for the Black defense, and they get a sack to save the day. What a great finish. What a great finish, Ron. Team Black will lead and take the victory 21-20 over Team Red in a contest that was nothing short of exciting. And if that's any indication on what we're going to see for the rest of the day, what a great day of football is in front of us.
You usually don't get me standing up at the end of of an all-star game, anticipating what's happening and stuff. This has been a really, really exciting game. Both teams have played really, really well, executed their game plans extremely well. Really proud of the effort from both these teams.
Absolutely. We had a great finish. Team Red looked to have had an incomplete pass on third down to end the game, and then on the next play, Team Black fumbles, Red recovers in the end zone to score, and they go for two on the last play of the game for the win and are ultimately not able to punch in the end zone, and Team Black will lead. But great day all around from all these players. Many of the young men from across the province of Ontario showed up today with minimal practice time under their belts, able to really go out and show that these guys are some of the best up-and-coming players in the province, and I have no doubt that in a few years we're going to hear a lot of these guys named at universities and junior football programs across the province, and then at some point some of these guys will likely move on and play professional football as well, Ron. So that's the first of 3 games today. We'll be back shortly with the U16 game. And then after that at 2 o'clock, the U18 game. But you've just seen an exciting under-14 Team Ontario Red-Black game, the first of 3 games from Western. You're watching live on London Football TV. Hit that subscribe button and be sure to stay online because we'll be back in about 10 to 12 minutes with the U16 game live from Western. Thanks a lot. You've seen a great one, and there's plenty more to come. All right, welcome back for the Team Ontario U16 Red-Black action. This is a little bit different format than the earlier game. This is going to be more of an American-style spring game format where the offense and defense will take off. The offense will be awarded points for touchdowns and field goals, and the defense will get their points from turnovers and turnover on downs. In special team situations, the punt team will come out and kind of run a skeleton punt crew with a punter, a long snapper, and some returners, but no coverages. And same with field goals and PATs. They'll be a snapper, a holder, a kicker, but no rush action. They're doing this due to some number limitations because of some potential injuries, but it's still exciting action. We see the offense will be in red, the defense will be in black, and the offense starts off just shy of the 35 on first down, facing a 2nd and 11 here. We're live from Alumni Stadium at Western University for the Team Ontario U16 Red-Black game. You're watching live on London Football Television. The offense turns, quarterback hands the ball off, running back out the back door. He's got space to move, first down and more. Great run on 2nd and 12 to get a first down, and the offense is moving. First down of the game, with 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Again, this is a modified scrimmage-style U.S. spring game, similar to what you see if you're watching some of your U.S. college football teams' spring game, where the offense and defense will play several series against each other, and the coaches will create scenarios. Teams will be awarded points for touchdowns, field goals, and the defense will earn their points based on turnover on downs and takeaways. So stay tuned. A little bit different format, but still some exciting football action with some of the best U16 players from across the province. Quarterback turns, going to fake the handoff. Look at the throw. He's got some pressure in his face, and there'll be a sack there. Great rush from the Team Black defensive player, number 65, Braden Thompson out of Burlington, Ontario, the big defensive lineman with the pressure there. And it'll be 2nd and long here for the offense. Call it 2nd and 17. And if Ron was in the booth, it'd be right now. I asked him to comment, but he's been delayed in his return, so you got me. 2nd and long here to go for the U16 offense. Players from across the province travel to London for this weekend camp. Practiced multiple times yesterday, and now they're teamed up playing in this game. Evaluating themselves, preparing for the U16 Eastern and Western Canadian Challenge. 2nd and long, the offense elects to run the ball and is sacked, and it'll be the first situation where the punt team will come out. So you'll see a punter, a long snapper, and a couple returns on the field. And they'll work some punt operations against air, is my understanding. And here comes both teams on the sideline. So we'll see a punter, a snapper, and then a couple returners back downfield. They'll catch the ball. And then the offense will likely turn around and work another series coming the other way. We've had some cloudy skies so far today. A very exciting under 14 game. Started at 10 o'clock, came down to the wire with the Team Red having a chance to win it after scoring a touchdown. Elected to go for 2 in the win, but Team Black's defense held off, and the Red team fell to the Team Black 21-20. Great punt there in the air, fielded cleanly by the 40. And now the offense will come out and start another drive going the other way against the Team Black defense. So we're here at Western's Alumni Stadium. You're watching live on London Football Television. And if you haven't already, click that subscribe button and make sure you follow along, because after this game, we got the U18 game. And there'll be 3 games all weekend for you to watch. So Team Red, the offense, turning around, going the other way. I think both teams just starting to figure out how this format's going to work. But now we got the hang of it. And we'll see it. Team Red on offense running their 2nd series of plays here against the Team Black, who is the defense for the U16 team. 3 receivers to the top of the screen for the offense. Quarterbacks calls the cadence. He hands the ball off. Running back cuts around the left side. He's got a little bit of space to go. We'll call it a gain of 2. 2nd and 8 here for the offense as they've come out running the ball to start the first quarter of this action. The Red offense is led by quarterback Hayden Buzak from Milton, Ontario. Looks to me number 9. Number 29. The numbers we have are possibly incorrect, so a couple issues. And I'm joined back in the booth by the godfather of local amateur football color commentary, Ron Forward. Ron, welcome back. We are just underway at Team Team Ontario U16 action in a modified format, and the red offense is on their second drive of the game with having some pretty good success on the ground. What have you seen so far?
Kids are a lot bigger, moves faster. You're going to see the fakes follow through a lot better at this age level. Really big offensive lines on both sides of the field.
So we got the Team Ontario U16 offense in red facing the Team Ontario U16 defense in black in this U.S. spring-style game where the defense will score points based on several criteria: stops, turnovers, that type of thing. Team red is the offense is on their second drive. Quarterback turns. He's looking to throw on the play action, scrambles on the run. Had a receiver that he was looking to throw to, but just a bit underthrown behind him, and that'll be first down. Turnover on downs. That'll be the first points for the defense, and the offense will turn around and start the drive going the other way. So the defense earns their first points, 2 points based on a turnover on downs, and that's how they're going to score some points today. The offense will score points based on touchdowns and field goals, but defensively they'll get points based on turnovers and turnover on downs. So we got the Team Red, which is the offense. Going in, they basically just turn around, send out the next group of offensive players, and run another drive. Coming in at quarterback, we got Mateo Brusak from Vaughan, Ontario, the 5'10", 160-pounder. Ron, and he looks like he's a pretty mobile quarterback. We'll see if they get him involved early in the run game.
Saw him warming up down there. This kid's got a fairly good arm as well.
Quarterback calls the cadence, turns, back to pass, first play of the game, throws underneath on a hitch route, caught with room to go. Nice completion to start off. A nice, easy completion to a receiver that catches the ball and gets upfield. And we got a second down here for the offense. What'd you see there, Ron?
Just a hitch route. Just a really, really simple hitch route. But like I said, this kid's got a really live arm. He throws the ball with quite a bit of zip on there. So I really like the play design. And they're giving him a first down on that. So they're saying that he got 11 yards. I thought he was a little bit short myself as well, but hey, they gave him the first down on that. First down, move the sticks. Let's get some points. Let's get some positive drives happening here.
So the offense, 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Quarterback calls the cadence. He's back to pass, hands it off on that split zone action. He's met with no gain. Second and long here for Team Ontario. We saw that split zone action in the U14 game. We're seeing it in the U16 game. Is that a play that is very common across all levels of football?
Yeah, you're going to see that across a lot of levels. A lot of different teams run it, whether you call it whatever. It's almost like the old cross action going in the backfield, get people looking one way and come back on the other. So it's the old almost like a cross buck with a modern spread look to it.
Bubble screen out to the top of the screen for the offense. Receiver catches it, and he's got a big gain there. Looks like he's going to have enough for the first down based on the spot. And I imagine that the offense will stay around and get another series of downs to keep moving, Ron. What'd you think there?
Yeah, again, just put the ball in the field. Now, we talked about that tunnel screen that we saw in the earlier game, how we kind of wanted to get the other blocker out there. That's a good example of getting the other blocker out there, creating a little bit of space, forcing a linebacker to come over to make the tackle. They're going to call him just a little bit short on that. It's going to bring up short 3rd and 1 here, maybe about a half-yard tops. But again, it's getting the numbers advantage with your receivers and your blockers out there to create plus numbers on the edge. Get the ball in the playmaker's hands.
So far, Brusco's been dealing, turns, hands the ball off on the inside zone play for a big gain. Flag on the play. He had enough for the first down, pending the flag here on 3rd and 1. And we'll see how this penalty is assessed. What do you think about the penalty, Ron?
Well, they point. I saw how they pointed. It's going to be offside on the offense. I believe it was number 81 left a little bit early for Team Red. That's going to go back 5 yards, and we're going to redo 3rd down again. Decide if you're going to punt it at this point. Oh, there's no punts. That's right.
There is punts. It's a modified punting rule. So basically the punters that come out and punt with no defensive rush.
Okay.
To an open returner, and based on where he catches it, I think they give him 10 yards and say that's the return. So a little bit different format than the U14 and the U16 game or the U18 game we'll see later today, but still great football. One of the things about this game is it'll give both teams a chance to really feature their players because the offenses will get a ton of snaps, the defense will get a ton of snaps. You're going to see players subbing in frequently as the red team turns and runs play action. Quarterback pulls the ball, but he is met by a swarm of defenders on the first 3rd down of the drive, and we'll get another 2 points for the defense. 2 turnovers in a row on downs, so they got 4 points. And based on my calculations, the defense leads 4-0 at this point. As the team red will send out their next offensive group, looks like they have different groupings of offense that'll kind of switch every series, and they'll turn around and start another drive going the other way. So little different format than we've seen previously, but still some great football action. We're going to get a lot of good football plays here with 3:48 remaining in the first quarter. It looks like the defense on the board, they're up 2-0, but in my calculations, they should lead 4-0. And we got the red offense turn around for the third drive of the game, looking to get something going. They've had a couple big chunks early in the game on the ground, and we'll see with the new quarterback in the game if they can really get things moving around. I'm not sure if you can see the number of the quarterback.
I think it's Liam Sweeney.
Number 5, Liam Sweeney.
I think they have him listed down as 25, but I recognize the London helmet.
Bat snap. Lot of pressure back there. We see a Cora Colts helmet in on the tackle. Long loss for the offense, and they'll be facing a second and, let's call it a country mile. Second and, call it Warcliffe Road there for the offense as they face a second and long here. In this situation, second and forever. What do you think, Ron?
You got to try to get something where you can get half to 3/4 of the yards back. So I don't know if it's me. I'm running an out pattern or something like that. Maybe what I would call like a ghost pattern. Just have something go, have an out, and have a post on it. Try to create levels, different layers on the defense.
Back to pass. Could be Sweeney, could be Rockcliffe, quarterback there. He's going to scramble. And he's going to get a good chunk back, but still, long way to go for a first down. So this would be a punt situation for the offense, I suspect. And we'll see a punter and a long snapper for the punt team. And then in the back end, we will see a returner. And it'll be basically a punt on air. And I imagine where the returner catches it, they'll give him 10 yards, and the offense will turn around and start their 4th drive of the game in this modified U.S. spring-style scrimmage, where the offense and defense score points based on different criteria laid out by the coaching staff. So we'll see if we can get a great punt here. Should be a nice, easy chip shot from the green with no rush. And if you've played golf like I play golf, good chance this is going to the stands. But these guys are experienced, and that's a great punt there. It's going to bounce. Return will catch it on the first bounce. He'll take a knee, and the offense will start right there, just shy of the center field line. What do you think about this format, Ron?
It's different than what we're used to. I like it, especially in a scrimmage style of game like this, because everyone gets to do what they do then. You haven't worked on your blitz pickups, or you haven't worked on proper punt protection or stuff like that. The last thing you want to do is see somebody get hurt in a situation like this. So I like it, and it offers you an opportunity to see different returners. Hey, can you track the ball in the air? How's it going to look like? We always tell our kids, catch the ball in the air. It's going to fit difference of 15 yards if the ball hits the ground. So catching the ball in the air is going to be a huge thing today.
Brusco back to pass. Got a completion over the middle to 82.
That's the third time he's caught the ball.
Jackson Wiggett's third catch of the game, and be a big gain for the, I don't know what that was. Holy crow. Big game for the offense. Be second and 1 yard to go.
Looked like a coat or something.
Something
fell
just
off the
blew
roof.
across the window here. I thought it was a bird coming to get me, but luckily it wasn't. Second and 1 to go for the offense here, just across midfield in the U16 Team Ontario Red-Black game, live from Alumni Field at Western University. You're watching live on London Football Television. Make sure you hit subscribe button, because you're going to want to come back and watch this game again in a few years when some of these guys are starring for your favorite university football team or playing in the CFL. Good chance that some of these guys will. Brusco, the quarterback, keeps the ball. He's out the back door for a first down and more, and the chains are moving for the red offense as they get something going there. What do you think about that play, Ron?
First time we've seen a double over motion with the back swinging around there. So you've got both slot backs coming across, and then you're just creating a numbers advantage because now the quarterback is also a runner in there. So again, good play design to the athletes that you have. A lot of times we come into these things going, here's the playbook that we're going to run. Sometimes you don't have the teams or the players to execute that type of play. So utilizing the skill set of each player is ultimately what you're trying to do. That's a big back carrying the ball.
Brusco hands the ball off. That's Malachi Tsunomi from Bowmanville. I'm hopefully I pronounced that name correct, but the big man from Bowmanville, we'll call him Big Malachi, with the first down run. Not a lot of game, but a lot of power behind it. It'll be 2nd and 10 here, as Brusco will likely be back to pass, trying to convert for the offense here. On their 5th drive of the game, they trailed the defense 2-0 in this modified game. This will be the last play of the first quarter. U16 football action. You're watching live on London Football Television. Make sure you hit subscribe. And you can check out these games whenever you want. Lots more football to come. We got the U18 game coming up after this at 12 o'clock. Incomplete and be 3rd down. And now we got a choice to make for the offense. Do you go for it and face possibly giving the defense points on a turnover on downs? Or do you punt it away and start a drive way backed up coming to the other end?
You had a flag on the play, though. Let's see what the flag was.
Flag way in the back end of the defense. Could be too many men on the field. Could be some kind of pass interference downfield.
Illegal substitution, too many men.
Illegal substitution, which will be a first down for the offense. And that's a tough one for the defense. They were almost off the field looking to potentially gain some points. And now they give the offense another set of first down to keep running plays here in this modified scrimmage format game for the U16 Redblack weekend. Brusco back to pass. He's looking down the left side of the screen. He's got a receiver up the middle. Tough to throw because he had a receiver in a black jersey. Looks like they threw a defensive player to play receiver. So you got black jerseys covering black jerseys, but a big completion and more. Brusco has been dealing so far this game, and he throws it to number 10 on the defense, or the offense, Cassius Peterson, a defensive back who isn't playing receiver. So a little bit confusing for us, Ron.
But, I really like the throw, though.
Great throw.
You know, that's a tough throw. Across the middle, he put some zip on that ball, led him into the spot too, so we didn't have to stop and catch the ball. He was able to catch it on the go and keep going on that. That was a great throw and catch, as that's the end of the first quarter, Matt.
We got a timeout. Looks like teams will take a bit of a regroup at the quarter time, and we'll take this chance to introduce you to Barron Championship Rings, who's the official championship ring provider of Football Ontario. Check out BarronRings.com to start your ring journey today, and a lot of these guys will be getting sized for some rings after the summer football season this year that starts shortly in the next couple weeks. As well, Momentum Fundraising. Football Ontario is proud to announce the return of Momentum Fundraising as their fundraising partner. Momentum Fundraising is powered by the new and innovative Money Dolly app. Money Dolly is a fundraising app used by thousands of organizations in North America, through which tens of millions of dollars have been raised. Momentum Fundraising will make you more money in less time. We're always looking forward to helping all of the football programs in Ontario. We've raised over $250,000 for the football community in Ontario in the last 12 months through Money Dolly. So check out Momentum Fundraising for all your fundraising needs. And as well, Area 51, they want to say welcome to all the Redblack participants, including the U16 competitors that are playing today. Area 51 is Canada's fastest growing football supply company and the official football and apparel supplier of Football Ontario. So Area 51, they're going to make sure you look good on the field, and the players are doing their best to play good on the field. First down for the offense inside the 10-yard line. A lot of moving around there, and we got a penalty on the play. Early whistle. Could be an offside on the offense.
Yeah, it's on the offense.
Which I think is going to happen. You got a lot of guys with probably a new cadence, a little bit of different rhythm, and that'll back them up. The Red offense, they've moved the ball in spurts, but haven't been able to punch one in so far. They're knocking on the door here, and that penalty will back them up. But Brusco at quarterback has been slinging the ball so far. 2 receivers to each side with a fullback beside him. He's going to start some motion through his hand signals, sending guys in motion. Brusco takes a snap, hands the ball to the running back. Met in the backfield for no gain. Little bit of trouble having some success in the middle of the field, Ron.
So you come back to doing the strengths, and this kid can run a little bit. He pulls that. You show me where there's a defender outside there. Everyone's sucked in. That quarterback takes that outside. I think he's scoring on that. So, again, it's just the timing, knowing the situation. We got a predetermined give on that one. But in the game situation, maybe some more rips. He's going to see that DN's crashing down. He's going to pull that. He's going to go for a scamper himself.
2nd and long here. 2nd and goal. Brusco back to pass. Got a receiver in the flats. Underthrown. Be 3rd down. Field goal situation here. We'll see if the Red offense sends out the field goal team and tries to get on the board. facing a 3rd and goal from the 16-yard line. And still waiting on the decision from the sidelines.
Looks like they're going for it.
They're going to go for it. Interesting choice here. Be a great situation to let your field goal kicker come out and kick it, but hey, they might not have a kicker.
Well, that could be the problem.
So we'll see an offensive play here with 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line for the Red offense, trying to get on the board here. Almost surely a pass play to set to arrive. 3 receivers to the top of the screen, spread formation for the offense.
Slot's wide open.
Back to pass out the play action quarterback. He's got a lot of pressure in his face. He's moving around, turns, throws. He is hit late. Could not find a receiver open, and the offense will turn the ball over. Another 2 points for the defense. The Red offense will send out the next group of offensive players, turn around, and start a drive coming the other way. So, interesting choice there. Couldn't find a receiver open. Great coverage downfield, and the Black offense or Black defensive pressure too much for the offensive line to handle, Ron.
They're starting to bring. They didn't see a lot of blitzing in the first game. It was pretty much straight up offense and defense. We're starting to see different aspects of, okay, well, we're going to play some defense now, and on a 3rd and 15, we're going to bring a little bit of pressure. And that's exactly what happened in that situation. They brought a blitzer, didn't have enough blockers in there to cover him, and running for his life. And again, scrambling to the left, trying to throw the ball. That's such a hard thing to do for a right-handed quarterback.
Hayden Bookzak from Mississauga in at quarterback. In from Milton in at quarterback now for the Red offense. He's going to turn and fake the handoff. He keeps the ball. He's got a receiver in the flats, wide open, caught by number 2. Turns upfield, big gain and more. Great catch from Peyton Cummings out of Guelph, Ontario for the first down. Nice little completion there off that little play-action play, Ron.
Yeah, again, it's a really good, it's a levels play. You've got the short and you've got the intermediate there. It's a really good job. Again, that's the difference between rolling to the left and rolling to the right as a right-hand quarterback. See how he was able to get his shoulders back, square up to the target, and deliver the ball with authority. When he's rolling the other way, it's so hard to do. Some of these kids might be able to get there now. I think at the next game, you'll see those kids be able to flip their hips around and get their shoulders square even to the left.
Bucksack back to pass on first down. He's caught underneath for minimal gain and be 2nd down here for the offense. They've come out throwing the last 2 plays. Bucksack has been slinging the ball a little bit in the first couple series of the game that he's been in the game. The 6-foot, 150-pounder from Milton, Ontario. And we got a 2nd and 7 here for the offense. Just shy of the 40-yard line. Just over the 40-yard line. What do you expect here, Ron?
Well, I think you're seeing it. You're a run-heavy or a pass-heavy heat team on this particular down, it seems to be. Look for the out. Look for something. You've had that post on there as well. This kid can throw the ball. There it is. There's the post. If you can get it there. No.
A lot of movement there, but pressure from the defensive line. And we got number 55, Jake Mitchell, the linebacker out of Toronto, 5'11", 145 pounds. He's in on the sack, and it'll be another 3rd down for the offense, Ron.
He was flying out to that ball there. But the other thing as well is we saw, I think it was 85 for the offense. He was running a post pattern, and he was coming through on that. He had him about 12, 15 yards downfield. He was coming open, but he just didn't quite have enough time to deliver the ball there. I think that was where his target was.
Ivankovic back to return this punt. The on-air punt. Booming punt caught clean. And the offense will turn around and take over on the 45-yard line. Coming the other way, heading towards the scoreboard. We got about 8 minutes left in the second half here from the U16 Team Ontario Redblack weekend. Live from London, Ontario. You're watching live on London Football TV. Click that subscribe button and make sure you follow along with us. We got another exciting action after this at 2 o'clock. The U18 game will take place. But right now you're watching some of the best U16, that's 15 and 14-year-olds in the province, playing football on the Western Mustangs home field. As part of the Red Black weekend, these guys came down yesterday, participated in a couple practices, some meetings, some film meetings. They've been meeting over the last couple weeks as well online. And then they showed up this morning, had a nice breakfast, and now they're playing in this game. Back to pass. It's a run action, actually. Turns, hands the ball for on the edge. Barreling run. They tricked me with that play action there. We got Briscoe back in a quarterback. And he hands it off to Big Malachi, the Bowmanville Boomer. Malachi with the first down run for a gain of 6. What'd you think about that run, Ron?
I think it was supposed to go inside more, but his natural his natural running style is this kid wants to bounce it out wide. And I'd like to see him press inside a little bit more and then look to bounce it. But solid run. Like, kid's got really, really good speed. And when he does decide to stick his foot in the ground, he does a good job.
Well, as my mom always says, why do you guys run up the middle? That's where all the people are. You should just run it to the outside. There's nobody out there. So maybe she's onto something. We got a big gain here for 10 yards and more, 20 yards, number 3. Ryan, Goff, Lambert, the receiver out of Ajax, Ontario, with a huge chunk play, and the Red offense is moving the ball now, moving those chains for a first down, Ron.
Yeah, really good job. Makes the first guy miss. Again, just a little sit-down route. Stays active, stays open, scrapes across a little bit, makes the first man miss, and then upfield, one broken tackle on that short side of the field, and you're off for a scamper.
Now, what's a sit-down route, Ron? Did he sit down to the field?
Well, basically what you're doing is you're going down about 5 or 6 yards, and you're stopping and you're reading the quarterback. If he's rolling or if he's moving, you want to slide with him. Sit down and give him a target for you to throw.
So he's just looking for open space there, trying to give the quarterback a target. I got you. I thought you had a chair out there.
Well, no, it's not me out there anymore.
Second and long after a first down loss by their offense, and the defense is, they've really showed that they're here to play too. So we got two strong units on this field, really showing that they're surely the best under 16 players across the province, from Ottawa all the way down to Windsor and every stop in between. We got players from big cities, players from small cities. 3 receivers to the top of the screen for the offense here on second and long. Quarterback back to pass. He's looking at the bottom of the screen. He's got a receiver on the under. Throws it completed to number 80. He's going to have a good gain, a nice solid gain, but not enough for the first down based on the loss from the previous play. That was Liam Finley, the receiver out of St. Catharines, Ontario. Likely a product of the Niagara Storm based on the color of that helmet and the area of origin. A proud Niagara player. And, the Niagara Spears. My mistake, the Niagara Spears. And that'll be a third down situation, and now we'll see what the offense does. Looks like they're going to send out the field goal team.
Is it a field goal or punt?
We're about to find out. Looks like a field goal because we got a snapper, a holder, and a kicker. The kicker will be Goff Lambert, the receiver from Ajax. The holder looks like 12. D'Anthony Crosborn. He's a Scarborough, Ontario resident. Nice field goal on air. This is how I need to kick a field goal. Bad snap. Misplayed. And the defense will take over.
No, they're gonna let him do it again.
One more try. We'll call this the old fairway mulligan there, Ron.
Yep.
That's how it's like me and you playing golf out there. Everybody's getting a mulligan. So one more attempt here. Snap. Bounces. Lot of bounces there. Just a bit outside. And the offense will turn around and come back the other way. Looks like they maybe need to work on that a little bit more next weekend, eh, Ron?
I would say yes. That's definitely something that you want to work at. If I can critique a kicker, because I'm going to, you got to line up properly. You just can't go back like 5 yards and expect it. You got to line up, take your proper steps and everything, get the proper angle. Just don't go back 5 yards and go, I can kick the ball. Maybe some athletes can, but if you're going to do that in the game, you've got to line it up properly. You got to time it up properly. He was 3 steps in before the ball was even placed. So
special teams is definitely not the main part of today's scrimmage. They're going to work some special team scenarios, but essentially we're going to see some offense and defense all day, which is I think what we all want to see. Nice run there on first down for the offense. He cuts back against the grain, and he's got a solid gain of 3 yards, but they'll face a second, and we'll call it 2nd and 9 now based on the spot. What'd you see there, Ron?
Well, again, it's just all you're doing is you're running a zone or an inside play on that. You're trying to squeak out, and again, the defense, all the linebackers, they're all playing within like 4 yards of the line of scrimmage. So running the ball is going to be really, really tough. If you look at it, within 4 yards of the line of scrimmage, you've got 11 players. Understand, yes, that the defense is going to roll back with the coverage, but man, that running the ball is going to be tough against, you've got 11 men up.
So a third down here now for the offense, and they've stalled a little bit in the last couple series. Maybe more of a case of the defense really starting to find their rhythm and able to identify some of these plays early. So We got a close game so far, 4-0 for the defense based on 2 turnover on downs, and now the offense will come out and send their punter out again. We'll get another punt situation, but in these scenarios, you're playing an all-star game with very limited practice. What does it take for the offense to really find their rhythm?
You're looking for a couple plays. You're looking for some type of chemistry to click and everything else. But like we talked about earlier in the first game, the defenses are always going to be ahead of the offenses in these type of scenarios. For the simple fact, offense takes a lot more timing. It takes a lot more reps. When you have defensive responsibility as an end and you have contain or you have like rush responsibility, that translates from one defense to another. Offenses, sometimes the terminology is different. The cadence is different. We've seen that. Different receivers. So when I say we're running the out, I know we're running it at 5 yards. Well, this team may run it at 7. This team may run it at 4. And how they perceive the 5 yards to be sometimes is a little bit different too. So
Split zone run play there from the offense. Ball stays in the middle of the field, and they'll get about a 3-yard gain there. So it'll be 2nd and 7 here for the offense. As they turn around and head back towards the scoreboard again, you're watching U16 Redblack Team Ontario football weekend from Alumni Field at Western University, live on London Football TV. Make sure you click subscribe. We got some great action today. We watched a very exciting under 14 Redblack game earlier today that came down to the last play of the game. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll have the U18 Redblack game, which will show a lot of players that are likely on their road to the university football. Right now, you got the U16 players, which is kind of the game for the players of tomorrow. So these guys are going to have their shot in a couple of years. And I think at this point, a lot of these guys are really starting to get their name out there. And you're starting to say, hey, that's the guy we got to keep our eye on for the future. He's got a lot of talent. What do you think about that, Ron?
Yeah, the U16 is really establishing yourself as, where we talked about the U14 being, this is kind of where the cream starts rising to the top. Well, the U16 is where you're growing into the size of your body, your speed of the game is changing, your muscle mass is there, and you're becoming much more of a football player rather than just a really good athlete that's playing football. So you're always looking for someone that can stand up, do a couple things really, really well, and help you down the field. That was a great punt.
Great punt. So players of the U16 are most likely going to be grade 9 and grade 8 players. You're going to have a lot of players that are going to be back in the summer football circuit at the JV age, and they'll be first-year GV players. And you'll have a lot of players at the bantam age that are likely going to be the stars of their bantam football teams as the summer football league starts to kick off in the next couple of weeks with games all across Ontario. So you get a little bit of a variety of players from different backgrounds, different ages, different parts of Ontario. But at the end of the day, these are all players. They came down to London. They practiced yesterday, a couple practices. They had some film meetings leading up to it this week, some film meetings yesterday as well. Kind of a lot of information dump, and then they show up today and they're playing a game. So a lot of situations where guys might not be super comfortable with each other, but still you're going to essentially, I think that a lot of playing for the coaches is just to let guys be themselves and make plays, feature their abilities, right, Ron?
See, the other thing that you want to do is when you bring someone into a really immersive environment like this, where we're going to throw 2 practices at you, we're going to put like 2 film sessions on you, we're going to put a film book on you. You want to see who's smart enough to retain information. What do you actually know? Who's paying attention? Who isn't paying attention? Who's taking this seriously? These are the things that are going to be deciding factors for making the U16 Canada Cup team for the U16 and the U18 players.
Coach Peterson and his staff have worked tirelessly to get these guys ready to play this game, to make sure that every player has the best chance to really showcase their ability. And from this weekend and the various camps they've held over the winter, they'll select a team that they'll take with them to the Canadian Football U16 Championship Challenge weekends. They have one on the east coast of Canada, one on the west side of Canada. So basically they split the country down the middle based on geography, and then they have a couple championships. And these guys get a taste of competitive national level football. A lot of these guys will return in the future and be a part of the U18 teams that will play in the Canada Cup, which is one of the premier football tournaments of the Canadian amateur football circuit, and a main recruiting stay for a lot of teams at the post-secondary level to go out and try to identify players. So great chance to get these guys introduced to the Football Ontario way of doing things, and hopefully a lot of these guys come back and participate in the U18 game that we're going to see today. What do you expect to see from the U18 game at 2 o'clock?
I think you're going to see you basically hit it right there. We're going to see a lot of the same stuff where the defense is ahead of the offense. You're looking for a couple kids to make plays here and there who can retain information. But it's really, these kids are established as recruits. The U16 teams, these kids are trying to get their name out there as recruits. So that's where, the university coaches will be in contact with them saying, hey, send me your film. Let's take a look at you a little bit. And we don't want it all musiced up or anything. We want to see your actual film. We want to see you practice. We want to see you play. That's great. Everyone can throw up there that one catch that you make. Can you block downfield? Show me a couple clips of blocking downfield. Can you do this? Can you do this? Just don't show me one route that you run on film. Okay, fine. Well, according to your film, you can only run an out, or you can only run a go, or you can only do this, or you can only do that. It's a much more diverse game at the U18, and they expect them to know more and gel faster.
Absolutely.
So that's
whoa, almost completed in traffic. Nice throw there from Brosco as the U16 offense had a second and long there and elected to throw the ball. One of our coaches, and some of these players will move on to university. Some of them will move on to the junior level, hopefully. And this is the part where I do our shameless plug. But one of our defensive coordinator actually was out as a guest coach for the U16 team. And he called me last night and said, wow, there is a lot of talent on this field. A lot of great players from across the province have come out here. And I couldn't believe how many talented players there are at the U16 level. So the future's bright for football in Ontario, not just for the Team Ontario, but a lot of the summer football programs that are established as well in the high schools. Football in Ontario is really, it's kind of at its peak right now. I think there's a lot of good things happening across the province. There's a lot of good programs offering great quality football experiences for guys at the U14, U16, U18, and then the U22, the university level. A lot of great football to be played in Ontario, regardless of your track or where you're from.
And one of the things I really like about the U16 level is you get kids from same region, but sometimes regions have more than one team. So say, for example, a place like Sarnia. You don't see a lot of Sarnia Sturgeon at the varsity level. Well, that's because they don't have a varsity team anymore, but they do have a U16 team. And some of those kids move on to either Chatham or to London or to Windsor to play for Essex. So there are different avenues for these kids, but it's the diversity at these programs that you see, especially the U16 level, where you can get such a wide variety of players and athletes. And just because you don't live in a big city, we saw kids from the Sioux and in here earlier. Our running back from Bowmanville. Yeah, it's Toronto area, but Bowmanville's not exactly like the centerpiece of the football universe, so to speak.
Absolutely. The offense turns back to throw the ball. Quarterback scrambles. He's out of the grasp of the defensive player, looking for a receiver to come open. He's got a receiver down the sidelines, wide open. Caught it. On the move. What a great play. First down and more from the quarterback. Rockcliffe was able to scramble and find time for himself and complete the pass for a first down on second and long. And the offense is moving along, trailing 4-0 to the defense. Again, we're playing a modified spring game style scrimmage, similar to what you see in the NCAA with a lot of their spring games, where the offense and defense will face off in varying scenarios. Offense gets points for touchdowns and field goals, and the defense gets points for turnovers forced and turnover on downs. And right now, the defense leads 4-0. 40 seconds and less tick off the clock in the first half. Offense looking to punch one in before the halftime break. Quarterback back to pass. He's looking for the underneath route. Throws on the run just behind the receiver. That'll stop the clock on first down. What'd you see there, Ron?
Well, again, you're trying to hit that small post pattern coming out. They've had some success with that earlier. And again, this time, Rockvale, he does a really good job of leading him. But this time, it's just a little bit too far behind him. Again, that's a timing thing. So there's a perfect example of the guy was open. It was a good throw. Just the timing was off slightly. And that's the difference between a game like today and when they play for real in July.
Vertical pass play thrown behind him, picked off by the defensive back, and he's got a nice turnover there. First turnover for the defense. That'll get them 3 points and punch them up to a 7-0 lead for the defense with 3 seconds left in the game. Looks like Rockcliffe was looking to find his receiver down the sidelines, but just not able to get it into the area of the receiver. The defensive back made a great play. So far, I think it's safe to say the defense has really kind of dominated the game. And we'll see at halftime if the offense can make some adjustments to come out and try to get some things cooking here. With just under 4 seconds left, U16 Team Ontario Red-Black Weekend live from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football TV. Click subscribe. Make sure you watch these games over and over again. Come back, study them. A couple years, you're going to be watching some of these guys playing professional football, and you can say you saw him here first on London Football TV. I'm Matt Snyder, joined by the godfather of amateur football play-by-play, Ron Fawerda. Ron, great to be back together, reunited, and it feels so good.
Absolutely.
We got a cloudy day. Nice, not too hot, not too cold. No rain so far on any of the players, which is how we like it. And we're under the U16 game to be followed by the U18 game.
We were here last year, and I don't know if you remember or not, but it was like 30 degrees, and we're up in the press box up at Alumni Field here at Western, and they didn't have ventilation up here at all.
She was hot.
They've got proper ventilation up here now. Really, it's a nice cool day. There's a breeze coming in here. My point to that is it's not too hot for these players who haven't played a lot of football. You think in a game like that, a day like that, it's going to zap the strength out of you, and the play will deteriorate as the day goes on.
Absolutely. So we're at halftime of the U16 Team Ontario Red-Black Weekend. We're going to take a quick break and try to find something nice to eat. But before I do, let me introduce you to Healthy Eats, a healthy meal prep company dedicated to providing delicious, nutritious meals that fuel optimal performance. Their team of chefs and nutrition coaches work together to craft meals that are not only tasty, but also catered to meet the specific dietary needs of each individual. They believe that proper nutrition is the foundation of peak performance and mental performance, and their meals are designed with that in mind. At Healthy Eats, they source only the highest quality ingredients, prioritizing organic, non-GMO, and locally sourced seasonal produce. Their meals are free of preservatives, additives, and artificial flavors, ensuring that their customers receive the full nutritional benefit of each ingredient. Their menus feature a variety of options that focus on high protein and balanced nutrition that properly fuel individuals. They understand that busy schedules can make it challenging to maintain a healthy diet. I know all about that, which is why they offer convenient delivery options. Their meals are delivered fresh, never frozen, so their customers can enjoy them at their peak quality. Whether you're an athlete, a busy professional, or simply looking to make healthier food choices, Healthy Eats is here to provide and support your journey towards optimal health and performance. You can use a code ONFootball10 for 10% off any order from Healthy Eats. Check them out today. We'll be back in a few minutes for the second half of U16 action live from Western Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football TV. Click subscribe and don't be too late because we'll be back shortly for the second half. Thanks. We're back for the second half action from U16 Redblack weekend. Team Ontario football. We got 3 great games. U14 game this morning was awesome, eh, Ron? Great, exciting finish right down to the last minute. U18 US-style scrimmage has been pretty exciting so far. Defense clearly out ahead, but the offense has had their moments. And then at 2 o'clock, we got the U18 game. But right now we're facing U16 action. Offense and defense playing a modified scrimmage with some different scoring rules. Defense scores points based on turnovers and turnovers on downs. Offense scores points based on field goals and PAT or touchdowns. Back to run the ball in the inside zone play, met by a swarm of defensive players. I think it's clearly obvious to anybody watching that the defense is way ahead right now, Ron.
Yeah, and this is, we kind of said this at the start of the day. Defense is always going to be ahead of the offense in situations in all-star games like that because you don't need a lot of time to gel as a defense. Now, of course, you need time to gel as a defense, but certain things transfer and translate from team to team to team. If you're in this coverage, whether you call it this or this, whether you call it sky or whether you call it over or whether we call it blue, it's still, the coverage is still the same, and it translates from one to another. Offenses take a lot more time, and so does blocking.
Back to pass, quarterback met by a lot of pressure in the backfield on second and long, and it'll be a third and a long way to go for the offense here, and they'll have a choice to make. Looks like they'll send out the punt team and then turn around and start a drive. So basically what happens if you're just tuning in is the offense and defense are going to play different series. Any situation where there's a kick need to be made, you're going to see, for example, a punter and a long snapper come out and kick it against air to a returner, and then the offense will turn around and play offense from the other side of the field. So they'll basically just alternate directions. Similar style to what you'll see at many U.S. spring games if you're a U.S. college football fan. And they've done this because they have some positions where they don't have a certain number of available players to be able to form 2 teams. So they've created this format, which has been, I think, pretty entertaining so far. Defense gets points based on turnovers and turnover on downs if they can stop a team on third down. So in this situation, you see the punt returner field the ball just over the 55-yard line, and the offense will turn around and go back towards the scoreboard here, trailing 7-0. Defense had a turnover just at the last couple of seconds of the first half to get that final 4 points or the final 3 points. They're leading 7-0. So basically, defense is up by a touchdown. Offense needs to get something going here. What do you think we'll see from the offense the second drive of the second half, Ron?
You've had some success with some of the different quarterbacks throwing the ball. You've had a little bit of success with some of the runners. Let's see if we can maybe start moving some of the combinations around a little bit. See if we can start settling in on, we've got a unit and this, we can do this really well or this really well. Good run off the edge there.
Great run for the offense. Not a lot of gained yards, but a great effort nonetheless. And they'll face a 2nd and 9 here. Just over the 55-yard line. We'll call it the 53-yard line for the offense going in. 2nd and 9. It could be 8. Maybe a short 9 or a long 8 to go.
Solid run on there. Good job trying to get the ball wide. The defense definitely has the advantage overall here. The one thing I've noticed pretty evidently is the defense is bringing their 5th man quite a bit, and here they go again.
Pressure off the edge there. It's not something you would typically see in an all-star game, is that edge pressure, because it's so difficult to pick up. But looks like the rules have been a little bit more relaxed than the U14 game where we saw very limited blitzing. Now looks like they're allowing more blitzing. Possibly in the U18 game, they'll have a full gamut of blitzes available to them. But the offense picks up no yards, and now they face a 3rd and 9. They're going to go for it. Chance for the defense to get some points here if they're able to create a turnover on downs. So we got points to the board, possibly for the defense. Offense needs 7 yards to keep the drive alive and try to earn their first touchdown of the game. 2-by-2 formation. Quarterback back to pass. He's got a receiver down the slot. He's looking to scramble. Pressure coming in his face. Not able to get a pass off. Referees blow the whistle just as pressure arrived, and the defense will earn another 3 points for a turnover on downs to increase their lead to 10-0 with 8:28 remaining in the third quarter, Ron.
So again, they're blitzing a fifth player pretty much all the time, which is very unusual in all-star style games. The defense has got the advantage because, they're playing defense, it's pretty much see ball, hit ball, gut ball.
Absolutely.
Offense, it takes a lot more time to gel and to run through some of the timings, and even blocking and like blitz pickups and stuff like that. Hey, who's got this guy? Who's got this guy? Well, you're going to work in and you're going to adjust in those things. In these situations where you're basically rolling like three lines, of running backs, quarterbacks, and everything else, you don't have time to make those adjustments. So I'm sorry, I find it kind of weird that they're blitzing the linebackers, and it's pretty much every play.
Yeah, it's an interesting format. It's definitely has its merit, but I think you're correct. It's always easier for defenses at the start of a season or a game because defense is very reactionary, where offense is very assignment based, and there's a lot of nuance involved in offense. Not that there isn't in defense, but defense you can essentially just line up and attack the football, and there's a good chance that you're going to make plays. So a little bit easier for defense inherently to show up at these type of events, these all-star games, these short camp weekends, or these quick turnaround tournaments and have success. But I think teams on offense that do have success are teams that keep it simple, find a couple things that they're really good at. And obviously you want to get the ball to players that are kind of feeling it that day. The hot hand theory, I think, comes into play. Offensively, we've got 2-by-2 formation as they turn around and start a drive, going back away from the scoreboard now. Quarterback turns, hands the ball to the running back. He's looking for space up the middle. He's going to have a solid gain of about 5 yards there. It'll be a 2nd and 5. Nice little run there. Nice that they're being patient and sticking with the run game despite being down 9-0 run. What do you think about that run?
Yeah, you're going to, if you're the offense, look, we come here to do this. We want to be balanced. We want to throw some stuff. We want to throw some concepts, but we want to run the ball. We want to run this series. It's good that they're sticking with that and continue to develop on that and work on those things. And it's all timing. So, again, it's important for these kids to have success, but it's important to have for everyone to know what the concept are that we're doing and get equal reps at it.
Vecchiarella, the running back, gets the fake handoff from Rockcliffe. Rockcliffe looked aside and incomplete. There's a penalty on the play. I'm not sure what the penalty is, but it'll be declined. Let's see how it's assessed. Everybody's having their first game of the winter of the spring season. A lot of still rust on all sides, including from us after a long winter off. I don't know about you, Ron, but I got real deep into a Walking Dead binge marathon and about 11 seasons of Walking Dead. I'm not in top mid-season form for my play-by-play, but I got a little zombie on the brain. Still kind of feeling my way through it. I'll be at mid-season form by the U18 game, but we got a 3rd and 5 here for the U16 offense. Looking to convert. Rockcliffe hands the ball off to Vecchiarella. Vecchiarella, the Hamilton Junior Ticats, gets a first down. He really just fought. That was a battle of wills, and he's able to run through a bunch of arm tackles for a first down. Great run from, I suspect, the Hamilton Junior Ticats player out of Stony Creek. What'd you think about that run?
Yeah, solid, just straight ahead run. We talked about this kid's got some power to him when he lowers his shoulder. I like how he ran nice and low. He ran through tackles on that. So where we saw a little bit earlier with the U14s, they weren't quite finishing those runs. There's one. He's running nice and low, good sturdy back, good solid base on him, and running with a nice low pad level and finishing the run.
I got a question for you after this play, Ron. 3-by-2 formation, quarterback back to pass. He sprints out to his left. He's got a receiver in the flats. He's looking wide open in the middle field. Dropped. Oh, he had that receiver on that little 3-level flood play, but he dropped the ball almost as if he was too wide open. Here's my question. In Canadian football on 2nd and long, oftentimes you'll see teams run the ball and have success. Why is it that in Canada teams are so inclined to run the ball in 2nd and line and get that first down?
Basically what they're doing is you're almost in a dime defense all the time. So you have an extra defensive back in there. And your linebackers in the Canadian game are much more safety-oriented where they have to play pass coverage. In the Canadian game, it's much more 70-30 pass versus run. So if you can run the ball with some success in a passing situation, it allows you to throw the ball better on run situations and other things as well. So it's a way of catching the defense off guard in personnel mismatches and optimizing your play. It's also a safe play. There's not an interception as you're handing the ball off.
Absolutely.
So those are different factors that go into it. Field position is another thing. I would rather run the ball any day of the week. than pass the ball. But it's a Canadian game. It's a wide game. You want to spread the ball. You want to make them defend every blade of grass on the field, so to speak.
For sure. Speaking of interceptions, we just saw a almost near interception from Ikonikov to put the offense in a 3rd and long. And on 3rd and long, they throw it in completion. Another 2 points for the defense for the turnover on downs. And the offense will turn around, send out the next unit, and try to go back down the field towards the scoreboard. Defense, 2 more points. They jump out to looks like it'll be a 13-0 lead. 11-0 lead here. The offense has really struggled to get anything going here. They've had some success running the ball from their spread formations, some success throwing the ball underneath. But definitely a defensive day. Is weather an issue in that regard? Is the cloudiness affecting at all the play on the offense here, Ron?
No, I think it's a matter of timing. With all these groups, the more timing you get, the more time you get to work together. If someone's missing a block or if we're, blitz pickup, who's got blitz pickup? Well, the back does. Well, you've got to read A to B to C, So understanding how your pass coverage or how your pass blocking works and the different everything that you're going through, it matters the more time you have. So especially a cloudy day like this, people are going to pick up the ball fine. That's not it. It's not windy. It's not really rainy. We had a shower earlier today. Looks like we might have another one later on today by the looks of the sky. But weather's not a factor at this point. Not for me.
Offense back on the field. 5:29 remaining in the 3rd quarter. The U16 Redblack quarterback takes a snap, turns, hands the ball up the middle, fakes it, pulls it outside. He had a receiver open, but the hand out of nowhere. Defensive player tips the ball down 65. Braden Thompson, the Burlington Stampeder stud, comes out and knocks that play down. It'll be 2nd and 10 here for the Red offense, looking to get something going. They've struggled a little bit in the second half, moving the ball. They had a couple huge completions in the air and a couple big chunk runs, but other than that, defense has been the story of the day so far. Really dominating the line of scrimmage and in pass coverage. 2nd and 10 here for the offense, just over the 40-yard line. We'll call it the 44. 2 running backs in the backfield for the quarterback here. Could be a max protection situation. They turn, they fake the handoff. Quarterback scrambles, throws it to the flats. Nobody open. It'll be a 3rd and long here. Play action on 2nd and long might not be the most convincing thing. Sometimes it's built into your protections. But regardless, the offense will have to punt the ball away, giving the defense yet another 2 points for turnover on downs.
Yeah, and the quarterback's just rolling right into that pressure there. I'm just watching it. It's like there's no chance. He just has no chance to complete the pass because they're bringing the linebacker in.
Yeah.
As a 5th rusher on those passing downs, as they should in game situations. But this is not a normal game. You're trying to showcase, and all you're doing is kind of establishing a chance or establishing to the offense that, well, we haven't been able to do anything yet. You start questioning, what can we do? And that's the last thing you want to do is you want to build confidence as you put in the foundation this weekend. Let's have some success doing this or doing this or doing this. You start blitzing off the edge every time there is a 2nd down and 6, you're not going to have much success at this point of the season.
Yeah, definitely easier for the offenses when they see a bit more of a vanilla defense. Definitely easier for the defenses to just bring their pressure. So we're seeing the defense in this game kind of take control. The U14 game was a pretty exciting finish. Quarterback throws underneath route on 1st down for a completion. That'll move the chains and move the downs box and give them a 2nd and medium. So a manageable 2nd down. Call it 2nd and 6, a long 6, or as they set the box, 2nd and 5 now. So offensively, we've seen the offense, I think, start to migrate towards more of a pass focus in the last couple drives.
Yeah.
Spreading the field and trying to throw the ball around, keep the defense off balance and not let them load the box, and then come back with those inside runs when they need to. Hopefully they can get something going here. We can have an exciting finish to this game with 3:53 left in the 3rd quarter here. We're watching U16 Team Ontario action live from Alumni Field at Western. Big run there up the middle. That should be enough for, it's going to be close. Let's call it a 3rd and 2 based on my spot here, Ron.
Yeah, I think you're going to be short by a good yard. But again, a good solid run. Hey, we talked about, hey, why do you run on 2nd and long sometimes? Well, for that exact reason. You bring pressure. If you pick up the pressure, now one of your linebackers isn't there to make that stop. You got a good chunk play of about 6-7 yards on that.
We got a 3rd and, let's call it an inch. Quarterback sneak situation, although the quarterback's in shotgun. 3 receivers to the top of the screen, 2 to the bottom. So 1 back in the backfield on this 3rd and 1. Got some slot action. Running back hands the ball off in the middle, and he's met by a plethora of defense, and the defense is going to get another 2 points based on turnover on downs, extending their lead to 13-0. Offense elected to try to spread the field and run the ball, and the defense was just too much to handle. Turnover on downs. Offense will turn around and try another drive going in the other way as the clouds are starting to creep in. And I hate to say it, Ron, but we might be facing some rain in the next not too distant future.
Yeah, I got a feeling that the varsity game or the U18 game is going to get a little wet. It's just kind of what my bones have been telling me today too.
Red offense back out for another drive, down 13-0 with 2:50 left in the 3rd quarter. Quarterback hands the ball off up the middle. Defense is quick to swarm. Veccarella busts loose, and he is really running hard. He's probably been, huge push. You cannot bring him down. He has been a bright spot for the offense so far in the last, let's say, 4 to 5 drives where they started to feature him.
Yeah.
He's really pounded his way out through this, and as a guy that was a U16 coach last year, I'm glad I'm not, because I don't want to face that guy when the Hamilton Junior Ticats come to town. He looks like he's going to be a force in the Ontario Summer Football League action this year. Right now, he gets a first down for the Red offense. Best field position so far of the game since early in the 1st quarter. Just inside the 30, we'll call it the 28-yard line. Break the huddle with 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Timeout from the sidelines, and we'll take that opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our sponsors. Classleet. Get ready to take your sports memorabilia collections to the next level by getting your own personalized football cards and posters with Classleet. With over 144 unique design combinations to choose from, all athletes can customize their Classleet virtual and printed sports cards, add their own digital autograph signature, and share it with their social media followers to memorize their best captured football moments. As a proud sponsor of Football Ontario, Classleet is excited to offer all attendees an exclusive 40% discount on all premium Classleet virtual and printed sports cards and poster designs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer and join one of the fastest growing platforms for youth football athletes. You can join for free, and it only takes a few minutes to sign up. Visit Classleet.com, that's CLASSLETE.com, to explore the wide range of top quality designs to help your athletes stand out. Use Football Ontario 40 for 40% off all products and membership packages. That's Classleet. If you're into social media like I am, definitely something to check out. I'll be getting my card. Old Coach Schneider, social media guru, if you know me.
You're going to be wearing a Hawaii Warriors jersey?
I'll probably be wearing the London Beefeaters jersey because you know me, I always got to rep the brand, so always be recruiting. As the quarterback sack pushes the Red offense back on 1st down, that defensive line from Cora, big number 13, Aiden Wonk from Cora Colts, the Sault Ste. Marie Powerhouse program.
Yeah, he's had himself a game
He's
today.
had himself quite a game. Probably a good little career up there in Cora. They seem to win a lot of football games. And he's down here representing his team. Heading back to Sault Ste. Marie, likely suiting up for the SaberCats this summer as the Ontario Summer Football League action starts the next couple weeks. We got a 2nd and 20 to go for the offense here. Brusco at quarterback for the offense. Snap, back to pass. He's got a receiver down the sidelines open. Can't find him, scrambles, throws late. Incomplete. Penalty on the play. Could be a holding penalty.
Yeah,
We'll see how it's assessed. Holding on the offense. They'll likely be declined, and the offense will face a 3rd and long. Choice to be made, Ron. We saw a field goal attempt early in the game that wasn't, let's say, the strongest attempt based on some of the operations, and I think we'll attribute that to newness of guys working together for the first time. What do you do here? Third and 20. Long way to go.
Well, as the offense is running off the field, I'm going to say that they're going to punt the ball here. Or was that third down? No, it wasn't.
No, that was second down for
Yeah,
sure.
they're going to punt the ball. Situation-wise, yeah, you're playing field position at this point, and you want to get your punter and your returners in there.
Peter Farrer, the Rockwood native, out to punt the ball. He drops the punt, but luckily there's no rush. He's got lots of time. Picks it up. Hammers a punt deep in the end zone. Caught, retrieved by number 7.
Okay,
Ivankovic.
what happens now? Because they've just scored a rouge.
Well, you're about to find out, Ron. Great.
Let's
Great
give the
detective
offense
work there.
one.
Let's see what happens. We got 1 point for
There
the
you
offense.
go.
And the offense is on the board. Hey, they don't ask how many. They just ask how. Or maybe they ask how many. I don't know. But today, we got a point. We got a single. The most Canadian play in Canadian football. The old single off the punt. And the offense will turn around and start from the 35-yard line, coming away from the scoreboard, live at U16. Team Ontario Redblack action. As the offense waits for the last player to come out, it looks like somebody fell asleep on the bench, but that's okay. We've all been there. Live from Western Field, Alumni Field at Western Ontario. You're watching live on London Football Television. Click that subscribe button if you like what you hear, and hopefully you do. And if you don't, well, too bad, because we'll be here for another couple hours with the U18 game to follow. We're still getting the hang of it. It's been a long winter for me and Ron as well. Still a lot of rust. But hey, we're giving it everything we got. Great wide open run there for the running back. Well, big Malachi from the Bowmanville boom, with a huge chunk of yards, and it'll be second and short. When they've given him the ball in Vecchiarello, they've had some success.
Yeah, when they go to that inside run with their bigger power backs, they've had some success. So now, 2nd and 3 and 2nd and 5, it's a lot more manageable of a situation.
Absolutely.
And on that note, they only played that down with 11 men. You didn't have a wide receiver on the far side of the field. So, and you still don't. You got to get up, son. That's procedure.
Met by a plethora of defenders in the backfield. That's the end of the third quarter. And the offense will turn around and take a break. And as we have a break, I will talk to you quickly about Purple Shift. If you're looking for a powerful tool to help you take your athletic career to the next level without breaking the bank, then look no further than Purple Shift. Their completely free app uses innovative video technology to verify athletic data, allowing coaches and scouts to find you the perfect athlete based on their athleticism, sports highlights, or both. But that's not all. Purple Shift is also designed to help you along your athletic journey with resources, training tips, and motivation to help you reach your full potential. There's no hidden fees or subscriptions, and the platform is accessible to athletes for all backgrounds and skill levels. As we see a punt in the air at the end of the quarter. Join the Purple Shift community today and start making your athletic dreams a reality. The app is easy to use, and our team is dedicated to providing the best possible experience for the users. Don't let financial barriers stand in the way of your success. With Purple Shift, you have everything you need to achieve greatness. Download the app now and start your journey to athletic excellence. It's a great resource for players looking to move on to play football after high school, at the university, or possibly the junior level, possibly for the London Beefeaters. Come and play for me in London. And we're always looking for great players as well. But Purple Shift is a great resource for those guys looking to move on, and a lot of these players are likely using the app right now. Another great app to use right before we finish up the fourth quarter is Team Linked, which provides the best in-market technology solutions for sports league associations, clubs, and teams. The top-tier Team Linked app proudly powers over 1 million parents, coaches, and players across the world. Plus, their products are offered for no fees, so you can invest more time and money into your growing program. We use it for the London Beefeaters. It's a great resource for our organization and administration needs. As the offense rolls the quarterback out to the right, they got a receiver down the sideline looking wide open, but the great defensive play there from the corner. And it'll be second and long for the offense as they start the fourth quarter trailing 13-1 against the defense in the U16 Team Ontario Redblack action. Live from Alumni Field at Western University. You're watching live on London Football TV, Ron. And with 1 quarter to go, what does the offense need to do to get back in this game, Ron?
They need to put a drive together and get a touchdown. That's the first thing you need to do. Yeah, it sounds so basic, but other than, a couple runs here and there, the offense really hasn't been able to do much in this game. Um, I'd like to see some consistency coming. I don't care if you win or lose right now. I want to see some consistency. I want to see some consistent yards gained. I want to see us run the ball, and I want to see us complete some passes. And let's put a drive together first, and then we'll worry about points and how many points we need at the next stage. But right now, I need a drive.
With 3rd and 2 facing the offense here, a chance to get that drive going if they can convert this first down or this 3rd down and keep the chains moving. Expect to see a run up the middle. Depending on who's in the game, it could be the Bowmanville Boomer Malachi or it could be Veccarella. Looks like the Bowmanville Boom in the backfield. Possibly an inside run play to this big back out of Bowmanville. Quarterback back to pass. Taking a shot. Wide open on that little rub route. First down and more. Marlo Griffiths from Cambridge with the conversion. And the offense will move the chains. That's something they desperately needed, eh, Ron?
You had to get something. You had to get a first down or two. And again, I've said it ad nauseum at many broadcasts that we've done. Look, Matt, my favorite route is the out because it's so hard to defend. It's so hard to cover. That's a perfect example of what it is. It's you got a defender in an automatic trail position. If you give your receiver a chance to catch the ball, chances are he's going to get the yards he needs. So, it's a basic play concept, but it works. It's very effective. So now let's get a second first down, and then we'll worry about some points.
Ron, I know you, and the two things you love are Chargers football and nice out routes from slot receivers. So we got a first down run there that doesn't have a lot of space, and 2nd and 11 for the offense. Desperately needing a drive here to punch some points on the board to stay alive in this game. 2nd and long here puts him in an almost guaranteed pass situation, although we've been wrong before. We'll see what happens. Buck Zach at quarterback here for the offense. He's out of Milton, Ontario, 6 feet, 155 pounds of pure athletic prowess. He's thrown some big passes today. And Brusco, the other quarterback, is really engaged with his feet. 2nd and 11 here, 3 receivers to each or left side of the quarterback. Back to pass. He's got a receiver streaking up the seams. Just overthrown. He had the right guy, just not able to connect. And now facing a 3rd and long. They'll have a choice to make, and it looks like it's going to be a situation where they send the offense out to go for it, needing points desperately. Although, if they fail to convert, they'll give the defense another 2 points, making this a 2-score game. So 3rd and 11 here for the offense, Ron. What do you expect to see in this situation this deep in a game with 8:08 left?
I would expect that the one pass that they've had some success with a couple times is that post coming from the outside in, if he has enough time to throw the pass. So maybe if you're the defense, don't send 6 like you have been. Let's see if our offense can actually convert here. But I like a post route.
Bucksack back to pass. Find the receiver, but it looks like they blew it dead early. Very protective of the quarterbacks in these scenarios, which is definitely the way you want to operate, and the offense will turn the ball over. 2 more points to the defense. And the defense jumps out to a 15-0 lead. It looks like the defense will be the champions of today, and although they won't get rings for this win, if you're looking for rings, go to Barron Rings. Barron Championship Rings is the official championship ring of the Football Ontario. Visit them today at barronrings.com to start your ring journey. As well, if you like what you see on the field, it's probably a good chance that the uniforms have something to do with that. Area 51, the official football supply company of Football Ontario. Check them out today. They're one of the fastest growing football supply companies in all of Canada. And they welcome all Redblack participants to our action today. 7:44 left in the 4th quarter. 15-1 for the defense as part of the U16 Team Ontario Redblack weekend. We're playing a modified scrimmage format today. Offense versus defense, where the defense earns points based on turnovers and stops. Offense scores points based on field goals and touchdowns, which have been hard to come by so far. Defense has been dominant at some points and very steady at others. Offense has had their moments, but just not able to get some consistent drives going. Penalty on the play will back them up. And the sorry, Ron. We're taking a selfie here. If you know me, you know that I'm always going to take the opportunity for some social media clout. I'm trying to get my Riz up. I watch a lot of TikTok, so I know the terms. I know the terms. Screen play to the receiver down the sideline. He's got some space to move. Nice run there. Big gain on first down. It'll be 2nd and 4 as the offense is desperately needing to get something going here. 7:29 remaining in the fourth quarter, down by 14 points. 2 scores for the offense. They need to come back and make this an exciting one. We had a great game in the early one. U14 game came down to the last play of the game. Team Red scores a touchdown on a fumble recovery to make it 21-20. Elects to go for 2 with no time on. Couple yards short. Great finish. And hopefully we see something close to that in the U16 action today, Ron.
Yeah, it was a great finish in the U14 game, and it seemed like a much more competitive balance going on. I kind of thought this in my head, the way that this game's kind of being playing. I'm wondering if the offensive coordinator owes the defensive coordinator some money here, because they're setting 5 and 6 pretty much every play. And I get it in real football situations that if that's what you want to live with, then yeah, bring it. And if that's a culture you want to establish, that's fine. Establish it. But there's two sides of the coin. And as an offensive coach, it's tough to watch a free rusher come through every time. It's kind of like, well, look, they're coming again. So
I've heard the term steak and hot dog games. I don't know if you're familiar with that term, but basically, like in these inter squad games, the winning team gets to eat steak, the losing team gets to eat hot dogs, and it looks like the defense definitely wants to get their steak. If that's the case today, the offense is trying desperately to stay away from the hot dogs. We got a great game coming up after this at 2:00. The U18 Redblack game, which will be a more of an official type game. I've really enjoyed watching this modified spring-style scrimmage that presented itself. I wasn't sure how it was going to be received, but so far so good. We're seeing some great offense on both sides of the ball. Kickers are getting their chance to really boom some kicks and show what they can do, but we're just seeing meat and potatoes football, offense and defense. And we got a great game coming up after this at 2:00, the U18 game. For now, the offense desperately needs a first down. 2nd and 15. Back to pass. 5 receivers out. He's got a receiver on the post route. Open. Oh, he had him just like you said, Ron. The post route there, but he's just not able to capture it. And it'll be 3rd and down here. Offense looks like they need to go for it to keep this drive alive. And, Ron, you had that post route pegged all day, just not able to convert. What'd you see there?
Yeah, Sweeney, the quarterback out of London here, does a good job. You can see it's the outside in post route. So you're tracking. Their defense is staying in zone, so he's just trying to find that soft spot in between defenders. Just isn't able to squeeze it in time there. Sweeney does a good job. Good pressure. Just gotta hang on to that ball. And again, I think that's more of a timing thing, not working with the receivers.
Absolutely. 3rd down and 15 here. Offense is going to go for it. Back to pass. Sweeney's going to scramble. He's got a space in front, but might not be enough. Oh, he breaks a tackle and a first down. What a run. I was wrong. I thought he was for sure going to be tackled short, but he's able to cut back against the grain and get a first down. What do you think of that scramble, Ron?
Well, the way that they were blowing the whistles earlier, I thought he was going to be 3 yards short. I thought at this point he's got a chance, but right there, I thought, no, they're going to blow it. And he was going to be about 3 yards short, but they let the play continue. That's awesome. Great to see. And good. We got a first down. We converted a big 3rd down now. Something we haven't been able to do much of today. Let's get a drive together. I just want to see the offense put together a good drive, a solid drive with some type of finish at the end of it. Whether it be 3 points, whether it be 7 points, I want to see some type of drive finished.
One thing I've really noticed today is the refereeing's been really spot on in terms of understanding when a penalty might not really affect the play. And because these guys have only been together for like less than 48 hours, sometimes a penalty that you might call in a competitive situation doesn't really affect the play. And they're going to let it go because they don't want to turn this into a flag fest either. So they're giving these players a chance to really show. So, for example, there we had a situation where the receiver wasn't technically on the line of scrimmage, but because the play went away, I think the referee decided, hey, I'm not going to throw the flag. Let's let these guys play because they're going to have a lot more time to work together before these games matter. So we're going to make sure that everybody has a chance to really shine.
But they called the hold.
But they called the hold on the other side of the play.
Yeah.
But the referees, it's their first game too. A lot of these guys, players, referees, us, we're all coming back from a long winter. try to get our football legs underneath us as we prepare for summer football action. A lot of these guys are going to go back and play for their summer football teams that'll start their schedule in the next couple weeks. So the referees will be out there too. They're an important part. If you're a football fan or you're getting to the end of your career and you want to stay involved, being a referee is definitely one of the best ways to do it. I know they're desperately looking for people all across the province. If you go on social media, they have a big push there with the Ontario Zebras program. If you are interested in becoming a referee in Ontario, first of all, contact any of your local associations. If you're having trouble, just start sending emails to the people at Football Ontario, and I'm sure they'll definitely get you connected to the referee association in your area. We need guys out there refereeing so that me and Ron have somebody to yell at. I'm joking. I never yelled at refs. I think they're all doing a great job. But we need guys out there reffing these games so that we can continue to play and coach. So if you want to play football or want to be involved in football, but maybe your playing days are behind you, become a referee. We need them desperately. Can't have the game without them.
You know, that's exactly it. Your last point there, Matt. As much as we love calling football, as much as we love coaching football, as we're seeing a big play on the field here, gets a good chunk of that yards back. We can't play these games without the gentlemen and the men and ladies in stripes.
Absolutely.
You know, so the game's not for everybody, and eventually we can't play anymore. Eventually there comes a point where we're not going to be able to play. And if you don't want to coach or you don't want to play anymore, try on a black hat, try on a white hat. You know, everybody looks great in black. You know,
absolutely. It's very slimming. I actually thought about becoming a referee because, A, the stripes are slimming, and I felt like, hey, it'd be a great chance for me to get out there and really get back to the game. Unfortunately, I'm coming off a real severe pickleball injury. Hurt the old hip playing pickleball this winter, so might not be the time for me, but at some point I'm going to give it a try. I've kind of made that vow to myself, get out there and referee some games and figure out if my eyesight's as good as I think it is. But offensively, they're still struggling to score some points here. 17-0 the defense leads in the U16 Redblack game.
17-1. We got
17-1. We got the Rouge. I forgot about the Rouge. 2:39 left in the game, and then we'll take a quick break before coming back for the U18 game. Ron will take a break that he desperately needs. We might have a couple guests coming up to the booth. I've sent out a couple texts to some coaches in the area that I feel like are lurking around Western, looking for some of the next up-and-coming players, and might have a couple guys coming up to say a quick hello, and we'll try to see if we can get them on the air before the game starts to have a quick interview and talk a little bit about their perspective on this great weekend. We've seen some great games so far. The U14 game was outstanding finish. The U18 game has, I think, been all defensive, seen some great defensive play. Although there's been some great bright spots from the offense, Ficarello and the Bowmanville Boom, Malachi Sonomi. Yeah. Brusco at quarterback looked real sharp in the first half running around. I think Buckstead has looked really nice. Rockcliffe ran around a little bit. Aiden Sweeney from London, he had a couple big runs late in the game that really kept some drives going. Punting-wise, we've seen some great punts. And I think Coach Peterson's got to be real happy with what he's seen from the defense and special teams. Tighten a couple screws to get the offense ready for the Canada U16 East Challenge, which will come up in the middle of summer. I think late July, the tournament schedule for. And these guys will play. With that being said, the offense is knocking on the door. Ball's the 5-yard line going in. Could be the first chance for the offense to get a big major on the board. We'll see. What do you think here, Ron?
I think we're going to run.
Quick screen pass to the bottom of the screen.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, that's a nice design, met by a swarm of black jerseys, but the ball will be inside the 5. Called the 3-yard line. 2nd and goal from the 3. We got a chance for the offense to punch one in. 2nd and 3. This is big boy football time. Might be time for the old Bowmanville Boom to pound it between the tackles.
That was one that we had not seen called yet today. So, again, you know, when you've got these, are these specific packages and specific plays that you've got for design for inside the 5?
The Welland native, Cannell Smith in at running back. Quick whistles on the play, flag on the play. Looks like false start on the offense or illegal procedure or offsides. I don't know. They got a lot of different names for that penalty. It's like every league has got a different name for it, but whatever I said it is, it's probably wrong. Regardless, they'll move the ball back. Offense will have another chance at it from around the 10-yard line here. They were so close, and now so far on. They desperately need a touchdown here with 2:16 left in the game. What do you think we see? What do you call here if you're the offensive coordinator, Ron?
Try to hit that skinny post with the outside in. You're going to get it into the end zone. They're playing a straight zone across. Safety's going to roll over top or take. Yep. So you've got the outside in post.
Looks like
there's
man
that
to man.
crosser. Hit it. See, 81 was wide open.
Oh, great pass on the corner route. They had man to man. They found the corner route in the end zone for a touchdown. Nice throw from Buckzak. The Milton, we'll call him the Milton Marauder. Big arm. Finds pay dirt in the end zone for a touchdown. The offense is on the board finally. Desperately needing to score there. They're able to convert on third down after the penalty. And they'll send the PA team out there to kick a PAT. Looks like. And now they trail 17-7 with 2:11 left. Still time. We thought it was over in the U14 game as well. And we saw some crazy finish. So, hey, you never say never. But might be a little too late for the offense here. Actually, they're going for 2. So it looks like they're going to line up and run a 2-point conversion.
No, they're giving them 7. But it's situational football where they want to run some goal line offense.
Ah, I see, Ron. That's
So
why we pay you the big bucks, because you see
now,
what I don't. So
now they've got the different quarterback in, basically under the same situation.
I like it.
And a different defense under the same situation. So
we did say that there would be some situational football created by the coaching staff. They kind of reserve the right to make, to put the ball where they want based on things they need to see. And right here, they're trying to create a scenario where the offense has a chance to score some points, put them in a pressure situation, and see how the defense responds when they're backed up. Quarterback keeper out the back door, swarmed by defenders, nowhere to go. Be second and goal from the 4-yard line. As Brusco keeps the ball, but not able to score here. 17-8 with 2:04 left. Coaching staff has elected to create some goal line scenarios to really force the defense and see if they can step it up. They've been dominant for most of this game. The last couple minutes as they move the ball close to the end zone, the offense has really been able to succeed. They threw that touchdown pass in the last third down, and now they're going to get another chance to tie the game. And we'll see if we might have a close finish yet. Ron, what do you think? Second and goal from the 5. Do you think they go back to that corner concept, or they maybe go to something else in the play call sheet?
they're probably going to go right back to the same play. But again, look for the outside in. If they're in straight man, which is what they are, safety's rolled over, so you got man across. Get somewhere.
Pass
make
from
a play.
Brusco, fun. Oh, he had him and he dropped it. Great contact from the linebacker there, 82. Great contact from Jackson. Wicket. Sorry, 82 would be, I missed it. Too late. The moment's gone.
It was 81, I think.
81.
It was Wallace from Orleans, up in the Ottawa area.
Great play there for the defender to strip that ball late. We thought it was a sure touchdown, but he's just able to get in there and punch it out. Third and goal from the 4-yard line for the offense. 1:33 left in this U16 Redblack Team Ontario game. You're watching live on London Football TV, and you're going to click that subscribe button right now to make sure you can watch this game all summer long. Back to pass. Lots of time for the quarterback. He's looking for receivers. He's got the inbreaker open. Great play from the defensive back.
Wow.
Ivankovic. And the offense will turn it over. 2 more points for the defense. 19-8. 1:26 left. Offense will get another shot. Looks like from the 5-yard line again. Really putting the defense in a test where they got to really, bow their necks and try to keep the offense out. But they continue to respond. And if there's one thing to take away from this game is that the U16 offense or U16 defense is very strong. Yeah. It might be the cornerstone of this team moving forward towards that U16 tournament in a couple months.
Last time I checked, offense sells tickets, and the defense will win you a championship every day of the week.
Defense will win you championships every day of the week. So we got some great defense today. Offense will turn around and work coming out scenarios now with about 1:26 left in U16 action. The U18 game will kick off around 2 p.m. We'll be back after this, after a short break. And you never know what might be in store, but we got a great U18 game plan. Some of the best under-18 football prospects in the province are in London today. Some of the top university and junior football coaches from across the province are in London today as well. Scouting, recruiting, trying to make connections for the future. You're going to see a bunch of guys in the next game that'll be playing professional football at some point in their careers. But right now, you're looking at the U16, kind of the next group of up-and-coming players in the province. Make note of some of these names because you're going to hear these guys a lot more before their time's done. Offense back to run the ball. Hands it off to the Bowmanville. Boom. He's had a great game so far. Malachi Tsunami. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I feel like I'm probably not. We just call him the Bowmanville Boom because he has brought up boom to the running game for the offense so far, Ron.
You know, defense, this game is being dominated by, for me, it's the defensive line. It's the pressure that they've been able to maintain. Let's give a shout out. One of the guys out there that has just played his butt off all day was Charlie Lawson out of Brantford. He's big, number 72, 6'5", 285 pounds. No wonder they're not running the ball inside. This is a 16-year-old kid that is 6'5".
I'd take a couple of those guys any day,
You know, like this is a 16-year-old man playing. And it's unbelievable. He's not the biggest one out there, although he's listed as the biggest one. He doesn't look it out there. The defense has done a really, really good job. I was kind of crapping on them a little bit about bringing pressure. Hey, you know what? If that's your way your role and that's what your position is, you have to do what you have to do. And you're trying to make a football team here. And these guys have brought it all day. And what's the old adage? Iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely.
So if you run the blitz and that's what you're going to see in the game, run it. I get it. I would have liked to have seen a few other little things here and there. But really great job by the defense all day long here.
We had a couple stud linemen in our U16 London Junior Mustangs team last year. Will Black, our offensive tackle, who's receiving a ton of interest from some of the top schools in the U.S., and then Andre Thompson at defensive end, who we're going to see in the next game. Great couple players last year. So a couple defensive linemen at the U16 level that, maybe they develop a little bit earlier, can really dominate and change the game. We're going to see some other great players from that team last year in the U18 game as well. Right now we got just under 30 seconds left in the U16 Redblack game, the Ontario Redblack weekend. The offense is likely going to lose this game to the defense 19-8 in what's been an exciting modified scrimmage type format, similar to a U.S. spring game that you would see at some of the colleges down in the States. Jet sweep to number 10. First time we've seen that play all day, which will likely end the game. And that's it for the U16 game. Well, Ron, great game. Defensively, they were outstanding. I think we mentioned this several times. The defensive line was really, really top notch and really limited the offense's ability to run the ball with any consistency. And they just created a consistent pass rush, which really limited the quarterback's ability to throw the ball downfield. Closing thoughts on this game.
Offense those tickets, defense wins championship. This defense has got a championship caliber to it. They're big, they're athletic. The linebackers fly to the ball. This Ontario team, once the offense gels, has got a chance when they go into the Challenge Cup Series.
Absolutely. So these guys will continue. After this, the coaching staffs will convene and likely make their selections. And then sometime in July, the players will get back together and start to prepare for the Ontario or the Canadian Football under 16 Eastern Challenge tournament. And then a lot of these guys will move on, hopefully, in the future and play the U18 championship. So that's it from London. We just saw the U16 Redblack game. The defense was victorious 19-8. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, Area 51 welcomes all Redblack participants. Area 51 is Canada's fastest growing football supply company and the official football and apparel supplier of Football Ontario. Thanks to Baron Rings. Baron Rings is the official championship ring of Football Ontario. Visit baronrings.com today to start your ring journey. Welcome to Purple Shift. Join the Purple Shift community and start making your athletic dreams a reality. It's an app that's easy to use, and their team is dedicated to providing the best possible experience for their users, so don't let financial barriers stand in the way. Purple Shift is an app that you use to showcase your athletic ability and helps you with your recruiting. Check it out today, and we'll talk a little bit more about them in the under 14 game. Team Linked, an administrative app used by coaches and administrators for teams. Check them out today. It's free to use and can provide you a lot of different resources to help organize your football program. Classly, social media program that helps you market yourself through virtual printed sports cards. You can check them out and receive a 40% discount at classleak.com. Use the code FootballOntario40 for 40% off all products and membership. You just watched the U16 Team Ontario Redblack game live from Western Alumni Stadium. You're watching live on London Football TV. We'll be back shortly with the U18 game. Thanks for joining us, and tune back in a couple minutes for the U18 game, which is going to be an exciting one. All right, we're back. Alumni Field at Western Ontario for the Canada Cup Prep Tournament. U18 Team Redblack tournament game. This is the main event of the weekend. We've had two good games. The U14 game, really exciting finish. The U16 game that just wrapped up about 10 minutes ago was pretty impressive defensive review, and we got a barn burn coming up. Some of the best under 18 players in the province will be making their way to the field in a few minutes, and should see some great football. Joined real quick by a couple of good friends of mine. Coach Gaetan Richard, offensive coordinator of the Western Mustangs, the host team for the tournament. First of all, what do you think about this tournament? You've been a guy that's been involved in the Canada Cup tournament for various provinces. What's your thoughts on this tournament, just as kind of overall?
It's outstanding to see all these great young student athletes take part in this. And, you know, one of the best thing is over the years, seeing the players come through the program, you know, whether it's from the U16 to U18 or some kids make their way all the way through, just see their growth and development. And even through like a camp like this weekend, seeing the development and the growth just in the weekend, it really is outstanding. And even for the players that may not move on to represent Ontario in the Canada Cup, it's great to see them play at a high level, acquire new skills so they can go on to their club team, high school teams, and bring back everything they've learned and hopefully make the people around them better. So it's really is a great event.
So what are some things that players can do as they come into these tournament settings, these camp situations where they're really trying to impress upon the coaches that they are a guy that should be recruited in the future to stand out and kind of show their best, put their best foot forward?
Honestly, I think, you know, treat it as a 12-month process. You know, do all the right things when you're not here. You know, in the winter, make sure that you're training. You're taking part in spring football in any capacity. You know, do all the things in your life well. Commit to school, get a schedule, eat well, and I think that'll put you in a good position to be able to showcase yourself once you get here. And then once you're here, it's just you know, showing who you are as a person, showing your coachability, your commitment to bettering yourself. Your ability to retain information. So really committing to the whole process in understanding what's expected of you schematically, making sure you're studying your assignment, because realistically, that's what they're looking for. Student athletes that are, you know, good athletes, but are also coachable and are able to grasp university level schemes and be able to apply those on the field. So really committing to maybe putting a priority on the mental side of the game on top of the physical.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I noticed, the higher level you go in football, the more of it's a mental preparation versus the actual on-field work,
Right.
The meetings and the film review. Kind of changing topics for a sec. You guys just finished your spring camp at Western a couple weeks ago. I know you had a very successful off-season program. How are things looking for the Mustangs going forward to the 2023 season?
Things are good. We're excited. Like any year, we're graduating some outstanding seniors. You know, we had a number of our Mustangs get drafted this past week, and so now it's transitioning to some younger players, which has been great to see during spring camp. Seeing those guys, you know, apply everything they've learned over the last year, 2 years. But it's been great to see returning players, returning starters continue to develop, but also those players that are going to step into those roles. It's been great to see those guys make the best of the reps and really perform at a high level. It's always great at the collegiate level. You're always recruiting and developing, and it's great to see those guys step into those, you know, those key roles and take some of the significant reps and also take leadership roles in the program. So it's been a great offseason, a great spring, and we're looking to have a great summer in the weight room and on the field with our running program, and then, you know, get ready for another good season this fall.
Absolutely. I know you guys had a big focus this spring and offseason on getting some of your young guys a good opportunity. Who's somebody that we might not know about who you think is going to kind of shine this coming season at Western? Maybe a young guy.
Yeah, we've had we're graduating two receivers, Justin Nixon and Griffin Campbell, and so some of the young receivers that have shown this offseason are guys like Rayshawn Blake from London. He's done a really good job. He's a Team Ontario product. Played at CCH. Zave Allen, who's also a product of London High School football, playing at South. He's done an absolutely amazing job of just doing everything we've asked of him the last 3 years. Same with Braden Mazzari. He got some playing time last year, got to play some significant snaps in game, but he's also done a good job of developing. And then, at our offensive line, we've had a few guys take some significant reps. So guys like Reed Cloutier, Tiernan Doherty, Phil Cote, they've done a good job of maximizing those reps and just getting better every day, honestly, throughout the offseason.
Absolutely. And one thing I know about Western is that they always have a bunch of young guys kind of waiting in the wings, ready to come out and become the next stars. We see the U18 players making their way to the field. These guys will play this game, and then the coaching staff will select the team that will move on to the Canada Cup tournament in July. And at some point, some of these guys are probably going to start to look towards university, and a lot of them are probably going to consider Western. So for these guys that are considering Western, what do you think makes Western kind of stand out as one of the top places in the province? And this is your chance to kind of pitch your program a little bit and talk about how proud you are. I know you're very proud of the program. So what makes Western really special to you?
Honestly, I think it's the people we have in the program. We've got outstanding coaches, starting with our head coach, Coach Marshall. We would describe ourselves as a player-first program. Everything we do as a program, as a coaching staff, is done to make sure that our guys get everything they need on a daily basis so they can be the best, not only football player, but the best student and the best person they can be. We tell, student athletes all the time, we can't promise you how many reps you're going to get, how many games you're going to win, but the one thing that we promise you is that we're going to take care of you as a person and as an athlete, as a student. And, the reality of it is Western football truly is the personification of greatness. You have an opportunity to earn a degree from the best academic institution in Canada while playing for and representing the most storied and accomplished football program in U Sport history. It really doesn't get any better than that. And so we're very proud of what we have here. And again, it's about the people, the players we have in our program. We couldn't be more proud of how they conduct themselves day in, day out.
Absolutely. So that's great. Thanks for joining us today. We're moments away from kickoff of the U18 Redblack game, live from Alumni Stadium at Western Ontario. You're watching live on London Football Television. Make sure you click that subscribe button. You've just heard from Coach Gaetan Richard, offensive coordinator for the Western Mustangs. If you are a prospective student athlete looking to play football at the U Sport level, give those guys a call and get in touch with them, and they'd love to hear from you. But we'll be back shortly with another special guest, and we got moments away from kickoff of the U18 Canada Cup game. All right, we're here. U18 Redblack game live from Alumni Stadium at Western Ontario. You're watching live on London Football Television. We got a great game about to happen. This will be a modified game format. No kickoffs or kick returns, but other than that, it'll be full football. Teams will start drives from the 35-yard line, and they'll play a regular game. Some of the best U18 athletes on the field across the province of Ontario. We saw a great U14 game earlier this morning. U16 game was solid as well, defensive driven, and we should see some of the best players. I think we're going to see a real exciting game here. Fonte at quarterback to start for Team Black, the London native. He's back to pass, got a receiver down the middle, wide open strike, completed. Number 2, Litakis Frazier out of St. Matthews with the completion, and that's a huge strike. We're going to have a special guest in the booth for a second, and then we'll bring Ron back. What a strike to start the game, as I'm joined here by a guy I've known for quite a while, Coach Steve Snyder, head coach of the Queens Gales out of Kingston, Ontario. Steve, welcome to the booth. You're a guy that's been around football for a long time. U18, Team Ontario is kind of like the main event we said of the weekend. What are your thoughts on the U18 game so far?
Well, exciting start for sure. I love the fact that they're coming out trying to stretch the field right off the bat and just stretch that defense back, open it up a little bit, and use the playmakers that they have. It's been an impressive group, this weekend of playmakers on the perimeter, and I've been really impressed with the secondary play as well.
What is this tournament, I guess, where does it fall in terms of the recruiting at the U Sports level, and kind of how do these players fall in? Is this an important weekend for university teams across the country? Yeah,
it's a premier, recruiting event for us on our calendar. It's really like, this spring recruiting block that we're currently in right now. This is the Super Bowl of it, and certainly for the OUA teams. But the good thing is that it's also recognized nationally, and a lot of AUS teams come out and take this in as well. So just great for all the young players across the province to have such a premier event to be a part of, that where they can showcase themselves, get their development in, and just compete for their province.
So Fonte back to pass on second down, knocked incomplete, and the Black team will send out the kicker to kick a field goal to see if they can get on the board early, facing a 3rd and 10 from the, let's call it the 18-yard line. So you guys, like most other teams, just wrapped up your spring off-season workouts. Tell us a little bit about what your spring off-season went. How did the off-season look at Queens, and what's the 2023 season looking like so far?
Yeah, great off-season for us in terms of strength and conditioning and speed development. Let this kick go.
Kick is up, flags on the play. It's good. Oh, it's wide or it's good? I missed the signal. But it was wide. But we got some flags to play. It looks like it could be offside defense, which means they'll re-kick. But just like me, the referees are having their first week, and they're going to talk it out. And we'll figure out the penalty, then we'll get back to Coach Schneider. Let's see where the penalty is assessed. Offside defense. They'll move it up 5 yards and give them another swing at the uprights here. Speaking of uprights, so you guys have a pretty good kicking situation in Guelph? In Ottawa, Queens. I'm sorry, Stevie. I'm having a rough one. It's been a long day.
Stumbling and rumbling.
Talk a little bit about your kicking situation.
Yeah, kicking game was great for us. We had a true freshman first-year player out of North Bay come in and go perfect for the season. 100% on field goals. Ended up being a first-team All-Canadian.
Wow.
Not sure when the last time that happened to see
Impressive.
a freshman place kicker become a first-team All-Canadian, but Tyler Mullen was spectacular. And we have another great kicker on our roster from London South. Oliver Griffiths, great punter, place kicker that'll be competing, and he's got a strong leg. But for us, spring ball was great. We culminated with our spring game, the Gold Game on April 2nd, which was a big event for our guys, kind of game day atmosphere at Richardson Stadium.
With the penalty assessed, Black team looks to go for it on offense. Fonte, stumbles and falls, and there'll be a turnover on downs. Coach, continue.
Yes. So the spring game, definitely a spring period for us, as you can imagine, just ultra intense. A lot of meetings and a lot of big time practices with the kicking game incorporated into it. A lot of 12-on-12 periods, a little bit of live tackling, and just a big evaluation period for the guys. And it's so critical for those first and second year guys, the guys that haven't necessarily cracked the dress roster and played a ton in games, to really get some more development and evaluation done. And our Gold Game is a big deal. We had a pretty decent crowd actually for an OUA spring game, and a lot of recruits on campus for that as well. And again, just a game day atmosphere at Richardson. And Richardson's such a special venue that anytime you can get the music going and fill the stands up a little bit, it's pretty exciting for the guys and kind of gives them that big game day bright lights feeling.
Absolutely. Red offense now. 4 receivers to the top of the screen. Quarterback hands the ball. Play action fumble. We got a turnover. Black's going to take over inside the 20. It's been all Black so far. I'm sure, like most teams, you guys, and we talked about this earlier, you're heavily recruiting in this weekend. It's a premier weekend for you. You're trying to identify players not just for next year, but the future. You probably have a bunch of guys in your team that have come through this program. Is there anybody that you expect to coming into this year, maybe a recruiting class or a freshman who's coming into a second year, who you think is going to have a great year for Queens next year? Somebody that we need to keep our eyes open for.
Yeah, we've certainly done a great job recruiting and building a roster from across the country, really. But certainly in this strong region, the London region, that we have deep ties to as a staff. So we come back here, and it's really tough to put your finger on one guy. I can tell you that I thought last year's recruiting class was exceptional, and some big time receivers as well that were freshmen this past year that are going into their second year that I think can make a mark on the OUA.
Fonte back to pass as we talk. Wide receiver just out of his hands. Great throw. Fonte's been impressive so far.
And some linebackers, some freshman linebackers last year that could find themselves really in the mix this year. And Jeremy Hiscox, there's a name for you real quick. Jeremy from London South, ended up playing a ton on special teams towards the end of the season and climbed the board. For a guy that only dressed like 5 games, he climbed the board in terms of our special teams point system. And all of a sudden, he was up in that top, having only played a half season as a freshman. So it speaks to his, ability to contribute in the kicking game as a cover guy and whatnot. And I think, he's put a lot of work into the weight room. He's a great-looking kid, had a great spring ball. So we're excited about him. And then our incoming recruiting class, I think, is one of the top in the country. We certainly feel that way, and we're looking forward to having those guys on campus in the fall and have them contribute to the program as soon as possible.
Absolutely. So we got an offensive play here from the Team Black, 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line. We'll call it the 19. Fonte sends his receivers in motion. He's back to pass. He's looking at the bottom of the screen. He got a fake tunnel screen there. One-on-one great coverage from number 5. Zach Payne, the Hamilton Varsity Ticats product, and it looks like the Black team will send the field goal unit out again, trying to get on the board. After this tournament, this weekend, the Team Ontario coaching staff will kind of go back to their offices and evaluate, and then at some point they'll start to select the team that'll move forward in the tournament, and they'll be out. I think it's out west this year.
That's right, yeah, Edmonton.
In Edmonton in July, and I know as far as not only the provincial teams will be out there, but all the university coaches will be out there. I'm sure you guys will have representation, and then at some point, a lot of these guys are going to start to make their decisions, and I think there's a fair chance to say that a lot of these guys will be looking at Queens in the future. So as a Queens coach, this is where I'm going to give you a chance to kind of pitch your program a little bit. What do you think kind of makes you guys stand out? One of the things I've been really impressed with watching your time at Queens is you guys have really turned around very quick, and it seems like there's a lot of people are really noticing the hard work you guys are putting in. So what do you think kind of makes you stand out from the group in terms of recruitability and a player should really consider when they're considering Queens?
Well, it starts with the education. Queens is one of the oldest universities in the country, 180 years of world-class education. It's actually a globally ranked school and a highly ranked national school. So even if you take football out of it, it can be the absolute dream destination and the best decision a young person in this country can make. And when you put that on top of Kingston, Ontario, which was just ranked the #1 student university town in the country, the experience in Kingston at Queens is really second to none. And then a prestigious football program. We've actually been playing football longer. Nice little catch down the sideline.
Great catch and run. First down for the Team Red offense as they start to move the chains. First down there. We'll continue, Coach.
Yeah, football tradition. We've been playing football longer than Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, or Notre Dame. So we've got just as much history as anybody, and that's celebrated with the oldest and largest student-run marching band in the country, and a stadium that's 101 years old. So you can't help but to be hit with really strong spirit and tradition when you set foot on campus. And football is the sport at Queens. It always has been. So you can feel that with the support of the student body and almost 500 season ticket holders in Kingston, Ontario. And then, I think just to finish it off, how strong that alumni database is and that network is and how passionate our coaching staff is and our players are about representing Queens and building something special that we can leave our mark on. And we're just fortunate to be doing it right now in some of the best facilities that this country's ever seen.
Absolutely, Coach. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you're a big supporter of not just Ontario football, but football at the national level across the country. You've been a part of Nova Scotia's provincial program as well, and some of your previous places that you've coached at. So thanks for joining us today, and hope to speak to you soon. But always a pleasure to get a chance to spend some time with you, and hopefully we get a great game today. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'll just leave you with this, guys. Really appreciate London Football TV. I think this is amazing. And the game of football nationally. I've been a part of Team Canada, Team Nova Scotia, Team Ontario. And I'll tell you, I think the future of football is just continuing to bring some diversity into it in terms of the women's side. And you can see so many passionate young girls and women across the country playing the game. I think that's great. So let's keep growing the game at all levels.
Absolutely. We saw a really great U14 game earlier this morning that came down to the last play of the game. So once again, that was Coach Steve Snyder, head coach of the Queens Gales out of Kingston, Ontario, joining us in the booth today. And we got some great U18 Redblack action live from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football Television. And back in the booth is the godfather of local football commentary, Ron Forwerda. Ron, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Matt. I'll add something to what Coach Schneider was saying a few minutes ago. Guys, if you've never been to Kingston, Kingston is one of the most majestic cities in the province of Ontario. It has great history. It is a beautiful city on the lake. It's got amazing people in there. Queens has done a great job recruiting, and they will continue to do a great job in recruiting just for the facilities there alone. Richardson Stadium is next level.
Absolutely. I'm starting to feel the effects of the 6 hours continuous talking about football, Ron. But we got a 3rd down and 5 run there for a first down for the Red offense. And the Red offense is starting to come alive here. We haven't really been focused on the football, but we're back and ready to focus on the on-field action. We just had a chance to speak to a couple great coaches from the university level. And now we're going to focus our attention on the field where these players are really out here showing their best efforts. So we got a first down offense for the Red team. 6:45 remaining in the first quarter. A little penalty on the play, and the Red team will send out their punt team now. So we got a punt situation now with 6:45 remaining in the first quarter of this not tied, 1-0 game. We had the Rouge on the missed field goal. As the Red offense looks to punt the ball away, so far, Fonte at quarterback for the Black team has been impressive throwing the ball, had that big strike to start the game, Ron. I don't know if you had a chance to capture, but what have you seen so far from both offenses?
Looks like both offenses want to try to spread the ball, which is something that we haven't seen in the earlier games. Much more run focused. I think, as we talked about, the older you get, the more established these football players are and their abilities are. You're going to be able to see them do more, such as like take a shot downfield and hit a receiver. And now you're starting to see the offenses catch up with the defense, even in a shorter window, because the advanced skills of these teams. Couple players to watch out for. DJ Fonte from London, of course. There's a couple Cambridge players who are out here that are outstanding. Lashuk is one of them. He's next level defensive end.
Absolutely.
Chase Judge, who I think was a little banged up yesterday.
He's a name we've heard of before.
Yeah, amazing speed. Just to name a couple, there's so many players from different avenues and different areas in here. These kids are all coming to play. That's the second time that they've had a little bit of a snap issue. You got to get that up a little bit. It's costing them downs there. But you're going to see a great rotation of different players in from different spots. Like some of these kids might be playing like a inside linebacker. They might be moved to a weak side backer and be more of a blitzer or a coverage guy, or someone who plays corner. They might be trying to play them at safety a little bit. So it's taking advantage of the skill sets that each of these kids have. Great pressure.
Fonte sacked there.
Yeah, but they got the head.
Got the helmet-to-helmet contact there. Good pressure there from Keenan Cornelius, the defensive lineman on a Westmount Wildcats. With the pressure, Fonte is having a little bit of trouble getting the ball off now, but after an impressive start in the first quarter with that huge completion on the first play of the game, it'll put Team Red Black in a 2nd and long. Although there's a penalty will be assessed, and it'll move the first down. So we got a first down, Red, after the loss. Tough situation when you get a sack, and you're kind of putting your punt team in a situation where you're going to get the ball back, and then you take that 15-yard penalty, and you gift the team a first down, Ron. How does that affect you? What are your thought process as a coach when that happens to your team?
Well, you want to settle your guys down. Again, we talked about it. These guys are trying to make plays. They're trying to get to that next spot, to that next level for them. And, when the ball is in your hand, or you have an opportunity to make a play, you want to make that play without feeling that you're pressing. So a lot of times these kids tend to press early, so that's where you see a mistake or two made. Couple things I'm going to point out there. There's about 5 or 6 guys on this team that were in this game last year for Team Ontario. Chase Judge is one of the kids that we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Chase Smith, the product out of London, he's another one. These kids are getting a second go-around with Team Ontario, and the leadership that they have to provide is got to be next level. So these kids, they've got to step up.
Absolutely. Fonte back to pass, has a receiver just outside of his hands. It'll be third down for the black team, and now they'll have a choice to make. They send out some substitutions. Could be the field goal team. We might have a long field goal facing us here.
I think we're gonna punt.
Might be the punt team. Again, we're going into hour 6 here. The old gas is starting to run low in the tank here, buddy.
That's why I'm well caffeinated.
I've watched a lot of football today, but we got a punt situation here. Red sends one returner back deep to field the ball just inside the goal line. Now there's a timeout on the field.
A late substitution.
Late substitution. Referees are saying, hey, you can't come in that late. They're a little bit more liberal in the earlier games. I expect to see the referees a little bit tighter with the rule book today, just because the age of these players and the intensity that they'll be playing with in the tournament. The coaches really want to get these players a chance to test themselves and see who can handle kind of the heat, because at some point these guys are going to move on to that U18 tournament in Edmonton, and it's going to be a very intense weekend to 10 days of football. So you got to kind of find out right now who can handle it, right, Ron?
Well, exactly, and that's exactly what you're trying to do. Is, again, we talked about it. It's an information dump, and it's an information overload for some of these kids, and you want to be able to separate the kids that can process the information and use it versus sometimes the kids can't, and maybe that's a deciding factor in some of those things.
Absolutely.
Saw number 23 try to return that for Team Red. He got smacked in the end zone, giving up the Rouge. 2-0 now, Team Black.
Chase Smith out of London, Ontario, the South Collegiate Institute product. Team Red on offense now. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Quarterback takes the snap. He's back to pass. Pressure, he slips. Oh, unfortunate, because he had some space to run if he was able to step up in the pocket, but he slipped, lost his footing, and is down by contact, putting them in a 2nd and 15 here, Ron.
We haven't had any rain since this morning. And it's dry field, but we've seen a couple kids slip on the turf here tonight a little bit. So it's something that we'll have to keep in mind. Maybe I'm not sure why they are, but
one thing we did learn from last summer coaching the junior Mustangs is the new turf at Western is a little bit slick when there does get some moisture on it. So I think maybe that's been playing a factor in some of these quarterbacks. We've seen some of these quarterbacks slipping as they try to step up and climb in the pocket. So 2nd and 15 for the Red offense. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Quarterback sends his motion. He turns, throws a swing pass to the running back out of the backfield. He's going to be captured with a loss of yards. It'll be a 3rd and 20 for the Red offense, and they will send the punt team out and try to flip the field over. Both teams, again, having a little bit of struggles on offense to get the ball moving after a very impressive first drive for the Black offense where Fawny connected on the first play of the game for that large touchdown or that large completion. Regardless, we're seeing some great football here. Some of the best players in the province. The U18 Redblack game live on London Football TV. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and make sure you come back and watch this game, because I got a pretty good feeling that in a few years you're going to be seeing a lot of guys in this game playing sports football and then moving on to the CFL and possibly the NFL, just like some of the guys that were drafted in this year's CFL and NFL draft have come through this program. So you're going to want to bookmark this game and come back and watch it often. You're seeing the players of tomorrow today.
Coach, I want to go back to that last offensive play, the little swing pass in the backfield. You got to be really, really careful with that, because that ball was actually thrown behind him. Technically, that's a live ball if he drops that. So that's something, I don't know if that's designed to be that way for something down the road, but that's something that you have to clean up. You better watch out when you're throwing that ball. It is in front of him if it's a pass, because if you're throwing it backwards, that is a lateral, and that ball is live.
Absolutely. Black offense now. 1st and 10, just over the 55-yard line. Fonte at quarterback. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Fullback in the game. Fonte turns, hands off to the left. Running back cuts back against the screen. He's got a 1st down and more. Nice run there from 21. Jaden Gerzai McDonald, the running back out of the Niagara Spears program. He's a player that a lot of people have their eyes on, and he gets a 1st down there on the ground, Ron.
You've got maybe 95, maybe 100 kids on this field. Today, probably 80 of them are going to play university ball. Of the other 20 will probably play junior football.
I hope they do.
But realistically, you're seeing the cream of the crop. This is the next level of football.
Fumble. Fonte's able to jump on it. We had a fumble in the backfield after the handoff. That'll put the Black offense in a 2nd and long here. We've seen a lot of, just little miscommunication on some snaps, couple exchange issues, an issue with the field goal team. Is that a case of the guys just only having such a short time working together the last couple days?
That's exactly it. We talked about it in the first two games, and we'll talk about it again. The defense is going to be ahead of the offense because situational responsibilities travel from defense to defense to defense. Responsibilities and situations do not travel as much in an offense. When an offense is all based on timing of play action and stuff like that and blocking assignments, you have to have that proper time to work together so everybody knows, so everyone's on the same page.
So you put players together for such a short period of time, combined with the speed of the athletes on the field. Fonnie back to pass, got a wide receiver open, unable to complete it. But again, he takes another shot, and they've been very close to connecting on a couple downfield shots in addition to the one they completed on the first play of the game. So it looks like the Black offense really wants to attack downfield and take some shots vertical. They're going to decline this penalty and hopefully put them in a 2nd and 10 here. What do you think about that play, Ron?
At the very end here, I thought it was really close to PI. I thought the hand checking was coming in a little bit early for number 5 for the red team. Didn't call it. Referee was right there. Hey, he had a better view of it than I did. I'm, like 40 rows up on the 40-yard line. He was right there. Sure looked like when I was watching it that the hands got there early, but again, good idea. Punt the ball here. Let's play the field position game and let your defense go out there and eat.
The referees always have the best view of those plays. And speaking of referees, if you're interested in becoming a referee, Ontario is desperately in need of football officials. Bad snap on the punt. Referees are going to blow it dead early. Another issue with operations. They've had a quick turnaround. The players did some film meetings this week on Zoom. And then they showed up on Saturday and held a couple practices Saturday. Did some film review as well. Some in-classroom meetings. And then likely came out today and did a long warm-up. I'm sure there was a lot of tweaking of the systems, kind of finalizing some last-minute things. And then they're basically playing a football game today with, 90 of the best athletes at U18 age group across Ontario in such a short time. So there's going to be some issues because these guys are fast. There's some very good players here. Punt snap is off. The punt is off. Great kick. Hanging into the short side of the field. Going to be caught clean. Receiver's up the sideline. He cuts back against the grain. He's got a 10-yard gain on the return. It'll be first down for the red team coming out of the 20. Great punt there, Ron. The one thing we've noticed today has been some great special teams action across all 3 games so far.
Yeah, there really has been, but that was a fantastic punt. I don't have the roster, so who's number 32 for Black?
32 for Black is Oscar Chmielewski out of London CCH, the London CCH kicking phenom, who I've come across a couple times, and this guy's got a real productive leg on him. So showing today that he's probably going to be in the mix to be in competition for this team moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and there's the difference that we saw in the first game, the second game versus this game. That's 15 yards further downfield, but it was where the ball was. It's pinned the returner down to the short side of the field and not really anywhere to go. So you get a minimal return and you're playing the field position game. Great job.
Team Red turns and hands the ball off to the short side of the screen. Running backs around the edge. Got a big first down and more. That's Kalen Tan out of Bishop Redding. Royals at the Guelph product with a nice run on first down. Is there a flag on the play that I missed?
I don't think so. Yeah, there was.
Yeah, there was. Holding.
Yeah.
Looks like holding on the edge.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that run is negated by the flag. But the red offense will back it up.
And offside.
Offside on the offense. So the red offense will have to back it up and try it again. Referee's a little bit more tight with the rulebook than we saw in some of the previous games. I think we mentioned earlier, likely because of the age and the intensity that they're about to face. I think the coaching staff want to try to put these guys in a little bit of adversity and see how they respond as they prepare for the Canada Cup tournament in July in Edmonton, where provinces will send some of their best representatives from across the country at the U18 level to compete. I think it's a 10-day tournament or a 7-day tournament. Teams will play 2 or 3 games in that time, and very competitive, very robust, a lot of talent there. Right now, we got 90 of the best players at the U18 level from across Ontario in London to play in this Redblack game. Back to throw the screen pass to the boundary, caught. Defensive back makes a great play and tackle for a loss. It'll be a 2nd and 12 there for the red offense. We've seen that tunnel screen thrown a variety of levels, different
Yeah.
levels of the games with some moderate success to some great success. Talk a little bit about that kind of play.
Well, again, you're trying to get a block on the edge and try to get an extra blocker. What you're not counting on is the third man tracking down and swallowing you whole almost at the end of the play here. You know, I understand the concepts of it. I'm not a big fan of it on first and long because, yeah, it can be a big play, but more times than not, it's a 2 or 3 yard play. And if you're in a 15-yard, first and 15 situation, you need more than 2 or 3 yards here to give yourself a manageable second down.
4 receivers to the wide side for the red offense. Quarterback back to pass. He's going to scramble. He's going to be just short of the first down. Be a third and, say, 3 yards to go backed up. Tough decision now for the red offense. What do you think they do, Ron?
I think they're going to punt, obviously because I see the wholesale change coming on here. But field position wise, at this point, it's a 2-0 game. If we're calling it, kind of as okay, let's call a real game here. This is a situation where you have to punt the ball away.
Absolutely. And that's the end of the first quarter here. Live from Alumni Field at Western University, we're watching the Redblack U18 game on London Football Television. Want to thank Team Linked, one of our sponsors, Team Link, which provides the best in market technology solutions for sports leagues, associations, clubs, and teams. The top-rated Team Link app proudly powers over 1 million parents, coaches, and players across the world. Plus, their products are offered with no fees, so you can invest more time and money into growing your program. Team Link's goal is to empower sports organizers. It's a great app. We use it with the London Beefeaters, and I'd recommend it if you're looking to streamline some of the administrative parts of your football program. Take a look at Team Linked. As well, Barron Championship Rings, who are the official championship rings of Football Ontario. Visit BarronRings.com today to start your ring journey, and hopefully some of these guys will come back and be ordering some rings in July after the Canada Cup. Lastly, Purple Shift. If you're looking for a powerful tool to help take your athletic career to the next level without breaking the bank, then look no further than Purple Shift, as we got a punt return on the field, tackle for a nice gain, and the black offense will take over at the 45-yard line. Purple Shift's completely free app uses innovative video technology to verify athletic data, allowing coaches and scouts to find the perfect athlete based on their athleticism, sports highlights, or both. But that's not all. Purple Shift is also designed to help you along your athletic journey with resources, training tips, and motivation to help you reach your full potential. There's no hidden fees or subscriptions, and the platform is accessible to athletes of all backgrounds and skill levels. So join Purple Shift community today and start making your athletic dreams a reality. The app is easy to use, and our team is dedicated to providing the best possible experience for their users. Don't let financial barriers stand in the way of your success. With Purple Shift, you have everything you need to achieve greatness. Download the app now and start on your journey to athletic excellence. As the black offense runs the ball on first down for minimal gain. 2nd and 7 here. 11:18 left in the second quarter, Ron. Tell me about that play.
Well, it's just the inside zone, and again, we got a new quarterback and a new backfield combination in there right now. So good job. Let's get the first snap. Let's get the jitters out of the way there. Just a very simple play. But I like that, you got 3 or 4 yards on there, and it opens up things for your second down. So now you have different play options that are available to you on the down here.
Looks like Castleman checks in at quarterback. The Durham Dolphins product tries to throw it to Montour, but incomplete. And it'll be a 3rd and 7 here. There's a flag in the backfield holding on the black offense. Likely be declined.
Yeah,
And the red team will return a punt here, but we'll still wait and see. Coaches on the black offense try to decide what they want to do here.
Okay, so you're inside the 45-yard line here, Matt. If you move it back 10 yards, okay, you're going to be just about midfield as we see the downs box change over. Is this a penalty that you want to accept at this point to play the field position game maybe in your favor a little bit?
That's a tough one, Ron. Now you're making me think.
Understanding the punter that would have been coming out on there.
Yeah, interesting choice. I think that's one of those situations where you're not going to be right or wrong either way. Just go with what you feel comfortable with. But they'll accept the penalty they'll decline the penalty and be 3rd and 7 for the black offense, and they're going to stay out and go for it, try to convert here. Castleman back to pass, got pressure in his face. He's going to scramble. Quarterback is declared dead because he was touched by a defender. One thing we noticed today is the referees are very protective of the quarterbacks. They want to make sure that these guys don't take any unnecessary hits. I would assume that almost all of these guys are going to go back to their summer leagues and be the starting quarterback for their summer league team. So what they don't want to have happen is these guys get hurt and are not able to return back to their summer programs or have an injury that might keep them out of the tournament or the fall. So you're going to see some situations like we have where the quarterback who wants to scramble is going to be whistled dead. I think we both agree that that's for their protection and probably the best thing based on the structure of the tournament we're seeing right now.
Well, like we talked about it, the last thing you want to see is an injury with anybody. The defensive line, the defensive players, they their eyes start lighting up when they see a quarterback in their sights. They want to hit them. They want to tackle them. This is a situation, again, the amount of reps that everyone's had or lack of reps, you don't want to see anyone get hit and you don't want to see anyone get injured. Blow the damn ball down.
Russell in at quarterback now for the Red offense. 4 receivers to the top of the screen. Russell scrambles for minimal gain. It'll be second and long here for the Red offense as they go back to their set. So we've now seen all 4 quarterbacks in the game so far with 9:56 remaining in the second half or the second quarter. We got a 2-0 lead for the Black offense here at the U18 Redblack game hosted by Ontario Football live from Alumni Stadium at Western University campus. You're watching live on London Football TV, and you're going to click that subscribe button right now if you haven't to make sure you subscribe and can watch great football action all summer long and into the fall and throughout the rest of your life. This is the place to be for amateur football coverage in Ontario. Nobody does it better than London Football, and we're happy to be a part of it. Click that subscribe button. Come back and watch this game in a couple years. And let's play a game. How many of these guys are going to go on and play professional football? You're going to come back in 5 years and watch this game, and you're going to see a whole bunch of names that are probably getting mentioned in the draft. So this is the place to be for some of the best U18 football players in the province. Right now, we got the Red offense coming out, trying to get something going. Their punt team is on the field, and they're going to kick it deep. Been a pretty conservative game so far. Some big completions, but defense has definitely been strong, and that's a trend we've seen all weekend, right, Ron?
Yeah, and it's something that you're always going to see in these all-star games and stuff, but the defenses in Ontario, especially early in the season, they are always ahead of the offenses, but the defenses are being called very aggressively as well. And I like that in the aspect of let's get game situations, this is how we're going to play, get used to the tempo, get used to how we're going to call things. But as an offensive coach, I want to see first downs too.
Absolutely.
That's kind of where we both kind of cut our teeth in the sport. You want to see sustained drives, you want to see points on the board, and that's what's exciting. But as an offensive coach, I'm telling you, offense will sell you a ticket to a stadium. The defense is going to win the game.
Pasquani's punt is fielded by the Black return team, and they'll start the drive on the 30-yard line. First down on the 30-yard line. 9 minutes left in the second quarter here. Fonte back at quarterback. No, sorry. It's Castleman at quarterback for the Black offense. Passes on that tunnel screen. Unable to get anywhere. Haven't seen a lot of success from that concept all weekend. All 3 games, everybody's thrown it. Not a lot of success. What would you do next if you're the offense after you throw that play over and over again? Is there something you could do off it to kind of take advantage of the defense being very reactive to it?
Yeah, what you do is you want to come across to get that extra blocker in there and have one of them eventually slip down and run a go and just run a straight fly pattern, because you can fake that tunnel, and if everyone's recognizing it and they're reacting really, really hard up to it, somebody can just peek through the back end, and it's a layup at that point.
So one of the players that's blocked, fakes his block, continues down the field, and you're hoping that the defense thinks it's another tunnel screen and comes and attacks the returner.
Exactly.
As Castleman drops back to pass, he steps out of the pocket. Another situation where he has got hands on him and unable. Castleman a little bit frustrated by the rules because he's the kind of quarterback that wants to run the ball, and he feels like he could escape those plays, but again, they're going to err on the side of caution when it comes to quarterbacks, and they're going to whistle those guys dead, because what they don't want to have happen is a quarterback gets fallen on, twisted up, something happens to his arm. A lot of these guys are going to be the stars of their summer league programs, and those guys are counting on these guys to come back and play. So we'll say safety first today as the Black team lines up to kick it away. Chmielewski in the backfield. He boomed a punt earlier in his first attempt of the game. Whistles on the play as the referees count him up to make sure. One thing I think we're going to notice is there will probably be some confusion on special teams as the game goes on. Maybe guys get hurt or need a rest. You might have situations where teams are short And I imagine the coaching staff's instructing the referees in those situations, hey, let's just blow it dead and make sure we can get guys on. Because we want to get good film to be able to evaluate. Because this is an evaluation tool after all. Chmielewski's punt is low, but into the boundary, fielded by Smith. Smith is cutting back, nowhere to go, and he's tackled for a minimal loss. The red team will start on offense right around midfield there.
97, who's that? Is that Andre Thompson?
97 of the black team.
Yeah.
Folu Shobawali out of St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School, 6'2", 289.
That's not 97 because he's wearing a Junior Mustang helmet.
Oh, no. The numbers might be incorrect. I'll take a look and tell you. We have had some different number issues, but 97 that definitely
99.
definitely looks like that's Andre Thompson, the London Junior Mustangs product. We know a lot about that guy. We had a lot of success with him last year.
Yeah, that's Andre.
He might be one of the more unique players in this weekend's tournament because this is a guy that's gifted with some natural ability and just some natural size as well. So he's a guy that I think a lot of university coaches are going to keep their eyes on. Just finished up grade 11 at South, only grade 11, and already known across the country as a guy that, hey, keep your eyes on this guy. He's going to be something special.
Yeah, coaches out there, if you don't know who this young man is, you better find out real quick or he's going to be in your backfield for the next 4 years.
I sure know who he is. I'm going to do my best to try to keep him in London and talk to him about the advantages that the junior football route might offer a young man like him. As the Team Red completes a pass to Stam, who cuts across the middle and has a big gain. So now Red's got something cooking on offense. A first down as they move inside the black territory. First down from the 39-yard line. Great throw there on that crossing route run.
Nice crossing pattern. Slow developing play. People do a good job of getting downfield, covering up their man, which is what they're supposed to do. And you just have someone slipping across the field, take the easy completion. And when the receivers do their job, who aren't getting the ball, who are being unselfish, look what happens when you do get the ball. So that's something that we've stressed for years, that everyone has a job to do and you must do it, whether you're getting the ball or not. Everything relates into something else.
Absolutely. As the Red offense hands the ball off to the right side of the screen. Gain of 5 on that wide zone play. Nice solid run there. Nothing special, just a good, honest run from the running back. Talk a little bit about that outside zone play that we've seen a little bit in the last couple plays.
Well, you know, zone football, basically for everyone who's watching this, you probably know it. But zone is there's two types of football. There's like a man or a gap block scheme, or there is what they call the zone scheme, which is you're blocking into an area. And all the running back is doing at that point is running behind a certain player and looking to make a cut either out or in. You're letting the defense overreact and you're trying to make them pay for their mistake.
Handoff up the middle on second down at 5. Not enough for the Red offense to keep the drive alive, and now they'll have a choice to make. It'll be 3rd and 7 from the 36-yard line. Field goal range, TBD. Do they keep the offense out and go for it? Looks like that's the choice they made.
Yeah, I haven't seen the kickers yet, so it's hard to say, you know, what's their range and everything else. But at this level, 36-yard line, back 7, that's a long field goal. And the wind is kind of coming, what wind there is kind of coming in their face at this point. I think that would be a punt situation before a field goal situation.
3rd and 7, Russell in the pistol. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Russell takes a snap. He's back to pass. He's got receivers over the middle. Throws it across, incomplete, and it'll be a turnover on downs for the Red offense. As the black team will march their offense out and take over. Just over their 35-yard line. 4:57 left in the game. We're live at Western's Alumni Field. You're watching Team Ontario Redblack U18 football action.
Attitude-wise, Black seems to be playing a little edgier. The last play you had a Texas stunt. So you have the end and the tackle doing a switch. The end came through untouched. And although he didn't hit the quarterback, he gave him a good tap, let him know. And then the end of the play there, the defender in coverage let the guy know that he was there. So they seem to be playing with a little bit more of an edge to them.
Funny
observation.
Funny you say that. I see Coach Grandy, the linebacker coach for the Western Mustangs, down coaching the defense for the black team, and I've known Coach Grandy, and he's definitely a guy that brings intensity. So if anybody can get the black defense playing to the full anger that they need,
Yeah.
Coach Grandy will get them going. So
Now that makes a lot of sense.
first down run from the black offense. Minimal gain. It'll be 2nd and 9 here. 4:19 remaining in the second quarter here. 2-0 game off a missed field goal. I think two singles off 2 missed kicks. Minimal offense so far. Defensive lines have been strong for both, which has been something we've seen kind of consistently through the weekend. 3 receivers to the top of the screen for the black offense. I believe it's Castleman at quarterback still. He's back to pass. Got a receiver breaking to the sidelines. Castleman again pressured by the defensive line, and he is starting to show the frustration. He does not like that rule. I think if Castleman had his choice, he'd say to the refs, "Hey, I'm live. Let me play ball because I just want to play."
Yeah, because I think you're right. I think not only does he step up, he break that little arm tackle there. I think he's going for a little bit of a scamper downfield because he's a well put together lad. I don't think he's the type of kid that shies away from contact.
6 foot, 195 pounds, out of Durham Dolphins. They breed him tough down in Durham. I think he's definitely saying, "Hey, let me run. Let me show what I got." As Smith fields the punt just around the 50-yard line. He's cutting back. We've seen him do this a couple times. He's got space and room to grow. Block in the back is going to bring it back. Not a smart decision there on a play that probably would have sprung regardless. Smith slams the ball down in frustration. We're going to have a block in the back around the 55-yard or the 45-yard line. It's going to come back 15 yards, Ron. Not the smartest play.
No, and you knew it right away. It's coming right here. Hang on to it right there. You can't. That is the block that they is not tolerated in football. Period. You cannot hit somebody from behind. You can't even hit somebody coming, straight at them. You have to be in front of them. They have to be able to see you coming to avoid the injury. And that is, sorry, son, you can't do that. You got to know better.
They've definitely changed the rules in the last 10 years or so in terms of, they call it the pedestrian block or the blindside block, making sure that you can't block a player that has no expectation that he's about to be blocked. Not like the old days. You got to have players have a chance to protect themselves, and I think it's for the positives because it's definitely increased the safety of the program. Red offense calls a QB draw as Russell scampers for a gain of about 5. 2nd and 5 here for the Red offense. 3:05 left in the first half. Both teams struggling to sustain offensive production here. Defenses have definitely kind of stepped out and said, "Hey, we're probably going to run the show today." For the most part, the defensive lines have been strong for both groups. 2nd and 3 here for the Red offense. They have a good chance to keep a drive alive if they can convert. What do you expect here for the Red offense?
Well, I think we've seen it a couple times. Maybe looking for that. Depending, you got the 3x1 set here. Look for maybe the slot to hit the out, or maybe on a post or something like that as they run the ball. So
short gain of possibly a loss, and it'll put the Red offense in a 3rd and long there. Not sure I would agree with that call. Not easy to second guess, Ron. Easiest position to play in football is the second guesser, but in that situation it's probably my best quality as well as a football fan. But in that situation, I agree with you. I think I would have thrown it a little bit. They've had success throwing the ball. Those crossing routes have seemed to come open.
Yeah.
Protection's been an issue, but at the end of the day, it's always going to be an advantage for the defense. We talked about this a couple times today. The defense always has an advantage because they're very reactionary, whereas offense is going to be based on assignment. So 3rd and short here. Red offense stays out. 2:30 left.
You've had success running that mesh concept. Why don't you come back to it now? Get a clear out on the short side.
Hand off on the split zone.
He's
nowhere to go.
Close.
Defensive line says, "Not today." And the black defense steps up once again, led by Coach Grandy. Out comes the offense, looking to get on the board before halftime. 2:19 remaining. Red-Black weekend live from Western's Alumni Field, and you're watching live on London Football Television. And, of course, if you haven't already, you're going to click that subscribe button because we need you to subscribe so that you can continue to catch great local football action from across the province, not just London, but all over on this great channel. The place to be for amateur football in Ontario is London Football TV, and we need you to subscribe today. Black offense on the field, 3 receivers bottom of the screen. First down, just over midfield. Castleman sends his receivers in motion. Back to handoff, running power. Running backs got nowhere to go. Defensive line continues to dominate both sides. Defensive line play is strong in Ontario. What makes defensive line play so important? Like, what are the keys to a great defensive line play, Coach?
Well, there's a couple different philosophies. I've always been a subscriber to you want to tie up as many gaps as possible and make the running backs go, or the whoever has it run side to side. Last time I checked, in the time I've been watching football, you're never going to score a touchdown running to the sideline. Eventually you have to run north south. So the longer you can keep somebody running east west, the more advantageous you are and the better job that you're doing as a defense.
And Castleman on the second down run scrambles for a first down. I think we see right there why Castleman's so frustrated on some of those sack calls where the referees were trying to protect him. He has definitely got the ability to run the football. Third and short now. I was a little long on the spot, but third and short, and the Black offense will most definitely stay out there and try to convert here. 150 remaining in the half. They lead 2-0 based on 2 rouges on some missed kicks early in the first half. 3rd and 1 here. We'll see what the Black offense does. They got a fullback lined up at tight end to the top of the screen, 3 receivers to the bottom. Common formation we've seen from both sides so far today. Quarterback turns, hands the ball off to the right, cuts back against the grain. Elijah Jama, the big bruiser out of Niagara, the 5'10", 186-pound. Little ball of destruction converts the first down. Chains are moving, and we got a drive here for the Black offense, Ron. First drive we've seen in a while.
Yeah, and Matt, just to kind of go back to your defensive line play thing that we were talking about. So that is the one way of looking at defense, is to cover up as many gaps and get the people running sideline to sideline. The other is penetration and upfield. So the other philosophy behind it is if I can get pressure, which we've seen a lot of today at all the levels, okay? If I can get pressure and speed up the decision-making process by your quarterback or by your offensive players, that's going to work in my advantage. If I've got a next-level kid, I'm going to say it, Andre Thompson, on my defense, that is a mismatch. As good as an offensive lineman as there might be out there, it is hard. It is so hard to block somebody like that because he has such great ability to go side to side. And there's a difference between the really good ones and the great ones. Not only the ability to get upfield, but the ability to move side to side. The more space you can cover as a defensive player, the more value you have.
Absolutely. Well said. Black offense, first down, 40-yard line, going in, 1:25 remaining in the quarter. Castleman back to pass. Got an unblocked defender in his face. Castleman's got space. He's going to be in the grass, and they're going to whistle him dead. Castleman has definitely got the legs. And that might be an advantage playing in this kind of a tournament. A quarterback that can run and kind of keep drives alive with his feet might be something that kind of makes him stand out from the group. Because at the end of the day, they're going to have to choose who moves on to the Team Ontario group. And a lot of it's going to be based on how players perform today and how they performed in practice. We didn't see the practices yesterday. But Castleman is definitely making a case for himself that he should be included in that group. And I think so far he's done a lot to really secure himself a great chance to make the squad. Second and 10 here for the Black offense.
And the other thing with this is you're not going to Edmonton with one quarterback, so you don't want anything bad to happen to your starter, whomever that might be. But you better have depth. You better have 2 for sure, if not 3.
Absolutely. Incomplete there on second and long, and be third and long now with 55 seconds remaining in the quarter, in the half. Black team will send out the punt team. Chmielewski back to kick again. Chmielewski's had a couple of really nice punts early in the game so far. Definitely got to be in the mix to make this team move on as the U18 team is selected as prepares for the Canada Cup tournament in July in Edmonton. Late substitution on the red team. We already said the referees are being a little bit liberal in terms of special team subs because they understand the context of what they're playing in. These guys have only been together for about 24, 36 hours. Nice punt from Chmielewski. It'll be fielded clean. In the grass, we got Andre Thompson without the yards. There'll be a 15-yard penalty for no yards. It'll move up the red offense with about 45 seconds left in the drive, or in the half. 2-0 they trail. Been a defensive dominated game so far. Both offenses struggling a little bit to get it going. I think that's more of a testament to the strong defensive play than anything the offenses are really doing wrong.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with 45 seconds left. Do you, in your mind, do you open it up and really try to strike some points on the board, or do you say, hey, let's just play it safe and kind of regroup at halftime? And remember, whatever you say is the opposite of what they're going to do.
I want to take a shot.
Okay, so look for the red team to take 3 knees. And if you're just joining us, me and Ron have a long history of Ron making
wrong
predictions that are inaccurate. There's almost a conspiracy of amateur football coaches in the province to just listen to Ron and then do the opposite. I think to make him look silly. But you got to wake up pretty early in the morning to make Ron Florida look silly. Wide open receiver downfield. Ron was right. They take his shots. Credit where credit's due. Ron says take a shot, and there's the shot he so declared.
You know what? I love the call too. It's a timing thing here. Look at the ball's perfectly thrown downfield. He's not used to that track and the trajectory of the ball coming in from the quarterback. And these are the small little details. That's the difference between a 30-yard gain and a 2nd down and 10. In another week or two, if these guys were working together longer, that's a 30-yard gain.
Absolutely. 2nd and 10 here for the Red offense. Russell back to pass. He's on the move. He's going to tuck it and run. Got blockers in front. 1st down and more. He's going to get it. He takes a big hit. Had the chance to get out of bounds. He says, no, I'm here to play football. Takes a big hit. 1st down with 32 seconds left. We're seeing a lot of different quarterback styles. You got Fonte and Russell with the big arms. Russell shows, hey, I can also run it. Castleman and the black team has really been impressive with his feet so far. A lot of different quarterback plays. Going to be some tough decisions for these coaches as they move forward to select their team. But we got a 1st down here for the Red offense with the timeout on the field. Talk about quarterback styles and kind of how it affects your offense, Ron.
So it really depends on the strengths of what you've also got. So if you have a team that, if your offensive line can lean on people, okay, and what I mean by that is you've got a great team that can run block, then maybe you want to look at somebody that can run the ball and make sure that they have to be accounted for in the running game and play 12 on 12 as opposed to playing 11 on 12. If you've got great receivers and talented quarterback, you might want to throw the ball more. Changes your decision-making process.
Great throw there from Russell to Matthew Stam out of Sentinel. The Spartans out of Guelph. Great connection there, and the chains are moving with 26 seconds left. This Red offense is starting to heat up, Ron.
So, again, the ideal situation is to having a little bit of both in you. But if you want to be a primary, if you want to get chunky plays, if you want to get big plays in the passing game, you better have a quarterback and a backup that can throw the ball. Although I've seen a couple mixtures out here where I can potentially see, okay, that's probably your one, and this is maybe your 3rd down quarterback and backup guy. They can do different things, and maybe you can design your offense and your team play to series by series. We want to go heavy, or we want to do this. Well, we could do this. Or if we want to do this, well, we could have this guy. So it really depends on the other components that you have around you. I like an athletic quarterback that can move around and throw the ball downfield. I think all 4 of these guys are athletic quarterbacks and can deliver the ball downfield. Give me more of a passer at quarterback.
Absolutely. 2nd and 10 here from the 35-yard line. Call it the 34. Red offense, 3 receivers, top of the screen. Russell's back to pass. Going to throw a quick out to the flats. Got space. He's going to break a tackle for a 1st down with the spot. The clock will continue to move. 4 seconds left. Do you take the field goal here and get on the board?
Absolutely.
It looks like that's what they're going to do.
Absolutely, you do.
So some great situational football coaching from the coaching staff down there. Coach Soria sends out the field goal team, and we'll see if the Red offense can get on the board and take a lead. As halftime expires, 4 seconds left. You're watching Team Ontario U18 Redblack game live on London Football TV, and of course, you're going to hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't already, and continue to enjoy great recreational and competitive amateur football from across the province on this great channel. The home of amateur football in Ontario is London Football TV. London and beyond. Football, the place to be. Click that subscribe button right now as we line up for a long, let's say a 35-yard field goal. Trailing 2-0 with 4 seconds left. The red team looking to get on the board and take the lead going into halftime. We got Matteo Pasquini back to kick. Kick is
Blocked.
short. It is blocked. Not going to be good. Now he's got to get out of the end zone.
I hit the goal.
He's out.
It should have been blown dead.
I don't know the rules on that one. Oh, we got a play here. Oh, for a second I thought he had a. I
did
thought he had
too.
a.
I'm like,
seam.
uh-oh.
I don't know the rules on how if it hits the goalpost support. I know the rule if it hits the goalpost, but I don't know the rule if it hits the support. And I guess we just learned the rule that the ball stays in play. But regardless, we're at halftime. Black leads 2-0 at U18. Redblack weekend hosted by Ontario Football. You're watching live on London Football TV. Before you leave, take a couple seconds to check out Classlet. Classly, get ready to take your sports memorabilia collection to the next level by getting your own personalized sports cards and posters with Classly. With over 144 unique design combinations to choose from, all athletes can customize their Classly virtual and printed sports cards. Add their own digital autograph signature and share it with their social media followers to memorize their best captured football moments. As a proud sponsor of Football Ontario, Classlead is excited to offer all attendees an exclusive 40% discount on all premium Classlead virtual and printed sports cards and poster designs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer and join one of the fastest growing platforms for youth football athletes. You can join for free and it only takes a few minutes to sign up. Visit classleague.com to explore the wide range of top quality designs to help your athletes stand out. Use code FootballOntario40 for 40% off all products and membership packages. And if you get one of those things, send it to me on social media because I'd love to see it, which is really just me plugging my social media because we're always recruiting here, right, Ron? We'll be back shortly with the second half of U18 Red Black football action from Western's Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football TV. Click subscribe and All right, we're back. Second half action. U18 Redblack game live from Alumni Field at Western University. I'm joined by the Executive Director of Football Ontario, Aaron Gieser. Aaron, welcome to the booth. Great weekend of football. What's this weekend kind of mean for Ontario football in general?
You know, it's an awesome opportunity to have kids from across this province, coaches from across this province come together as a community to be able to celebrate, what football is in this province. And one thing that doesn't get noticed a lot of times is we get a lot of volunteers, a lot of people, coaches, administrators that put in a ton of time, energy, and effort to be able to get something like this going. So, we're just really appreciative of all the people that care about this sport and that love it. And this, on-field action is a result of that, basically, for us.
Absolutely. We had two exciting games earlier. That U14 game, wow, what a finish. And one of the things we kind of talked about is those guys will be the guys that you'll be watching this game in a couple of years. So maybe talk a little bit about the U14 level, which is, I think, new in the last couple of years for you guys.
Yeah, we really wanted to make an effort of trying to allow kids to understand what is possible for them in the future. And part of it, we introduced that U14 to be able to get them to have this sense of what it feels like to come to a big university school, to get in the locker room, to be able to, experience what high performance looks like, keep as many kids involved as possible while we're doing it, and then really just be able to show them this U18 is the level that they can be at.
Absolutely. So what's next for going back to the U18 players, kind of what's next for them? So they'll finish this game, and then what's the next steps in the process getting ready for the Canada Cup in July?
Yeah, for sure. So the coaches within the next 2 weeks are going to be able to kind of bring it down to a 55-person roster with 40 that they'll take to Edmonton. So this year's Canada Cup is in Edmonton. The top 40 athletes will compete against the other 8 provinces that compete. And you know what? We go in there, and Saskatchewan, Alberta, Quebec, they're good. And sometimes that we don't realize in Ontario that there's a lot of football that gets played outside of us. So it's a competitive space for these kids.
Absolutely. And what about the U16 level? What's next for those guys?
So same process in terms of selection, except for them. The U16s are Eastern and Western, so we get to compete out in Sackville and New Brunswick, and they get to compete against Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. So again, it's kind of that ladder system. So you get a little bit of a taste at U14, a little bit more taste at U16, and by the U18 it's the big time.
Awesome. This weekend I got an email and kind of realized it was time to do my renewal for the safe contact course. I know it had been a couple of years, and every 5 years now, all the coaches in Ontario are required to do the renewal process. So I got that plan to do my renewal this week, and I started it, and I'm going to finish it. Talk a little bit about the safety. I know one of the big things you kind of brought in since you've joined in this position is really increasing the awareness for safety and all the safe contact stuff. So maybe talk a little bit about that process and what Football Ontario is doing to support amateur football across the province.
Yeah, one of the big priorities that we have in place is that we want these kids playing this sport for as long as possible. And part of that is just making sure that we keep them on the field and keep them healthy. And since Safe Contact's inception in 2015, across the country, we've trained almost 13,000 coaches, which, there was a great study out of Alberta where they reviewed high school sports. And because of the changes that were made around 2012, 2015, actually high school tackle football on the men's side is like 6th, 7th behind some of the other sports. So we made a lot of great strides. But the big thing is can we make this accessible for the coaches?
Great interception as we talk. We'll get back to the action in the field shortly, but great point there. And I think I've always kind of said to people, there's probably never been a safer time to play football than right here, right now. I know you've been involved in football at various levels, high school, junior football, university. In this position, you get a chance to see probably football at all different levels. Let's say you're talking to maybe a parent whose son doesn't play football and is thinking this might be something we want to get into. Sell them right now on why football is something that they need to seriously consider getting involved with.
There has never been a better time to jump into our sport, whether it's safety, whether it's development, whether it's inclusion. We have pathways now for any type of athlete that wants to jump into the sport. If it's flag football, we've got a pathway for you. If it's tackle football, if you're a big kid, we got a spot for you.
Wide open receiver down the sideline. Great catch. Looks like he's out of bounds. Fonte with another strike and just out of his grasp. Great throw from Fonte. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. I mean, this is what we're here for, this great action. The big thing for us is that, and Matt, you're a football guy through and through. There's no other sport, and I don't care what anyone says, that provides the opportunities that we can provide to the kids. There's no sport that has a 110-pound kid and a 300-pound kid that have to be in the same field at the same time to be successful.
Oh, that's exactly it. You can be any size you want, and you have a place to play in football. I know one of the things that you guys have really strived for in the last couple of years as well is obviously you're trying to create a great positive environment in the tackle football circuit, but also like the flag football. We talked about the female football. What are you guys looking at in as far as those things where maybe they're not as well known, but you're trying to get them well known? The flag football, the female football avenues.
Yeah, we've had a lot of great strides on including new pathways for women and girls, especially on the tackle side. This summer actually we have the launch of an Ontario Women's Football League, so the first time that there's a provincial travel team for women's tackles. So we've probably increased our women's participation on the tackle side by at least 2,000 kids. And then, on the other side, flag, I wish I could make this announcement, but I'll just say that the Ontario Summer Games is here next summer, so hopefully we can see some flag football here next summer.
Read between the lines, if you will, but hey, that's great. Well, I'm going to ask you one more question. You've seen a lot of football today. I don't want to put you on the spot by naming it because I know there's a lot of players, but is there anybody that you kind of said like, hey, wow, I didn't know about that guy, and that's a guy I'm going to keep my eye on? Anybody that's really stood out to you? And I know all the players are playing really well, but anybody really stood to you this weekend from the U18 weekend?
You know what I want to shout out is I want to show that we've actually had a lot better representation from across this province, and I got to shout out to the kids who traveled down from the Sault.
Yeah.
Right. Though we've got 5 kids basically right now from the Sault Ste. Marie, and for people that don't understand, that's a big travel. And in our province, we have a little bit different of a challenge where kids got to come from a lot of different places. So we've seen some really good representation from different communities, and I got to shout out that group for sure.
Yeah, great tip of the cap to coach. He ended up there in Sault Ste. Marie at Cora, and all the other guys. He's not the only one, but he's the one that kind of comes to mind and really putting football on the map there as well. It's not just a big city thing. The one thing I noticed is we got guys from big cities, small cities. Some of the U16 game, we had guys making plays for cities I never heard of. But so football is not just a big city thing; it's a small city thing. Any kind of last comments before we let you go today?
I want to bring it back. There's so many people that make this happen, whether it's in their community, at their high schools, in the club. Our sport thrives because of the great people that are involved in it, and I can't thank those people enough. And I hope everybody knows that we appreciate all the effort that you guys are doing to even be able to promote and cover the sport. But for that, everybody that makes this possible, I know like you, this sport has given me so many things, and I hope that we can keep giving it to as many kids as possible.
Absolutely. We talked earlier about if you're out there and you're kind of coming to the end of your playing career, you want to stay involved, coaching or reffing. You can never have enough good coaches, never have enough good refs. But thank you so much, Aaron Giesler, Executive Director of Football Ontario, joining us in the booth. We'll be back to the action, but thank you so much. 7:12 left in the game. Sorry, third quarter. Team Black offense moving inside the 20. Fontie at quarterback. Back to pass. Fontie's got a receiver open in the flats. Oh, he had him and he dropped it. Looked to hit the big fullback in the hands and just not able to secure it. We missed a little bit of action there, but so far we've seen some explosive pass plays in the second half. We got the godfather of amateur football, play-by-play, Ron Forward, back in the booth. Ron, welcome back.
Thank you very much. It was great to have Aaron up here doing his talk. Really, since football has kind of gone the direction it has, the executive body of Football Ontario, kind of led by Aaron, they've done a fantastic job of promoting the sport. And we talked about putting the information out there, making it accessible for coaches at all levels.
We got a made field goal on the way. So a made field goal there from the Black offense. Is it good? No good.
No good.
I missed it. My eyes to see me. No good. So it'll be 3-0 Black team. Sorry, Ron, interrupt.
It's all good. But again, they just the executive body across the board has just done such an amazing job of promoting the sport, putting the information out there, making it accessible. And Aaron talked about it, women's football. That's something 5 years ago we never had.
Yep.
We never had this. I was lucky enough a few years back to be part of the first university games with the women's football, and it blew me away, the physicality that these women were playing at. And they weren't women playing football. I shouldn't say, it wasn't women's football. It was football being played by women.
Exactly.
And that's kind of, get that out of our heads. Pressure.
Tip ball there. Oh, intercepted. We got a face mask. No flag. Looked like it could have been a face mask gone either way on a tip pass up there. Slight sprinkle of rain starting.
Yeah.
We'll see if it starts to affect the on-field play. Both teams have struggled on offense the last, 3 quarters or so. We've mentioned that the defense is clearly ahead in such a short turnaround type of camp that you would have here, where defenses are obviously going to be a little bit further ahead because of the nature of the game. But we'll see if the weather starts to affect the on-field play. as we move into the second half of the third quarter. 6:22 left. Blacks lead 3-0 over Team Red in the Redblack U18 Ontario football Redblack weekend game, showcase game as the players prepare to move on, hopefully towards the Canada Cup Team Ontario entry that'll take place in July in Edmonton. As Aaron said, they'll select down from this camp to the top 40 players with a 15-man kind of, reserve list, and they'll take those 40 players to the tournament in July and try to capture gold medal at the Canada Cup, which is one of the premier football tournaments for Canadian amateur football for U18 players. And we're seeing some great U18 players on the field right now. It's been a great day of football. The U14 game came down to the last play of the game. Great performance from some of the best 13 to 12-year-old players in the province. And the U16 level was dominated by some strong defensive play on both sides. And now we're in the U18 game. The rain is starting to come down. But it's not going to dampen our spirits. We've had a great day of football so far, Ron.
No, it's been a fantastic game of football. Again, the U14 game was kind of the highlight of the day so far. Just great back and forth football. He put his knee down. He's down. So it's first down for Team Black. They have an opportunity to put this away here. The way that Team Red's kind of been moving the ball on offense or lack thereof. But just kind of like that first game, we saw it. There was big offensive plays and like great defense for a long time. And then at the end, everyone just kind of woke up again and gave us like a fantastic finish.
Absolutely.
After it was like, well, it looks like this game's over. They're just going to punt it. No, punts block, boom, safety, or actually fumble, touchdown. And I was like, wait a second, this is a 1-point game. The U16 and the U18 game, we kind of knew the defenses were going to come out and play.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're seeing there. But I'm just, I'm waiting for someone on offense to make a play here so we can.
Fonte hands the ball off, fakes it. He's out the edge looking for a receiver. Slips, falls. Fonte falls victim to the slippery field. Fonte looks like he might have an injury.
Yep.
Uh-oh. This is unfortunate. We don't want to see any player injured at all. And Fonte just takes a bad step on that turf, and we've seen it a couple times today. A little bit of a slippery surface out there, and we'll take a timeout here as the trainers come out to deal with TJ Fonte's injury, and we'll take a moment. Momentum Fundraising. Football Ontario is proud to announce our returning fundraising partner in Momentum Fundraising. Momentum Fundraising is powered by the new and innovative Money Dolly app. Money Dolly is a fundraising app used by thousands of organizations in North America through which tens of millions of dollars have been raised. Momentum Fundraising will make you more money in less time. We are looking forward to working with and helping out all of the football programs in Ontario. We've helped raise over $250,000 in the football community in Ontario in the last 12 months. So check out Momentum Fundraising for all your fundraising needs. And then after this, we'll go home, Ron. I'm sure if you're like me, you're going to grab something to eat. For us, probably not something healthy, but if you're looking for healthy eats, check out Healthy Eats. Introducing Healthy Eats, a healthy meal prep company dedicated to providing delicious, nutritious meals that fuel optimal performance. Their team of chefs and nutrition coaches work together to craft meals that not only tasty, but are also catered to meet the specific dietary needs of each individual. They believe that proper nutrition is the foundation of peak physical and mental performance, and their meals are designed with that in mind. At Healthy Meats, they source only the highest quality ingredients, prioritizing organic, non-GMO, and locally sourced seasonal produce. Their meals are free of preservatives, additives, and artificial flavors, ensuring that their customers receive the full nutritional benefit of each ingredient. Their menu features a variety of options that focus on high protein and balanced nutrition to properly fuel themselves, or so that you can properly fuel yourself. They understand that busy schedules often make it challenging to maintain a healthy diet, which is why they can provide convenient delivery options. Their meals are delivered fresh, never frozen, so the customers can enjoy them at their peak quality. And whether you're an athlete, a busy professional, or you're simply looking to make healthier food choices, which I think we all probably are, Healthy Eats is here to support your journey towards optimal health and performance. For a limited time, use the code ONFootball10 for 10% off any order. And lastly, thank you to Area 51 as they welcome all the Redblack participants to the field today. Area 51 is Canada's fastest growing football supplier company and the official football and apparel supplier for Football Ontario. So Area 51, they're responsible for all the nice-looking uniforms. As DJ Fonte is helped off the field, hopefully just a precaution and nothing too serious. He slipped, scrambling, and went down a little awkwardly, and we don't want to kind of make any predictions, but could be a lower body injury. Hopefully nothing too serious, and he's back on the field because I know he's got a bright future ahead of him with the Junior Mustangs program. Coming off an offset championship at Laurier High School.
Yeah.
Last summer, he was the quarterback for the U16 JV summer football champions that we coached. So, guy hasn't lost a game in 2 years. And hopefully, nothing serious, and he's back on the field before we know it, because he's definitely a guy that university teams have on their radar. And not just a great football player, but a great kid as well. So, DJ Fonte helped off the field as we got second and long here for the black team in the U18 Redblack game played at Ontario's Western University Alumni Field. You're watching live on London Football TV, and you're going to click that subscribe button right now and make sure you're available to continue to watch all these games. You're going to want to watch this game in a couple of years because a lot of these guys are going to be playing U Sports, and then they're going to go on and play professional football, and you're going to be able to come back and say, hey, I watched this guy in 2023 when he was a part of the U18 Redblack weekend at Western.
And Matt Snyder did all the broadcasting, and
I'm just trying to win a game,
three-time
bud.
champion, Canadian champion.
Hopefully. Castleman at quarterback now for the black team. He's scrambling around. He's running. He's looking to make something happen. Got a big gain on second and long. That'll put them in a third and manageable. And now a choice to be made. Do you kick the field goal and really extend it to 6 points, or do you go for it? And I hope they go for it because we desperately need to see some offensive action this game. In a game dominated by the defense's run.
Yeah, you've tried 3 opportunities to kick field goals in this game, and you've missed all 3 of them. I'm not sure I'm lining up to kick another field goal again with the rain kind of being there and it being slick. You know, maybe 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 here. It's manageable. I think I want to go for it here.
Offense stays on the field for the black team. 3 receivers bottom of the screen. We're back to some football action. 3rd and 5 here. Castleman at quarterback. Takes a snap. He's back to pass. He's got a receiver over the middle looking. He's looking at scramble. Pressure comes. He's got nowhere to go. Sacked. And the red team will take over that defensive line, pinned their ears back and said, not today, Castleman.
Yeah, and this is kind of being the story of this weekend is like the defensive lines in games just kind of said, okay, that's it. We've given up enough yards on this drive, and we're coming after you now. And the quarterbacks, a lot of them just haven't had the opportunity to make a play.
One of the things,
there's somebody in his face right away.
One of the things I've noticed is that these teams are probably going in with only maybe 1-2 protection schemes at most, so they're kind of limited when it comes time to obvious pass situations. They got a set number of protections they can rely on, and makes it very easy for the defense to get the matchups and scheme, the pressures they want to bring. So defense is going to have an advantage, but as they move forward towards the tournament, I expect the offenses to catch up, and you'll see some productive football from both sides. Red team back to pass. Caught, dropped on the out, had him and dropped it. Be 2nd and 10 there. Incomplete pass, great read, just not able to connect. And I think that's a little bit to do with the timing. We got a flag on the play. The backfield be roughing the pass. It'll be a first down. 15 yards up for the red offense. Late hit. Looks like the defensive line, who's been so dominant, just a little bit late on that flag, Ron.
Yeah, I think he got hands up into the face mask area, which is going to be the 15-yard variety. He cannot touch the quarterback in the neck area up anymore. This is a no-go. You know, Matt, we were kind of talking about, being the king of TikTok earlier. Boy, I'm telling you, you want to know why they took this hit out? Go Google Eric Hipple, Lions quarterback, and some of the hits that come up that this man took. That is why player safety is so important, because we don't want another guy walking around who can't spell his name anymore.
If we had these rules back when I played, I might not have had this pickleball injury I'm dealing with right now. I got a bit of a hip problem from the old pickleball court. I'm trying to get it rehabbed. I got a big pickleball game on Tuesday, so hopefully these guys, I know these will, not only are we looking at the football players of the future, we're looking at some of the pickleball players of the distant future. So great catch there from the red receiver. On a first down to gain 5, it'll be 2nd and 5 there. Red offenses, they've had moments where they start to click. You think, hey, maybe they're starting to put it together, and then the defensive line kind of steps up and says, not today. So far, you get a little bit of a drive coming for the red offense. Let's see if they can sustain facing a 2nd and 5, Ron.
Well, it's good to see because, really, and maybe I'm watching a different game than everyone else. the game is kind of being dominated by the black team on both sides of the game. It's good to see that the red team's got a drive going on here and get some momentum going. So we see that crossing, that mesh route, and timing was just off a little bit, but you could see it coming right away. You're just trying to hit that under with the man coming across the grain here. Got to get that ball up. Those are the completions you got to have.
Absolutely. Jackson Plant, the 6'4", 160-pound quarterback out of St. Matthews in Ottawa, I believe. At quarterback now for the red team. He's a big fellow with a long lever. Should be able to drive the ball downfield. 3 receivers at the bottom of the screen for the red team. Quarterback turns, throws picked off. We got an interception, and we got a pick 6 on our hands. Nobody in the way. Andre Thompson leads in the end zone. Touchdown, Team Black. Number 35, Spencer Hayek, the linebacker from the Essex Ravens. And I'll tell you one thing they know about Essex is they know how to play defense in Essex.
So 35 or 32?
I think I saw 35.
It is 35, yep.
Essex, no. One thing we know about Windsor is they play good defense in Essex.
Yeah.
And a touchdown from Hayek on actually not a bad read, just a great play from defense.
3-3.
3-3. Was it
3-3?
3-3? Paolo Grossi from Sudbury. Oh, long way down to make a pick 6. Hey, that makes it all the worthwhile
There you
that drive
go.
back to Sudbury.
There you go. You've got the biggest smile going home now. That's a long drive back to Sudbury.
All of a sudden, the
All of
Sudbury
a sudden,
drive.
it doesn't seem so long anymore. That 7.5-hour drive in the car.
Stop at the Big Nickel and get a picture with your pick 6 ball on the way
Yeah,
back.
there you go.
Great little weekend if you're from Sudbury. A little Sudbury Saturday night action, as they say.
Yeah.
So we got 10-0 lead for the Team Black. 2:31 left in the third quarter. Live from Alumni Stadium at Western University, watching U18 Redblack. U18 means under 18. So these are the best 16 and 17-year-olds in the province competing to make the 40-man roster for Team Ontario that will move on to the Canada Cup football tournament to be held in late July in Edmonton.
So, Matt, we talked about like the numbers and everything, and Aaron said that, they'll dwindle it down to 55 players and then decide on 40 players to take out west with them. There's 90 kids here, so that means over half these kids aren't going to make this team. So, great on this gentleman who just made a play here and got the touchdown. But those are the type of things that you're looking for. You want somebody to step up and make a play. There, he did his job. He knew his responsibility, and he finished. It was a great job.
Absolutely. And I'm taking notes as well because not all these players will move on to the university road. Some of them are going to want to go to college, and if they do, we sure hope they come and play for the London Beefeaters junior football program, the premier junior football program in Ontario.
Shameless plug.
With shameless plug in. Not so
plug
shameless.
That you can stream here on London Football TV.
Absolutely.
Starting in August this coming year.
So if you like what you hear, tune in August and listen to some great London Beefeaters action with the smooth, soft voice of Ron Forwerda on the play-by-play. I'll be on the sidelines coaching, so you won't get to hear me unless I'm yelling. But if you're
we'll hear you.
I'll definitely be yelling.
We're gonna mic you up.
If you're a great high school football player in Ontario looking to continue to play football after high school and university is not the track for you, shoot me a message on Instagram. I'm at Coach Matt Snyder. And that's a shameless plug, but hey, what do they say? What is that movie? What's that movie with Alec Baldwin? The Cells movie? Glengarry, as I say, Glengarry Glen Ross. Always be recruiting. ABC, always be recruiting. So that's a lesson I've learned in my time at Western. Always got to be recruiting, and I'm trying to recruit some players today. So add me on Instagram. Let's have a chat about your future. Junior football might be for you. Let me take 5 minutes of my time to tell you about what our program can offer. But in the meantime, we're back on the field with some great U18 football action. Live in the Rod. Great news. The sun is out.
Sun is shining. The birds are singing.
It's a beautiful day. As the red team lines up to punt the ball, Chmielewski, I think. No, this is
I think this is the
Pasqualini out of Cambridge. Oh, he's a Toronto Junior Argos guy. High punt there. It's been 6 hours doing football. You're gonna make mistakes, guys. High punt there. Booming punt. Fielded. The black team will take over the ball. 5 yards going up for no yards. Could be 15 for illegal touching. It looked like a red coverage player touched the ball, which you can't do in Canada. That's a no-no. It's not like the States where you get down the ball. Do not touch the football in Canada. Black offense on the field. up 10-0 after that pick six. Look at add more. 1:25 left in the quarter. Ron, what can we expect to see in the fourth quarter?
Well, I think you want to see, again, like we talked about, you want to see a drive sustained. You want to see a couple first downs. Black has shown flashes of it. Red has shown flashes of it as well. I think there's been a little bit more consistency with the black team as opposed to the red team. The red team has had their moments.
I wouldn't disagree.
And you're just looking for, you've got great field position now. Now let's finish it off with some positive plays and some offensive. And see, this is just the timing.
Castleman, yeah, it looks like miscommunication in the backfield. Castleman has to gets about 7 yards of the first down, and we'll be joined in the fourth quarter by Coach J.P. Cercelli, head coach of the University of Windsor Lancers. Great that we were able to pull these coaches into the booth and kind of have them have a chance to talk, because at the end of the day, you've heard us talk enough. So let's hear from some guys that have kind of done it. Coach Cercelli's going to have a unique perspective because he's formerly been the head coach of the Team Ontario U18 team, and so we're going to ask him some questions about his experience and get to learn a little bit about what's happening down in Windsor. So we'll bring him up at the start of the fourth. 46 seconds left. Black offense moving the ball. 2nd and 5. 39-yard line. Castleman at quarterback. Takes a snap. He's back to pass. He's got receivers trying to break open. Castleman's got a lot of room. He should be running the ball. Tucks and runs. First down and more. Castleman cuts back against the grain. This guy's got some skills when the ball's in his hands. Yeah. It's evident to me that this guy is a runner. We talked about how he was frustrated at the start of the game. A couple times when he felt like he could have escaped and the referees blew it. I feel like maybe somebody's talked to the referees and said, like, hey, this guy's a runner, let him run. And he's really showing that he has the ability, Ron.
That's kind of what we talked about, making the quarterback a runner. All of a sudden now you can't play your zone defense as much. Everyone now has to account for somebody, and one man making a miss, and all of a sudden now there's a big space for the quarterback to run, and it was a really great job of understanding the situation and tucking the ball and getting the yards. As we see the inside handoff up until about outside the 20, all the way down to about the 17-yard line, gain of about 3 on the play, and that's the end of the third quarter, Matt.
Not a lot of space to run the football this game, and I think that's more of a testament to the great strength of the defensive line than anything the offensive lines are doing. We've talked about that a lot today, that the defensive lines are definitely the strength of the Team Ontario. And we should be moments away from having Coach Cercelli join us in the booth, and we're going to talk to him a little bit about his experience with Football Ontario and the University of Windsor and what's going on down the 401. But at the end of the third quarter, 10-0 Black team, U18, Redblack weekend live from Alumni Stadium at Western Ontario. We've had a great day of football. Exciting U14 game. U16 game dominated by strong defense. And the U18 game, the black team is ahead 10-0. Coach Cercelli joins us in the booth. We've had a couple of coaches today and saved the best for last. My old head coach of my old alma mater, Coach Cercelli, head coach of the University of Windsor. Welcome to the booth today. We'll ask you a couple questions and just have a quick chat. First question, you got a unique perspective because you've been the head coach of the Team Ontario in the past. So what's your experience kind of this situation with the Team Ontario, the Red-Black weekend, and just in general this whole Football Ontario thing? Talk a little bit about your experience with that.
Well, first of all, thanks, Matt, for having me. I really appreciate you guys inviting me up here. It's really a whirlwind of a weekend because you go, really 3-4 different weekends trying to recruit across the province, and basically you whittle it down.
Touchdown from Castleman there. Nice throw from Castleman to put the black up in dominating fashion. 17-0 after the PAT. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it was important to interrupt. That was a great play. Nice pass, nice completion. Good to see some offense going. But yeah, it's a whirlwind because you're trying to whittle it down to your top 90 to bring in on the weekend, and basically in the span of 2 practices, let's put together a great product that we can showcase for our parents and all the supporters. So it's a very difficult task. But I think the guys have done a great job this weekend. Obviously, Coach Underhill's got a lot of experience, but to put this together in such a short time has been great.
Absolutely. So, as the head coach of the team, the next step for these guys is they'll move on and play in the tournament in July out in Edmonton this year. What was your experience with the tournament, and how do you approach a situation where you're playing multiple games in kind of short period of time in a tournament format versus like a regular season where you're getting a week in between games?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to keep in mind is how do we get ready for, 3 games in 8 days type of thing. And one thing I always try to keep the young men in mind of is we're not always bringing necessarily the guys who are going to have the best career going forward. It's who's most ready right now. And when you have guys currently in grade 10 and 11, it may not always be the best star in 5-6 years at the university level. It's going to be who's most ready to compete in 3 games in 8 days. And that's a big thing that you have to keep in mind.
That's a great point. So I'm going to flip the script a little bit. You guys have just finished your winter program down at Windsor. I know you had a very successful, your junior day was a couple weeks ago, correct?
Correct.
And you guys did your spring camp as well. And I ran into your dad. He told us a little bit about it. Talk to us a little bit about what's going on at Windsor in terms of your winter program. How did that go? What's it looking like moving forward to the 2023 season?
You know, it's been fantastic working in Windsor. It's a beautiful city, and we got great new facilities going right now. And I think what's really neat is the fact that we've had a young team for a number of years, and now a lot of those guys are starting to get into their 3rd and 4th year, and we're going to see them hopefully blossom into some of the top players in the league, and we're really looking forward to this upcoming season.
Okay. You guys have probably recruited, and I know a lot of teams are recruiting players from these types of tournaments. The U18 Redblack is a huge recruiting weekend for all universities. You probably have a couple players that have come through this program. Is there anybody on your team that we might not know about that you think, hey, this guy's going to be kind of the breakout star for the Windsor Lancers moving forward?
Yeah, it's tough to pinpoint, 1 or 2 guys, but I know at least in terms of local talent, 2 guys that really come to mind. Jackson Morgan was a fantastic offensive lineman for the Essex Ravens, and I know he was part of these Team Ontario teams that we took out to Alberta a few years ago, and he's going to the East-West game next week, and so we expect him to have a great year. And defensively, a guy that's kind of been a standout for us is Devin Varasek, another guy that was a standout during that same run in Alberta, another former Essex Raven. So I'm expecting big things from those 2, and I'd say those are 2 of the big alumni, you could say, from not just Essex, but from Team Ontario.
Absolutely. That sounds awesome. Now, I'm a Windsor alumni. I played down there, before you were part of the program, but I follow along, and I've been kind of watching a lot of what's going on. One of the things I've really noticed about you guys is you guys have really put a big focus on creating a positive football experience, not just on the field. You obviously want to have on-field success, but you're also trying to provide value for your players off the field as well. Let's say that a couple, after this tournament, guys are going to go back, play summer football, high school football. At some point, some of these guys are going to start to say, hey, maybe Windsor's the place I need to be. What would you say to a player that's considering attending Windsor for school and to continue football after high school?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing I say to all of our recruits and all of our players is use football to set up the next part of your life. We all love the game, but you have to understand at some point it's going to end, whether you finish, after a year university, after 4 years university, or after a 10-year career in the CFL. It's going to end. And what's really important is over that time, have I used the resources I have in football, whether it's through alumni, community involvement, time working on my academics to really set up what I'm going to do career-wise once it's all said and done.
So if a player wants to get in touch with you, what's the best way to kind of get on your radar if there's a guy listening right now that says, hey, I need to look at the University of Windsor?
I think the simplest thing is go right onto the website, and whether it's email or phone, you contact us. And I think what's really important for everyone to always understand is the more film or at least accessibility to film that you can provide, the better it can be for us. But yeah, we're really just a click away.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. That's Coach Ciselli, head coach of the University of Windsor Lancers. A great program, and we're looking forward to seeing them on the field this year. Thanks for joining us. And once again, great to hear from you. Pleasure to have you at the booth and give us some insight into your experience with Team Ontario.
That was my pleasure. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you. So back on the action now. We got the red team looking to punt. Piscolani kicks the ball. It's high. It's a little bit out of bounds. No, it's picked up inside. Just inside the sideline, and he's going to have a short return. Ron, I'll be honest, I'm running out of gas a little bit today.
Okay.
The old 6 hours are really wearing on Coach Schneid's.
So we saw a quarterback switch. We saw Castleman, number 20 for the black team, put on a red jersey. Looks like he'll be going at quarterback the rest of the way there.
Absolutely.
For those guys. So, again, just a few things.
One of the nice things about running the same offense, you got switch guys in the middle of the game, and it shouldn't be a big difference.
You go here, here, because I want to see this and this and this.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that. Although, no, number 20's out there for maybe he's going both ways now. Maybe, yeah, because he does. He took the red jersey off. He put the black one back on.
So we got Castleman back on the field. A little bit of confusion. I'm confused. They're confused. Black team short a player. Out comes the fullback from Cora. At the end of the day, it's been a long weekend for the players as well. They've practiced a bunch. They had film meetings all week. Practiced yesterday. Woke up early. Probably had a walkthrough. Everybody's getting a little tired, but we're still seeing some exciting football action. There's 10 minutes left in the game. Black team leads 17-0, Ron.
You know, Matt, just kind of going back to things, the importance of a game like this to the universities, you know, we just talked to the head coach of the Windsor Lancer University program. Earlier today, we talked to the head coach of the University of Queen Golden Gales program today. We talked to the executive vice president, Aaron Giesler. Okay, those are just three of the people that are here. Okay, there's probably about 400 people in the stands. A lot of recruiters here. Where we talked about, you know, Steve Schneider was here. Well, so was Matthew Nesbitt, who's the head of the recruiting department, and a bunch of those guys. And down there's a contingent of 2 rows of Windsor coaches.
I would say it's safe to say every OUA team is represented here today.
Yeah.
Great completion over the middle, by the way. As we get back to the on-field action, I'll return to that thought in a second, Ron, but great completion over the middle there from, I believe it's Castleman at quarterback for the black team now, flipping sides. Although we're not sure about that because the jerseys are a little bit out of order, but regardless, somebody had a big throw and somebody had a big catch, and the black team is knocking on the door, leading 17-0 with just under 9 minutes to go. And they got a first down on the 26-yard line. The wind is howling now. I'm going to close this window. But we got ourselves a little bit of offensive action. Black team is starting to turn it up, and we could have a score coming. Ball's handed off at the middle. Nowhere to go. Red team's defense swarms. Sorry to continue, Ron.
So the point I was trying to make in general there is we hear a lot of things about football's not a safe sport and people shouldn't play football. And in games like this, you know, they shouldn't be played. Too much football is too much. That being said, the importance of a day like today where you get the top 90 kids in the area or 90 of the top kids, not necessarily the top 90 of the top kids in the province in one area. You want to tell me that football's not important, that a game like this isn't important? Look around.
There's definitely a healthy sport being played here today, football. Screen pass to the top of the screen. Receiver catches it up the sideline. He's got a first down and more. Chains are moving for the black team as they start to knock on the door inside the 15-yard line, looking to punch another one. It's 17-0. Team Black with 7:46 remaining in the game. So far, you're correct, Ron. Black has dominated. Red team has struggled for various reasons, and it's not just maybe the offense isn't playing great. I think the defense for the black team has been outstanding. You've made note of it. The defense for the black team seems like they have another level of intensity that they brought today. Their defensive line has been dominant. Bunch of players. Andre Thompson is one guy that kind of stands out as a guy that's really been all over the field, but there's so many more players that have been productive today. As black team hands it off, running the ball, both teams have really struggled to run the ball between the tackles. The pass game has definitely been a little bit more consistent and been there for some big plays,
which is so strange because usually the pass game is something that usually develops after a run game. But again, these guys have worked really hard. And again, congratulations and kudos to everybody who's here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Not everyone's going to make the team, okay? And that is unfortunately a fact of life. This is not the sport where everyone gets a participation ribbon anymore. Not at this level. This is a sport that is great defensive play there by I think it was number 22.
Looks like they had some receivers open on the crossing area. They decided to throw deep, and it was just tipped away at the last minute by the defensive back. So great play by the red team to keep Black out of the end zone, and Black will face a third and 10 from the 12-yard line. So they'll elect to send out. Looks like the field goal unit's coming out to add another 3 points to the board to make it a 20-0 score for the black team. Red defense kind of stiffens up at the end and really holds them out of the end zone on a play that probably could have scored if they had thrown underneath. But we'll see if Red could get anything going and take the goose egg off the scoreboard. With about 6 minutes and 48 seconds left in this game, it's been a great weekend overall. The sun is out. The weather's finally turned. We had a couple minutes of rain there, but really didn't affect too much as the field goal is up and good. Looks like it's a nice, good field goal. 20-0 for the black team. As the Red will take over on offense on the 35-yard line. Remember, there's no kickoffs in this game because of safety and rule modifications. They want to expedite some things. But other than that, we're playing and seeing some great football here. Some strong defensive line play from both teams. The black defense has been outstanding so far, holding the red team to a shutout, but could be some players switching sides as I see a couple coaches with jerseys in their hands, so maybe just making sure they can kind of produce, productive offense and defenses for both groups.
Number 20 is going back in a quarterback in a few minutes again.
So basically, their quarterback is just switching sides. It's kind of like all-time quarterback, like they used to say in, when you're playing touch football in the schoolyard. I'm all-time quarterback. That was what I used to do because I didn't want to run. But red offense on the field, 3 receivers at the bottom of the screen, 2 running backs in the backfield. Quarterback calls the cadence, back to pass. That is William Russell. He's been at quarterback for a majority of the time in the red team for the last couple series now. Incomplete on first down, 2nd and 10 here for the red offense. 35-yard line going out, trailing 20-0 to the powerful black defense and the Redblack U18.
It's just
Football
they
weekend.
have a different attitude about them, and I kind of said that earlier. They're playing with a lot more urgency, and they're definitely playing a much more edgy game.
Steak and hot dog game, buddy.
Yep.
Somebody's getting steaks and somebody's getting hot dogs after, and you don't want to be the one getting the hot dogs, unless maybe you like hot dogs. But
I don't
bet
mind
most of
them,
these guys
but
will take
not
a
every night.
nice T-bone steak any day.
Oh yeah.
Fake play action pass, screener to the bottom of the screen, caught, no gain. Those corners have sniffed that play out at all levels. And I'm going to say it may be time to scratch that off the old play sheet and say we're not calling that anymore because I haven't seen a lot of success from the old tunnel screen so far today. I think it's one of those plays that takes a lot of time and nuance to get good at. Might not be the best call in a situation where you're practicing. That's a short notice. But regardless, 3rd down and long, the red team will punt the ball away. Black team's return out. Looking to take over and get another one on the board before the end of this game.
I'm going to go back to a couple things that we were saying earlier. Congratulations to everybody who's made it this far and everybody who made it through the tryout process. Who decided, no, I want to put myself out there. I want to try this. Not everyone's going to get to make the team. There's 40 kids that are. 55 will be named to the team. 40 will actually travel.
Short punt, fielded on the bounce. Defensive player from red comes in and strips it loose, but a black player picks it up and is able to secure possession. What a great, looked like a short punt, but it kind of bounced through the crowd and ended up being a pretty productive punt play for the team, for the red team. But
so number 12 ended up with
great play from a player with a Cambridge Lions helmet, it looks like, to strip that ball loose. Couldn't see the number, but ultimately Black able to maintain possession. They'll take over on offense with 5:19 left. You're watching the U18 Redblack game hosted by Ontario Football live on London Football TV. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already so you can come back and watch this game in a couple years when some of these guys are playing pro. You're going to want to visit and say, hey, I watched that guy play when he was in U18 level football. Now he's playing in the NFL or the CFL or playing for my favorite university team, and check it out. So come back and watch these games and click subscribe. It will allow us to continue to bring you great amateur football action from across the province. Time out on the field. Referee blows the whistle. Looks like a little bit of administrative issues. Black team short a player, it looks like. And we're going to see that as the game kind of moves towards the last few minutes. We've had some injuries. Some players probably need a break and might have a couple guys short on the field. So the referees will blow it dead and make sure that they have 12 players. I think one of the things that the coaching staff agreed to is we want to make sure we have 12 players on the field at all time because we're subbing with such a short weekend to prepare. So referees are being very liberal, making sure that they are getting the time to sub. Offensive formation issues. Black needs a receiver on the line of scrimmage. There he goes, moving up late. 3 receivers top of the screen for Black. Quarterback takes a snap. He's back to pass. He's got a receiver across the middle. Quarterback steps up, looks to throw. Completion over the middle, lots of space to run. He's got a first down and more. Great throw and catch there by Pantalis Leo Takakis Frazier from St. Matthew's Tigers. I apologize for that name because one thing I'm not very good at is pronunciations.
Oh, you're better than I am, which is why you're doing that. I'm not.
First down for the Black team. 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Looking to add to their 20-0 lead with 4:19. This game kind of ticks down in a few minutes. Black team, 3 receivers top of screen. Quarterback turns, hands off to the right. Running back gets tackled from the backfield. Great pursuit from the defensive end. Keenan Cornelius, the defensive lineman from the Westmount Wildcats, 6'3", 231. He's everything you're looking for in a defensive end and more. And he shows why he should be in consideration to make the U18 top 40 team heading on to Canada Cup with great plays like that.
Something Aaron said earlier about there's some good football out there. There's some monster programs out there. BC is usually a really, really strong team. Saskatchewan is no pushover. Alberta, really good. Manitoba, really good.
Manitoba, yeah.
Quebec, outstanding. And even last year, we saw some of the Maritimes teams really picking up their game and giving people, hard time. So football is very much alive in Ontario and in Canada across the board, and it's great to see after as long as I've been in there that really the next generation, the next levels are really taken care of and are progressing and are moving the game forward even more than I could have possibly imagined.
Absolutely, and it's a testament to those guys. When you have five Canadians drafted in the NFL this year,
Yeah.
insane. Like, that's a crazy amount. Something a couple years ago you'd never would imagine. But I think it's going to become more of a regular thing. You're going to see more and more Canadians moving on and playing in professional football, not just in the CFL, which is great. No knock against that, but also in the NFL and getting their opportunities to really shine on the world level, the global level. That, hey, Canadians can play football too. There's great football being played here. As Chmielewski booms a punt high in the air, it's going to be caught. Oh, fumble. We got a loose ball retrieved by the red team, but great punt from Chmielewski. I feel like Chmielewski's really solidified himself as the punter for this team, and
Yeah, I think
he
so.
might be one guy that's really kind of taken the opportunities in this game and shined and said, hey, I'm a guy that needs to be on this 40-man roster moving forward.
There's definitely more than just one guy. Geez, I can think of like a dozen guys to me that are kind of locks at this. So, we'll have to wait and see. The coaches, Coach Underhill's got a big decision to make with a bunch of these kids. And it's not necessarily just picking the 40 kids that you want. It's picking the right 40 that can travel together, that can get along, that can.
QB draw for Russell. Their big gain, 20-yard gain. First down, great run from Russell, great play call. Wonder why they haven't seen that sooner.
Well, they would have blown them down in the first quarter. Realistically, they're kind of letting them go a little bit more, which is great to see. But again, kind of it's making the right 40-man roster. It's having the right amount of backups in there at each position, and so these are all different factors that go into it. You may have 12 stud receivers, you may only be able to bring 6. So those are factors.
A lot of tough decisions to be made by the coaching staff as the red offense lines up 4 receivers top of the screen, running top to the right. Running back breaks free. He's got some space to move, but he looked like he had some space around the edge, but ultimately that black defense swarmed to the ball and tackles as Javon Roberts, the running back out of, it says Trenton. Javon Roberts. Isn't Javon Roberts the London guy? Woodstock from Cass? Yeah. Javon Roberts was on our team last year. I thought I recognized that running style.
Yeah.
He has a very distinct running style and that silver helmet. And what are the odds that there's 2
Yeah.
Javon Roberts that run like that?
Yeah,
But
there's
great
not.
run from Javon Roberts, the old Cass College Ave out of Woodstock, and London Junior Mustang stud running back. He's a guy he's another guy that comes from a smaller school, maybe a little bit under the radar, gets his experience playing kind of with some elite level talent. A very talented player that could really have taken advantage of this weekend and got his name on the radar. So good on him getting some game action. As Russell back to pass, he's scrambling, buying time. Turns, he's square, he's got to throw. Oh, he had a receiver there, just a little bit overthrown, and it's a tough throw when you're on the run, but great effort there. Russell, also another guy that's played a bunch of snaps for the red offense, showing that, hey, I need to be in the mix for this team too because I can make plays as well.
So here's something that you have to consider, Matt, that we have no idea what's going on with. But if you're thinking about it, you have a 40-man roster, okay, that is going to travel to Edmonton. You have better be able to play special teams.
Absolutely.
Every single one of you had better be able to play special teams. So that's going to be a huge factor into making some of these decisions that we have no information about whatsoever because special teams really haven't been a much of a thing today. We saw some punts, we saw some kickoff. We haven't seen kickoff. We haven't seen kick return. We haven't seen a lot of that stuff. great position completion downfield.
Matthew Stam, another great catch. He has made a bunch of great catches, and he's kind of been in the middle of all those big pass plays so far. As Russell scrambles around, he's running for his life, but he's making plays here. That's a big completion, which will move the chains for the offense here. We got some MVPs to announce on offense. Quarterback Ben Castleman for both teams. He's seen it in red and black. And defensively, Paulo Grassoy. Our 2 MVPs for the U18 game. So kudos to them. 2 guys that really stood out. But so many players have had great days today. 4 receivers top of the stream for the Red offense. Russell sends his receivers in motion. Drops back to pass. Delivers over the middle. Caught by
I missed the number.
Jakeem Irons. The 6'6", 200-pound receiver out of Westmount Secondary. He's been a big target. They've had a little trouble getting on the ball today, but he shows right there that he can be a weapon over the middle. 6'6", 220, 200 pounds. That's a big target.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of kids that, whose names weren't called or didn't get the ball thrown at them or didn't get that big of a run. That doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't great players and that they haven't worked hard and that they don't deserve this opportunity. Some of them will probably even make the team. That's just how it rolled today.
Minute left in the game. Russell's taking a shot downfield. Jump ball, unable to come down with it. 48 seconds left. Black team leads 20-0. Red offense right now is playing for pride, trying to get that goose egg off the board, seeing if they can come away with a touchdown. 2nd and 10 here, just shy of the 35-yard line for the Red offense. Trying so hard to see if they can get one in the end zone before the last 48 seconds of this game wrap up. While we have time, just want to say thanks to everybody that's made this weekend possible. All the volunteers, the parents that drove. Some of these guys have driven for 8, 12 hours. Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury. We've seen players from those groups. They can't get here by themselves. They need parents to drive them, and then they got to drive them home. So kudos to those guys for being there. The Melroses for running the productions in the background, taking care of all the work for us, making sure we're well fed and well hydrated so we can talk about football and stumble through some of our mistakes, Ron. But I think overall, I give us a solid B+.
Yeah, first day back.
Yeah.
Hey, to be average, you need a C+. It means that we're slightly better than average.
A B+ gives you room for improvement, but still shows you did what you're supposed to do.
Exactly.
So never be wrong. Nothing wrong with a B+. B+ would have got me through university a bunch of times, so I would have never shaken a stick at a B+. But I'll take a good B+ today for us.
Into university.
There you go. And then, Ron, you'll be back in the end of the summer, August, for London Beefeaters action on Beefeaters TV and London Football TV. So stay tuned for that. And I'll be on the sidelines trying to win some games, looking for some players as well. So last chance for me to kind of push this. If you want to play junior football,
shameless plug.
Coming at me on Instagram at Coach Matt Snyder, and let's have a conversation about you. Go to the Beefeaters website, LondonBeefeaters.org, and fill out the recruiting form, and let's talk about your future playing for us. If university football might not be the option for you, junior football might be the place where you can succeed and continue your football career and possibly earn a chance to play football at the professional level after. So let's talk. But 34 seconds left, 20-0, Red offense inside the 15-yard line, looking to punch one in, Ron.
As we're kind of as the day's kind of winding down, as we look forward to our next venture, which looks like it's going to be Beefeaters Television. How does the team look? I know that you've had spring camps and a lot of winter conditioning programs as well. How's the recruiting going, and how's the team overall look?
Yeah, we think we're going to be very competitive. We had 87
Touchdown.
players or something at our spring camp last week. Had a couple guys have some trouble on the highway. Would have put us over 90. We had a bunch of out-of-province guys that we told you didn't need to come in for the weekend because we didn't want to kind of force them to incur some costs. But we expect to have between 95 to 100 players in our tryouts. So we think we're going to be a great team. One thing I've really noticed is there is a lot of appetite for players that want to continue to play that maybe aren't going to university route. So junior football London is alive and doing really well, and we feel like we're going to have a very good team. A lot of new guys coming in, but we're always looking for new guys that want to join our program in the future. So we're currently recruiting for 2024 and trying to set up some game day visits for our guys. So again, if you're listening to this and you want to play, let's have a chat. But yeah, it's going to be a great year, and we're looking forward to getting back on the field. And I'm just looking forward to playing. This has been my first year without doing summer football in a while, so I'm kind of enjoying the free time, but I'm also excited to get back on the field and coach some football and then come home and watch you guys tell us all the mistakes I made that day. So that's the best part, is just getting home and listening to Ron point out all the things I did wrong. So
It's like, for crying out loud, just do this.
I love it. I love it. We got 15 seconds left. The red offense just scored a point. They're going to go for two. 20-6. As we wrap up the Ontario football red-black weekend, we had the U14 game this morning. Great game. Amazing finish. U16 scrimmage was defensive dominated. We saw some strong defensive play. And then the U18 games, I think, you know what, moderately competitive. The black team, I think, looked a little bit more intense on defense and able to secure some big plays. As Russell scrambles, and he is going to fall a yard short. Great try there. Russell's really played his heart out.
Yeah.
But overall, this will probably be the last maybe 2 or 3 plays to go. The offense will take over on the 35 because we don't do kickoffs. But overall, great weekend. Ron, thanks for being here. Always a pleasure to have you beside. Listen to the smooth, silky voice of Ron Florida. And we got a couple more plays left. What closing thoughts? What have you seen this weekend? What do you think kind of the future is for football in Ontario?
I think the future of football in Ontario is, if you don't know it, we're going to play some defense. And the defensive lines and the linebackers, and especially this age group, the secondary players across the board, next level. You know, a kid like Bobby Chiliganis from Cambridge, who I haven't called his name, who was a great ball player. Chase Smith, you know, South, we mentioned his name a couple times. There are some fantastic ball players. Andre Thompson, Lashuk out of Cambridge, who we get. These are kids that we haven't called their names a whole lot. Doesn't mean that they're not fantastic ball players.
Absolutely.
And the defenses, boy, oh boy. Ontario Summer Football League, you better bring your lunch bucket because there's some boys out there who are going to smack you. And I'm saying now, on a couple levels, and not that I have any knowledge or anything whatsoever, the championships are going to be played in Windsor this year. There's going to be at least one Windsor team hosting a championship game.
There you go. You heard it here first.
Number 2, in the junior level, well, I just kind of gave you my spoiler as who I think, you know, at the JV level, beware the team just down the 402 in Burlington.
Absolutely.
Because that team can play some defense. And if we learn nothing over this weekend, defense is going to win you a championship and defense is going to travel.
Last play of the game here at U18, red-black weekend. Black team hands the ball off. And that's it. Call it a final. 20-6 for the black team. You've been here with us all day watching Ontario football action, U14, U16, and finally the U18 game from Western Alumni Field live on London Football TV. Click subscribe before you log off. Thanks for joining us today. You've seen some great football. The players of tomorrow, you saw them here today. Take note, subscribe, come back and watch often. If you want to keep playing football at the junior level, contact me. But hey, thank you, Ron, for being here with us.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks to our production crew for doing all the work so that we can just sit here and talk. Thanks to all the volunteers and coaches, the parents, and everybody else. Coach Aaron Giesler and Coach Suey, who kind of run all the programs in the background and do all the legwork to make sure this weekend's possible. And lastly, thanks to the players who come out here and played a great day and kept us entertained. They're going to hand out some awards, and we'll call it a final. Thanks a lot. Once again, this has been Team Ontario U18 Red Black Weekend from London, Ontario. And signing off, I'm Matt Snyder with Ron Florida. Thank you so much.